The FBI has official documents that blatantly talk about interdimensional aliens and everyone's cool with that. Dating back to July 8th, 1947, the exact same date as the first ever mainstream UFO crash in Roswell, New Mexico. This is on their official government site. Like, this document actually exists. It's real. And it kinda already told us what all these drones, UAPs, and orbs in our skies really are almost 80 years ago. I'm warning you, this is about to get wild, because a lot of what's written here has been happening right in front of us. The document is several pages long, but this page right here is by far the most interesting. It's a memorandum addressed to scientists and military authorities, written by someone who has several degrees and is a former university department head. Definitely doesn't sound like your local nutjob. It goes on to describe the flying saucers, as UFOs were commonly referred to back then, starting off by saying that any plane that attacks these saucers will almost certainly be destroyed, and warning that doing so may cause panic among the public, so keep it low-key. The document continues to explain these crafts in detail, and this is where it gets weird. According to this, some of the UFOs carry crews, like living beings flying them from the inside, and others are fully remote controlled. I feel like we kinda already knew that. Then it gives us a bit of hope, saying that whatever they are, their mission is peaceful and are just looking to settle on our planet. Not the worst news, right? These visitors are human-like, yet much larger than us, and are not from Earth, but from their own world, clearly. But they don't come from another planet as we would expect, but rather an etheric realm, which interpenetrates our own and is not perceptible to us. Put simply, interdimensional beings. That's literally what it's saying. And their bodies and crafts automatically materialize into existence when they enter our dimension. Their crafts also possess a radiant energy that will easily disintegrate any attacking ship, and can also disappear from our dimension at any time without a trace. But the realm from which they come from is not the so-called astral plane, which is where a person's spirit is commonly thought to go to after passing away, but rather corresponds to the locus and talas, which are Hindu mystic terms that refer to 14 worlds that exist in dimensions above and below our own. Yeah, I told you shit was gonna get weird. And finally, they can't be contacted by radio, but likely can be by radar if we build some sort of signal systems designed for that purpose. Well, now, isn't that something? To be fair, many are quick to point out that this document wasn't actually written by the FBI, but rather was a newsletter written by Dr. Newton Mead Lane to the FBI, which they just stored in their archives. And obviously, if you Google it, it'll just tell you it's a bunch of pseudoscience and nonsense. You know the drill. Regardless, it's still an interesting report for the feds to keep in their official public document vault. And as wacky as the ideas presented here are, it kind of sounds similar to what's happening in our skies today, written in 1947. And this isn't the first time the FBI's public vault was under scrutiny. Back in 2011, another UFO memo from 1950 featured in their online archive was making its own rounds. This document mentions 3 circular saucers 50 feet in diameter with ray centers that were recovered in New Mexico. Each saucer was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall and wearing metallic clothes. Non-human biologics, anyone? Which admittedly contradicts the other document which said they're bigger than us, but maybe they come in different sizes, who knows. But again, this report was dismissed as hearsay from a third party with no proof, and no further evaluation was performed. Even though the report was written by Guy Hoddle, a special agent of the FBI, reporting an account given by an investigator of the US Air Force. 2 top-ranking government officials, with no reason to lie, reporting on UFOs with non-human bodies found on board, swept under the rug as usual. Info about UFOs and unexplainable technology like this has been slowly trickling out over the decades and has definitely ramped up quite a bit in the last couple of years. What used to be crackpot theories are now basically government confirmed, which I don't even know if the government confirming it should make us less or more skeptical about it. So just remember these totally fake and for entertainment purposes only FBI documents in the coming months, and see if any of these get added to the told you so checklist. How old were you when you realized that shopping carts are the ultimate test of the goodness of mankind? We can all agree that putting your cart away when you're done shopping is the socially and morally correct thing for anyone to do. It's easy, it's convenient, and it's a task that pretty much every human on Earth is physically capable of. It is the objectively right thing that anyone should do under any circumstance, save the extremely rare urgent emergency. At the same time, it's not a law or even an enforced rule that people must follow. In this sense, the shopping cart is the pinnacle litmus test as to whether someone will do the right thing without being forced to do it. We don't get punished, fined, or hurt for not putting it away, but we also don't get rewarded for doing so. We simply must return the shopping cart out of the goodness of our hearts because it is the morally right thing to do. Anyone who doesn't is technically no better than a savage animal who can only be made to do what is right no matter how easy and convenient it is by threatening them with punishment. Therefore, the shopping cart is the ultimate determination of universal morality, whether a person is a good or bad member of society, so be a good person. Archaeologists are scared to death to open the tomb of the first emperor of China. It was accidentally discovered in 1974 when Chinese farmers digging a well dug up a life-size ceramic statue of an ancient warrior. They reported it, which started an excavation project that uncovered not dozens, not hundreds, but literal thousands of these figures buried underground. Known as the Terracotta Army, there were more than 8,000 life-size soldiers discovered, each with unique facial features, along with war horses, chariots, generals, musicians, and acrobats. Almost like someone just froze an entire city ready to go to war, some even being equipped with real weapons and armor, all surrounding the mausoleum of ancient China's first recorded emperor, Qin Shi Huang, and are said to be guarding him in the afterlife. Large parts of the mausoleum were excavated, but the central mound where the emperor's body is thought to be remains untouched for a pretty disturbing reason. Initially built around 200 BC, meaning that no one has been inside of it for over 2,000 years. It's thought to have taken over 700,000 workers about 40 years to build this monument and all of its statues, and was surrounded with secrecy for its entire construction period. So much that it's believed the emperor had every worker executed after finishing their work to safeguard its secrets. We wouldn't even know much about it if it wasn't for ancient Chinese historian Sima Qian, who revealed its secrets in his writings. Allegedly, inside the tomb is an exact model of the universe through the eyes of the Chinese emperor, with glimmering pearls on the ceiling as stars and a replica of the entire Qin kingdom on the floor, surrounded by rivers and oceans made from a very lethal substance. Records claim the entire tomb to be elaborately booby-trapped, designed to end the life of anyone who enters. Complete with Indiana Jones-style wire-tripped arrows and crossbows, even rumors of poison gas, and speculation of indoor rivers of tens of thousands of tons of liquid mercury, which is highly toxic to humans, along with mechanisms in place set to make it flow unexpectedly towards any intruders. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was obsessed with the secrets of immortality and rediscovering the lost knowledge of our past, and is said to have consumed elixirs containing mercury in his quest for eternal life. It clearly didn't work out so well for him, but his tomb may hold the answers we're looking for, as radar scans done around the area revealed a sealed chamber as big as a football field beneath the pyramid-shaped mound of the mausoleum, suspected to be the lost tomb. And core sample studies did in fact reveal high amounts of mercury in the ground around the tomb as well, so the records of our ancient historian may very well be true. For 50 years now, archaeologists have avoided it, and the government restricted further excavation out of fear of damaging the tomb, getting shot in the face with an arrow, or potentially even mercury poisoning, claiming to enforce these restrictions in an effort to preserve the ancient site, but maybe they already took a peek inside and just didn't want anyone to know what they found. Yo, the glitter conspiracy is a rabbit hole you are not ready for. So I didn't know this, but there's legit only like 2 main manufacturers of glitter in the world, both of which are based in New Jersey, of all places. And yes, I'm talking like regular glitter, the same stuff you use in arts and crafts. One of these companies is like super secret and private, that apparently invented glitter themselves and is very hush-hush about everything. And the other is GlitterX. No one really thought much of it until it came out that we actually have a worldwide shortage of glitter back in 2018. Kind of a weird thing to be short of. So a journalist from the New York Times went in to interview the team at GlitterX to find out. She casually asked if she could tour the factory, and surprisingly, GlitterX told her absolutely not. Like, there was no debate about it. She was strictly not allowed to see how glitter was made, and wasn't even allowed to be in a nearby room to even hear how it's made. So instead, she was just left to interview a manager at the company, and things just kept getting sketchier. She asks the manager if she could tell her what industry serves as her biggest market, and the GlitterX rep instantly, without hesitation, tells her, "No, I absolutely cannot tell you." Confused, the journalist asks her if she knows who their biggest customer is, and she replies with, "Oh god, yes, and you would never guess it. Let's just leave it at that." Asking why she can't talk about it, she responds by saying because they don't want anyone to know that it is glitter, and that if you looked at it, you wouldn't even know that it's glitter. The journalist then asks if you'd even be able to see the glitter at all in the finished product, to which the manager replies, "Oh, you'd be able to see something, but it's Yeah, I can't. And this interview single-handedly sparked the great glitter rabbit hole of the internet. Apparently, these clients that purchase glitter are all under a very strict confidentiality clause with GlitterX. They really do not want people to know that their products are made from the sparkly stuff. The industry these products are part of is clearly massive, yet no one knows what it is. So what even is glitter? By definition, it is aluminum metallized polyethylene terephthalate, essentially plastic that has been aluminized and shredded into tiny specks that sparkle. And it's used in a lot of things, from credit cards, passports, currency, football helmets, cosmetics, jet skis, granite countertops, even toothpaste, allegedly. But none of these are quite big enough to be this top industry buyer of glitter. One of the leading theories is that this biggest glitter industry is for boat paint, which many manufacturers do admit they use it in their boats. And they don't want people to know about it because of how much microplastics in the glitter these boats are really dumping into the ocean, which is a hot topic these days and is why they'd want to keep it such a secret. Others claim that it's being dumped into beaches to make the sand sparkle, or that it's just Crest toothpaste and we're rubbing the microplastics directly into our gums, as well as for use in military applications, which would obviously be highly classified, and this is where the theory takes an unexpected turn. Remember that super secret company that basically founded glitter, the other New Jersey company that isn't GlitterX? Turns out they're actually not as big of a secret as they'd like to be, called Meadowbrook Inventions, which was founded by Henry F. Rushman, a German-American machinist who invented modern glitter in the 1930s, and also happened to be part of the Manhattan Project, the highly classified operation that created the atom bomb. So the guy who invented glitter also helped create the world's first nuclear weapon. Who would have known? Meadowbrook's machines that make glitter are also commonly used for government contracts for products like rocket fuel, airplane brake shoes, and anti-radar chaff, which are chopped up fibers they shoot out of military planes that can block radar, redirect heat-seeking missiles, and can even be used to simulate poor weather conditions on radar. Good thing the government would never do that. Henry W. Rushman, the son of the original creator, was interviewed and even admitted to what they were really using glitter for all these years, specifically mentioning money, passports, toothpaste, and all those military applications like that anti-radar chaff, and even mentioned it was used in special batteries they produced for a military contractor called Picatinny Arsenal. Batteries that he claimed produce more electricity than any other battery we've ever known, and was pretty quiet about it after that. If there's anything we've learned about the government, it's that they love spending money, and their budget is essentially endless, especially if it's for the military. And given all these military uses of glitter, as well as its founder's roots in the Manhattan Projects and connection to atomic bombs, this one might be our answer. What other industry could be so secret that the New York Times article described it as CIA levels of obfuscation? How about the CIA itself? Perhaps once again the government is behind it all, using the same sparkly powder found in children's art projects for military applications, fighter jets, rocket fuel, money, and passports. Possibly even some new high-tech super battery they don't want the rest of us to know about. What a plot twist that would be if glitter of all things ends up being the government's top secret weapon to control the masses. The ban was just a publicity stunt for Trump. Or was it actually an IT update to merge with Meta? Rumors are going around that Meta bought TikTok, or at least that they've gotten signals from the Trump administration that a merger could be on the table, with people pointing out that Facebook just created a TikTok account one day before the ban. Convenient timing, except others insist that Facebook's had that account since 2022. Then there's this guy, Shou Chu, TikTok's CEO, who people claim removed the CEO part from his bio, but others say that he never had it in the first place. IT people are even coming out, saying that the whole ban had all the characteristics of a data migration, potentially migrating the TikTok servers over to Meta's. According to them, data migrations typically take around 12 hours and usually happen on weekends, which is, you know, kind of what happened. A lot of users even claiming their For You page just ain't the same anymore, and that maybe Meta's algorithm is now in place, which we all know just doesn't hit like TikTok's. And the videos themselves are just extremely grainy and low resolution. How's this one doing? But overall, this whole Meta merger is sounding very extremely rumory to me. I don't buy it. But it would be pretty crazy if Zuck owned this app now as well, which despite his recent stance on toning down his obviously biased fact checkers and just relaxing censorship on his platforms in general, which I highly support, I just don't think one company having a monopoly on pretty much every social media platform in use is a good idea. There's also the chance this was all just a publicity stunt for TikTok to get the community to rally behind their cause, or even for Trump to come out as the hero who saved TikTok. Personally, I think this whole thing was just a giant game of chicken between TikTok and the US government, with both of them doubling down on their stances towards banning the app as Jan 19th drew closer, at which point TikTok called them out on their bluff and banned the app for all Americans, just for the US to pull back last second and be like, whoa, you didn't think we were actually going to enforce this ban, did you? Ooh, we sure got you there, huh? And the whole ban was reversed in like 12 hours, which for the record, I totally called it, but you know, whatever, it's no big deal. In the end, it looks like TikTok won for now. We've mapped only 26% of the world's sea floor, yet every time we look, we find something that shouldn't be there. This underwater structure was discovered by a couple of treasure hunters in 2011 called Ocean X, who were exploring the North Baltic Sea in search of high-value shipwrecks, when their sonar picked up a massive circular object lying deep on the sea floor, which did not resemble any recognizable ocean craft or known geological feature. This was the Baltic Sea anomaly. They investigated the sonar scans back on land and noticed clear lines, right angles, and striations all over the structure, which almost looked like rooms and hallways. Beside it was a 1,000-foot long flattened area in the sand, almost like the object crashed and slid into its current spot. Whatever this was, it needed another look. Using their funds from selling artifacts in previous shipwrecks, along with a few investors and sponsors, they upgraded their equipment and returned back to the site a year later. But this time, when they deployed their advanced sensors and 3D scanning equipment anywhere near the anomaly, they would lose signal. Like something was intentionally interfering with their technology. Even their satellite phones and electrical equipment would unexplainably cut out and wouldn't turn back on until they got further away from the anomaly. They drop a remote sub into the water to get close-up photos of the structure and more accurate measurements of it, but this mini-sub would also cut in and out and constantly lose signal on its way down. Something was messing with them. With their funds running short, storms approaching, and struggles with keeping a stable connection, things weren't looking so hot. But then, the mini-sub's viewing monitor comes back online and they see it. 300 feet below the surface and about 200 feet across, they get their first close-up images of the Baltic Sea anomaly. They see flat edges that look like they were made from concrete, perfectly round holes like someone drilled directly into its surface, and several square cutouts all over it. There was absolutely nothing here that suggested this was a natural formation. Strangely too, while the temperature of the sea remained fairly normal, directly above the anomaly, the water was below freezing, which shouldn't even be possible, but it's what their readings were telling them. But this wasn't enough for them. They wanted to get right up in there, so they dove down themselves to check it out firsthand. Seeing it in person, they insisted it must be man-made, or maybe even non-human made. And oddly, some parts of it would turn black when they touched it. There were even areas that looked like stairs leading from one level of the structure to another, and a domed compartment on top that stuck out from the main body. Around it, they found other objects like perfectly carved rectangular stone blocks and monoliths, which were buried deep underground, potentially even sitting on top of tunnels and passages beneath the sea floor. They chip off a few pieces of the structure with hammers and chisels and send the samples to a lab for further study, which they find out was just rock. Volcanic rock, but not metal, even though there aren't any volcanoes nearby, suggesting this object may still not have been naturally carved. The anomaly did have quite an interesting look to it, leading some to believe that it was non-human in nature, remnants of an old alien craft that crashed long ago. But now it's looking like it might be something else, perhaps remains of a lost advanced civilization, as I doubt aliens would use stone to build spaceships, but I could be wrong. Some theories even claiming it's a 14,000-year-old monument built by the Atlanteans, who got, let me hear you say it, swallowed by the sea. Either way, like clockwork, the media slandered Ocean X, calling them con artists, as they usually do with any finds like these. While experts insisted the volcanic rock was pushed into place on the sea floor by a glacier from long ago, that just happened to have this totally unnatural shape, and also jams radar and satellite equipment when anyone got close to it, you know, just like volcanic rock usually does. Ocean X tried to raise funding to go back and explore it some more, but no one wanted to invest in it anymore after the media labeled it a scam. But they still managed to scrape up some funds and go back a few years later, although at a much smaller scale and only with their remote mini-sub. This time, they claimed to have found writing, like hieroglyphics, on the side of one of the stones in the anomaly, which honestly, given their non-existent budget for this expedition, it's a little hard to tell from this footage, but it's definitely still still something that's worth exploring further. And that's the problem with a lot of these archaeological finds that defy conventional history. They don't fit into our current paradigm of what we know, so experts sneer and debunk them with a pretentious attitude, even attacking and labeling it dangerous information. Mainstream media outlets have no choice but to save face and agree with the experts, or else get slandered and potentially lose their jobs. And of course, the internet misinformation warriors hop on the bandwagon and vehemently insult anyone who supports these fringe ideas. The ones who discover these structures and artifacts, or even people who just talk about them with an open mind, are mocked and called con artists, liars, and frauds, causing investors and governments to pull funding and sweep these discoveries under the rug. Listen, don't just blindly believe discoveries like this are something more just because I talk about it, but also don't blindly believe the inflated egos of the experts or the debunkers who are too afraid of getting ridiculed by others for considering alternative theories. Maybe the more people that have the courage to stand up for and discuss alternate, eye-opening theories like these, the more support we'll get for further investigation into them, and the closer we'll get to the truth of who was here before us and how old our civilization really is. To think we were actually impressed when this first came out in 2023. Extremely grainy and chaotic, with each clip only being like 2 seconds long. Not to mention the backgrounds, movements, and pretty much everything going on in the videos is just totally warped and doesn't visually make any sense. More of a bad trip than a realistic simulation, but it's a start. Then in 2024, we get a serious update. It's looking much better, full HD, and there's a sort of consistency in the video where things aren't just morphing in and out of shape anymore. You'll still notice some movements that are kind of creepy and jerky, or objects that just forget how they were supposed to be oriented. Overall, it still has a very uncanny type of feel to it. Like, we can obviously tell what we're looking at isn't real life, but now 2025 just brought it to a whole new level. Actually, no, this is a real video Will Smith took himself in 2024 as a parody to all the AI videos of him eating spaghetti. But it does give us a sort of control test of what we're working towards, because this is AI Will Smith eating spaghetti in 2025. The future is here. Huge improvements over 2024. At first glance, it almost looks 100% real. But if you look really close, you'll see a few unnatural movements and subtle transformations that just don't make much sense. But clearly, we're making great progress, and soon enough, we're going to be able to generate videos of anyone doing anything, and we're not even going to be able to tell whether they're real or AI. Hold up, should we be concerned? Gordon Ramsay just posted a cryptic message to his socials that's a little concerning. GeoGuessers like Rainbolt have all but confirmed that the view outside of his window is a runway right beside Area 51, with flight attendant Leisha even mentioning she was on that same flight with Gordon himself, which landed in the middle of the desert in Nevada, exactly where Area 51 is supposed to be. But I noticed a little something that no one else brought up. By now, everyone's seen this weird little pan sitting in his cup holder. And it's tiny, way too small to be used by any regular human, so what is this for? I zoomed in closer, applied some light filters, and noticed a pattern of hexagons all over it. I mean, clearly this is just his cookware brand, Hexclad, right? But oh, it goes much deeper than that, because I came across this leaked classified document featuring the exact same hexagonal pattern, which also claims we never made this technology. We recovered it from UFOs. Non-human metallics. This all came out in 2016. Coincidentally, the same year Hexclad introduced this technology to the world. Whatever's going on here, the questions still stand. Who or what is this tiny pan for, and has Gordon really been working with classified alien technology this entire time? The Panama Canal is much more epic than you think, and there is a reason the US wants to take it back. Normally, if you ever wanted to go from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, you would have to go all the way around South America like this, which can literally take up to 2 months. But the US wanted a shortcut by cutting through the thinnest part of land right through the other side that would save them billions of dollars and months of time. This thinnest part happened to be in Panama, which was part of Colombia at the time, who wanted nothing to do with the US. So Colombia let the French build this shortcut in 1882, who failed miserably due to disease and other factors, and the project went bankrupt. America saw this and determined that Panama needed some good old freedom, so they intervened and helped Panama gain its independence in 1903. In return, Panama gave the US this tiny strip of land that happened to be exactly where the canal was being built. In 1904, America buys the failed Panama Canal project from the French for $40 million and finishes it 10 years later in 1914. But it was kind of worth it. Not only did it cut months of travel time down to about about 8 hours, generated billions of dollars in revenue, but also ended up being crucial for military operations in the Navy. So what happened? How did the US lose control of such a critical asset? Well, first you need to realize the Panama Canal sure ain't no hole-in-the-ground tunnel that just connects the two oceans. The engineering that went into this is on par with one of the greatest achievements in all of humanity. So the sea level on the Pacific side is actually about 20 centimeters higher than on the Atlantic side for various complex scientific reasons. Not to mention the water level of lakes and rivers on land is much higher than the oceans too. In order to get ships across, the Panama Canal uses a series of locks and water chambers that slowly fill up and bring the passing ship up to the water level of the artificial lake on land. It passes through the man-made lake and does the same thing in reverse on the other side to bring it back down to the other ocean. Boom boom bop, easy does it, right? Well, not so much, because in 1977, the Torrijos-Carter treaties promised Panama would regain full control of the canal by the end of 1999, which it did. So Panama now owns full control of the canal, which generates billions and billions of dollars a year in revenue. And you know who loves billions and billions of dollars? This guy right here, who realized what a grave mistake it was to give it up and now kinda wants it back. I didn't realize that Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal are all up for sale. Donald Trump has been talking about literally buying these countries and possibly making them states under a unified Greater America. Hell, throw Mexico into the mix and we can even unify all of North America with Canada, the US, and Mexico under the Republic of American Governance. But seriously, is it even possible to just buy a country in 2025? Yeah, actually it kind of is, and we've been doing it all throughout history. This isn't even the first time that America tried to buy Greenland. Trump himself suggested it in 2019. They also tried back in 1910 and again in 1946 when President Truman offered $100 million, which is $1 billion in today's money, to buy it off Denmark, which Denmark currently owns Greenland, just FYI, but they can technically declare their independence whenever they want. But since Greenland has a population of just about 56,000 people, which is literally half the population of a single neighborhood in Manhattan, they kind of rely on the $500 million they get from Denmark every year to survive. Now, the US and Denmark have actually done business before when it comes to buying countries. The Danish West Indies were a series of islands in the Caribbean that Denmark owned up until 1917, when the US bought them for $25 million in gold coins and renamed them the US Virgin Islands, which we still have today. Then there's also Alaska, which belonged to Russia up until 1867, when the US bought it for $7.2 million because Russia sorta needed the money. But these are all just territories. How exactly do you buy a whole ass country? Like, what even happens? It's sort of like buying land and also being able to tell everyone on that land how they should act and what you'll give them in return for cooperating, and dozens of other implications that you would never think of. Well, can you buy a country? Like, if you were a billionaire with enough money, could you just step in, present an offer they can't refuse, and boom, it's yours? Not quite. It's pretty complicated, but it all falls back to acquiring something called the allodial title of the land, which means you own the land outright with no higher entity owning it above you. When you buy land anywhere in the world today, what you're really buying is something called the fee simple title, which means the country the land is in still technically kinda owns it. You can do and build whatever you want on this land as long as you obey their laws. Allodial titles of the land aren't exactly available anymore today, but is actually how countries like Liechtenstein were purchased back in the 1700s. And most of the time, only a country itself can really hold or buy allodial titles. So in order to buy a country, first you gotta be a country. And this is how you can start your own country legally. The first thing you need is land. And we already have our first problem. If you look at the world, you'll see that pretty much all land has already been claimed by other nations. Since you can't really buy any of these countries until you are your own country, the only other way to claim any of this land for yourself would be by force, aka invade. Even if you have enough money to fund a guerrilla military force to invade a small country, let's focus on doing this peacefully. In this case, we can look for tiny areas of land that lay on the border of two different countries that neither of them claim, also known as terra nullius, Latin for nobody's land, and is actually how the micronation of Liberland was formed, a section along the border of Croatia and Serbia that neither of them claimed. There's also the region of Bir Tawil between Egypt and Sudan, which remains unclaimed to this day, but it's a barren wasteland of sand with no water, so good luck with that. You can try to claim a part of the Mary Birdland in Antarctica, which is technically unclaimed, but you'd be breaching the Antarctic Treaty, which will lead to complications. Despite that, Antarctica actually already has a few micronations of its own that people have tried to claim. The Duchy of Campania, the Grand Duchy of Flandrensis, and West Arctica are all real Antarctic micronations, but none of these are taken very seriously. But I'll show you how your country can be. We can go remote, super remote, and there are actually many islands in the Pacific Ocean that remain remain unclaimed to this day that you can try to take for yourself. Given how far and isolated they are, it'll be quite difficult to bring any required goods and services there to set up basic infrastructure, so again, good luck. We can always build our own country, as per Sealand, a micronation off the shore of England that consists of a platform on 2 pillars in the ocean. As long as you're at least 12 miles past the shore of any other country, you're technically in international waters and are good to go. Either an oil rig type base like Sealand or even a floating nation on an enormous barge, which surprisingly no one has done yet. If you happen to have an extra $1 trillion laying around, you can always just buy dirt and pour it into the shallowest part of the sea to physically create your own island from scratch. Or if you have the time, you can always wait a couple 100,000 years for volcanoes to form new islands in the ocean and claim that. You can always go the Atlantis route and build a city directly on the sea floor. Although I'm not sure if our technology is there yet, there aren't any laws that say we can't. Well, there are your options. Once you have your land, you can move on to step 2, establish a permanent population, which there are technically no minimums for how many people are needed to start a country. The micronation of Forvik on a remote island near Scotland has a population of about 4+. But they do need to live there for more than half the year, so go find some willing new citizens. Then you need to determine your system of government. You want to be a democracy, a dictatorship, maybe go back to monarchy, or maybe even create a whole new system. Perhaps just go full-blown libertarian and let everyone govern themselves. Obviously, you need to create your own flag, which there aren't really any strict rules for, so go crazy. And then you need to write a constitution, or whatever you choose to call it, which is really just a document that summarizes the laws, principles, and entities that make up the government in your country. All right, we're making progress. But now we need the one thing to even be up for consideration as an independent nation on an international scale. A representative that is your country's direct line of communication with others, your Secretary of State. Technically speaking, having a military, social services, and even basic infrastructure are not requirements to be a country, but a Secretary of State is necessary. Find someone that's willing to do the job and they're in. Any country that wants to talk to you has to go through them first. Now the biggest and hardest part of the whole process: gain international recognition. You need to formally declare independence in order to be internationally recognized as a sovereign state. To do this, you basically just have to make friends with other countries' secretaries of state so they take you seriously, which is kind of what Taiwan did, or tried to do. Despite calling itself independent since 1949, to this day there are only 12 countries that recognize it as such. So this process may take a really long time. Let your secretary go on a decades-long, possibly even generational world tour to make friends with other world government leaders to build your case. Then when you have enough people who like you on your side, you may want to consider joining the UN for further credibility. To do that, you just need to write a letter to the Secretary General of the UN to request membership. Literally, that's all you need to do. You can easily find the mailing address online too. If you win at least a 2/3 majority vote by the Security Council, which are these 15 countries here, and you only have to win over 10 of them, congrats, you're in. You're now part of the UN. Now, you don't have to be part of the UN to be an independent nation, but it sure helps your case. The end goal here is just to be recognized by other real countries as being your own independent nation. As there are small countries like Vatican City, Taiwan, and Kosovo that aren't part of the UN, but are still globally recognized as sovereign states by at least one other major country. This process is called diplomatic recognition and requires an official spokesperson of a country to make a statement and say they recognize a country as independent. In essence, an invite-only club where you need to get referred by a member of the club to join, and that's all it takes. There are actually many micronations around the world, like Liberland, West Antarctica, and Sealand. The problem with these is that none of them are formally recognized by any other country, except often by each other. So they're missing that final and crucial step of international recognition in their journey. But after all this, if you finally manage to start your own country and gain that coveted international recognition, we can buy a country, right? You just need a couple $1 billion to even start discussions on buying the smallest country there is, and likely no one will take your offer seriously. Even if a government somehow agrees to sell you their country, then you still need to gain the approval of the people living there to complete a peaceful transfer. And that, my friends, is how you can buy a country. Clearly, there's a reason that regular people never do this. Well, would you look at that? What appears to look like the remains of some ancient structure found on Mars. Here are what ancient Roman ruins in Syria and Iraq look like, and here's the one on Mars. And of course, it's totally real. You can even see it yourself in the Mars Orbiter Camera Library, where this long strip of a photo was taken in a crater with the Mars Global Surveyor way back in 2001. And if you zoom in on that strip, at the very top, you'll find our Martian ruins. A seemingly perfectly symmetrical square, about 3 kilometers kilometers on each side, so it would be massive. Of course, if they haven't already, you can bet NASA will deem this either a natural formation or a photography trick of the eyes. But I mean, along with the pyramids, the face, that doorway, all the other questionable shit that we've been finding on Mars over the past few decades, not to mention the remote viewing mission the CIA went on back in 1984, in which a psychic apparently telepathically visited Mars 1 million years in the past, where he saw pyramids, obelisks, and a dying elder race looking for a new home, all confirmed in a declassified report, by the way. Oh, and now even Elon Musk, the man taking humanity to Mars, mentioned that he may want to investigate it. We gotta know, not even what if, but what on Mars used to live there. Is there a reason they've been hiding electric vehicles from us for over 100 years? Like, when do you think the world's first electric car was invented? Was it in 2008 when Tesla first revealed the Roadster to the world? Nope. Maybe it was in 1996 with the revolutionary EV1 from General Motors. Not even close. The first commercially viable electric car was the Baker electric vehicle in 1909. Yup, we had electric cars over 100 years ago, and then they just kinda disappeared for a while, and I bet you can guess who was behind it all. This car here could go 70 miles on one charge and up to 25 miles per hour. Not the fastest, but still better than a typical horse-drawn carriage back then, which would cap at around 10 miles per hour. What happened here? Like, why did this fall off, and what took EVs so long to gain mainstream appeal like they have today? Well, in 1908, they actually held a race in Philadelphia between a gas-powered car and an electric one to see which one is better and which we should use in society. They raced through the crowded streets where they had to stop at intersections, wait for pedestrians, and swerve around horse-drawn buggies. In the end, the Studebaker electric car won by 10 whole minutes. It dominated, yet it was never adopted by the public. Often called the horseless electric carriage back then, they were easier to turn on, had faster acceleration and braking, no exhaust and no combustion happening under your seat. And of course, it didn't need gas, just an electric charge, which is much cheaper. Better for the customer, not so good for the companies that profit off them, and this may have been the start of their downfall. Say hello to our good friends, the oil and gas industrial complex. It really did seem promising at first, with the electric vehicle company EVC being the biggest car manufacturer in the US in the late 1800s before Henry Ford took over. So what in the world happened here? Well, first, the EVC was accused of loan fraud that bankrupted the company in 1902. I wonder who could have possibly led the investigation that resulted in that. Then, conveniently, in 1903, Henry Ford starts banging out gas-powered cars in his revolutionary assembly line process, which saw enormous success, adopting the general notion that gas was just a better product. On top of that, lack of charging ports out in the countryside made electric cars more limited and cumbersome. And in general, electric cars were not only more expensive, but were generally marketed towards women who didn't drive as much as men back then. So there wasn't much of a target audience for EVs. Even Clara Ford, Henry Ford's wife herself, owned and drove an electric car. Men, the primary market for cars during that time, preferred gas, as they were cheaper, faster, more powerful, and just portrayed as more manly in general. By the 1920s, the electric car was pretty much out of the market. Not because they were necessarily inferior vehicles, but rather due to price, lack of infrastructure, feminine marketing, and a very convenient bankruptcy. Which admittedly, lack of electric charging stations around the country is a pretty valid reason. But then again, we didn't have many gas stations yet either. Supplying cars with gasoline just happens to result in more long-term profit than charging them with electricity. And this actually goes back even further, with a couple of prototype EVs in the 1800s. In 1899, the Belgian La Jamaïque Content broke the 100km/h speed barrier for the first time in history, reaching a speed of 105 kilometers an hour. It was an electric vehicle. In 1888, what is considered the first electric car ever appeared in Germany, the Flocken Elektrowagen, invented by entrepreneur Andreas Flocken, and could reach a very humble 15 kilometers an hour. But the deeper you look, the further back in time EVs go. In 1881, Gustav Struve introduced the first electric carriage, which was more of a tricycle and not technically considered a car yet, in Paris that could also go 15 kilometers an hour. Go back 50 years before then to Scotland's Robert Anderson, who built his own motorized electric carriage around 1832. Batteries weren't even rechargeable yet back then, so it was more of a party trick than an actual transportation device, coming in at 6 kilometers an hour and a range of about 2.5 kilometers before it needed entirely new batteries. Ironically, this one also used crude oil to generate the electric charge in the battery, so it kinda doesn't count. But more recently, car manufacturers tried to revive the electric vehicle trend, like in 1996 with the EV1 from GM, a pretty futuristic looking car for its time, which was a total flop, and they quickly scrapped it in favor of more Hummers, SUVs, batteries and more gas-guzzling vehicles. You see, electric cars are nothing new. In fact, they even predate some of the earliest gas-powered cars in history. But when one option can produce way more long-term profit than the other, history tends to go the route that is more profitable to the companies behind it. So much that it literally took an independent billionaire to start his own electric car company in the mid-2000s to finally bring it to mainstream production. And hey, I'm not saying EVs are perfect. Far from it. In fact, they kinda scare me. We've all seen the brutal cobalt mines that are needed to make these batteries and how harmful those can be. And also the sorta concerning totalitarian access that governments and companies have to electric vehicles, being able to control and disable them remotely essentially whenever they want. But it really just makes you wonder what other revolutionary products and systems have been invented in the past that never saw the light of day because of profit. I know moving giant stones is something ancient cultures did all the time, but sometimes you really have to ask, how? This is the Yangshan Quarry in the Nanjing province of China, and we can't even begin to imagine how they planned on doing anything with this. Mind-bafflingly enormous blocks that weigh up to 16,000 tons. That's 10 times heavier than the Forgotten Stone in Baalbek, Lebanon, the heaviest official stone block ever quarried. Now I know what you're thinking. Clearly stone blocks of this size were not intended to be moved, right? Well, strangely, there's virtually nothing here that suggests these blocks were meant to stay here. We see these giant holes at the bottom, a common method for disconnecting blocks from the bedrock, and would also be perfect for lifting them, if they even had the technology to lift it, which they definitely didn't in the 15th century when it's thought this project was abandoned. Even today, we would need the most advanced super mega crane to handle something of this size, with the current world record for the heaviest load ever lifted sitting at 24,000 tons by the Honghai crane, ironically also by China. Let's dial it back to one thing that everyone can definitely all agree on. These are clearly not natural formations. Perfect edges, 90-degree angles, obvious evidence of human intervention, and even sculpted knobs along the surface that stick out, which again is a common feature we see in quarried blocks around the world, thought to be used to transport heavy stones. In places like Cusco and Ollantaytambo in Peru, the Giza Plateau in Egypt. The official story of the Yangshan Quarry claims that Chinese Emperor Zhu Di wanted to erect a colossal stele, which is a giant stone monument in memory of his father. So he directed stonemasons to start carving out these gigantic stone blocks, which took them about 8 years to complete, only to realize at the very end that they don't know how to move them and abandon the project. Which sorta just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, the Chinese were and still are notoriously smart, suggesting they spent years of hard work and effort carving out these gargantuan blocks, which after 8 years of painstaking work, they look at and go, actually we don't know how to move these, let's just cancel this project. Kinda undermines their intelligence. And it's not just one, they quarried 3 whole megalithic blocks in the Yangshan Quarry without planning how they're gonna move them. Now, the fringe theory suggests that the weathering on these stones appear to put them closer to 8,000 years old rather than the commonly accepted 600 or so. And that the emperor just found this quarry, planned the whole project, his stonemasons look at it and go, bruh, there ain't no way we're moving these, and can it? Remember, history is written by the victors. If the Chinese emperor found this quarry and decided to claim in the official records that he made it, our history books and Google will tell us just that. Maybe the official records are totally right, but perhaps they really are much older than we think, carved by the long-lost advanced civilizations who were known for moving the biggest megaliths in history around the world. And strangely, just like the Yangshan Quarry, many of them appear to have been abruptly abandoned, like some global event took place that caused them to immediately stop their work. In which case, who built this, and how on earth did they plan on moving it? Learning the secrets of ancient China is realizing they have more pyramids than anywhere in the world. More than Egypt, they might even have the biggest one in history, dwarfing both Giza and the infamous Bosnian Pyramid. This is gonna shatter your entire view of history. Found just outside the city of Xi'an in China's Shaanxi province are hundreds of pyramids dating back thousands of years old. And on record, pretty much all of them are unexplored to preserve their history. First brought to light in 1912 when American traders Fred Meyer Schroeder and Oscar Mammon were traveling across China when they met a Taoist priest along the route who told them about 7 previously unknown pyramids they decided to check out. In his diary, Schroeder wrote about a group of pyramids they saw in the Xi'an region that towered between villages and farmlands, some even in the forest. He documented everything, noting a particularly enormous one that he claimed to be at least 1,000 feet in height, possibly higher. For the record, the tallest official pyramid in the world is the Great Pyramid of Giza at 450 feet. The tallest most unofficial one, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun at 720 feet, which will definitely trigger the Google debunkers. This one in China was allegedly more than twice the height of Giza, which is just unimaginable. It was a mystery for quite a while, thought to be a hoax or a grand miscalculation. But then in 1945, US Air Corps pilot James Gossman makes an interesting observation. He was flying from China to India when he looks out his window and claims to have seen a gigantic pyramid about 1,000 feet high, with a shimmering white jewel-like crystal as its capstone, which thus became known as the mythical Great White Pyramid. Just 2 years later, in 1947, Colonel Maurice Sheehan, a director of Transworld Airlines, reported the exact same structure while flying and even took a photo of it. That's 3 separate accounts of the same 1,000-foot pyramid, surrounded by hundreds of smaller ones. Today, almost all of these pyramids are completely covered in grass, and we still don't know what's inside them or even exactly how they were made. Most of them are pretty low, commonly referred to as mounds rather than pyramids, featuring flat tops where other structures were thought to have been built on. And these mounds are confirmed by governments and archaeologists to be legitimate man-made structures, not natural formations. There are hundreds of these pyramid mounds in the region, yet they're almost entirely unexplored, at least to Westerners, as their government restricts study, excavation, and even visiting many of these structures to anyone but their inner circle, with the 1,000-foot Great White Pyramid now commonly regarded as a myth, as no one has formally been able to study it up close. But attempts have been made. In the early 90s, German investigator Hartwig Hausdorff did search for it, but was unsuccessful, as he reported Chinese military meticulously patrolling the exact region it was supposed to be in, which ended his expedition. Strangely too, local farmers are apparently encouraged to plant trees on the pyramids, almost like they're trying to cover them up. In the year 2000, China released a statement saying they've discovered about 400 pyramids in the Shaanxi province alone. Egypt has about 120 confirmed pyramids. Sudan, the official leader of pyramids by sheer numbers in the world, about 250. 400 is more than both of those combined, although many of them are officially considered mounds. Strangely too, while dozens of official news articles reported on this 400 number in 2000, recent reports have scaled that number down to about 40. And the pyramids here are once again lined up with the cardinal directions, northeast, southwest, a common trait among virtually every pyramid in the world. There's a grouping of pyramids whose positioning appears to be just slightly misaligned from the Gemini constellation, but computer analysis determined would be perfectly aligned during the spring equinox of 10,500 BC, suggesting that's when they may have been built. Others are aligned with the Orion constellation, just like the pyramids of Giza in Egypt and the Teotihuacan pyramids in Mexico. 3 different continents, thousands of kilometers apart, all using similar construction patterns, and also happen to be aligned in an almost perfectly straight line with each other on a global scale. Is this an indicator of shared ancient cultural knowledge among these civilizations that we're not aware of? Or perhaps even a singular source that built them all, both of which would be groundbreaking discoveries. And this isn't the first time this correlation was made. In 1785, Joseph de Guines, a French historian, wrote an essay in which we prove the Chinese are an Egyptian colony, bridging a connection between the two cultures based on not only the presence of pyramids, but also similarities in cultural practices and writing styles. Remember, these are all just theories, but please kindly do share your opinions if you disagree. Maybe they were built as tombs, as history suggests, even though many of them lack historic records on their construction. And this doesn't even touch upon the Anlong Mountains further south, which they insist are just natural formations, and like, okay buddy. And the problem is, with their country's restrictions, we can't even go in and study the pyramids of Xi'an ourselves if we wanted to. So much of our world's history is guarded by the red tape of the governments whose countries these sites are found in. Everything we claim to know is simply just what they allow to be made public. If there ever was some previous advanced civilization that existed here tens, even hundreds of thousands of years ago that got wiped away by some worldwide cataclysm, do you really think those in charge would let that information go public and risk losing all their power in the worldwide panic that would follow? Like, if it happened to them, who were allegedly more advanced than us, then what's stopping it from happening again to us? This has got to be the most unbelievable archaeological find ever made, and to this day there are still no records of who built this or how. It was found near a village along the Q River of eastern China, a quaint little farming town with beautiful rolling hills. One of the mountains in the region was home to a series of very interesting rectangular shaped ponds that were unlike any other in the country. For as long as anyone in the village could remember, these ponds supplied them with water for ages. Generations upon generations would use the ponds as a fresh water supply, and they would never run dry or even recede over time. They almost seem to be a source of infinite water. They became known as the bottomless ponds, and villagers even attempted on many occasions to measure how deep they are, using the longest bamboo poles they could find, yet they could never ever touch the bottom. Then in the summer of 1992, a local villager was fishing in one of the ponds when he caught a massive 30-pounder, which was way bigger than what anyone else had ever caught in these ponds. Intrigued by this discovery, the villager made it his mission to get to the bottom of this mystery. So he convinced 3 other villagers to help him drain one of the ponds entirely, which was an ambitious project by any means. They get a hold of a basic manual water pump and get to work continuously pumping the water out of one of the ponds day and night in shifts. After 5 days of non-stop pumping, the water level had only dropped a couple feet, but they made their first earth-shattering discovery. Just below the surface of the water, on the far side of the pond, they see a set of stairs going down into the bottom of the pond. This was clearly huge. Excited, they got 4 more water pumps and rallied a few more villagers to help their cause and continued pumping non-stop for 17 more days. And they did it. They drained the entire pond, and what they found shocked not only the village, but the entire world as well. They were looking directly into an ancient man-made subterranean complex that completely defied their entire understanding of history. These are the Long U caves, crafted with perfectly flat floors, enormous rooms, grand pillars, and even intricate art carved into its walls. The entire excavation revealed 24 caves in a massive underground network, 14 of which were collapsed, but the 10 that stood were just unexplainable, indicating a level of sophisticated precision in making these caves that totally rewrote conventional ancient Chinese history as they knew it. The walls had finely carved patterns, a level of detail typically achieved by only the most advanced artisans, and were even found on the ceilings, which would have been even harder to pull off, which in some areas would stand up to 10 stories tall, with a total area spanning 11,000 square feet across all of the caves, with no evidence of soot or burn marks anywhere on the walls or ceilings, implying they either did all of this in complete darkness or using some lighting method we're not aware of. Not to mention, some of these caves didn't even connect with each other, yet were perfectly chiseled with walls less than 50 centimeters thick separating them. This level of precision is borderline impossible for its time. Once again, an ancient structure so impressive that it almost seems like they had some form of advanced technology that was either lost or suppressed over time. If it even was possible with the technology available at the time, it's estimated a project like this would have taken centuries to finish. Current estimates put it at around 2,000 years old, yet there are no records of these caves anywhere in ancient Chinese history. Just like the Egyptians, the ancient Chinese were meticulous record keepers of everything they did, yet not a single account of this engineering marvel of a complex found anywhere among them. Seems to be a trend among ancient cultures to make epic shit and just never write about them for some reason. There isn't even any evidence of the people who could have built these caves. On top of that, this complex would have required the removal of millions of tons of stone, which is nowhere to be found. Such a monumental quantity of rock would have left a huge impact on the surrounding landscape, yet the region around the cave has nothing. But overall, China is no stranger to caves like these. 100 miles north, we see the Huashan Grottos, another network of 36 caves with a similar sophistication as Long U. Despite being a project that would have also taken centuries to complete, there are also no records of who built them, how they were built, or for what purpose. They're just there. And just as mysteriously, the millions of tons of rock removed from this subterranean network are nowhere to be found. Maybe they were transported and used in other projects, like the mythical Great White Pyramid they so closely guard. Same with the Guyaju Caves, China's largest cliff-dwelling complex composed of 117 caves. Discovered in 1984, sprawling over 25 acres, more than 1 million square feet. These are made out of granite, which we know is very hard and very difficult to carve, so we can't even begin to imagine how they did any of this. All of these caves lack significant datable archaeological evidence, and have very few, if any, historical records of their construction. Isn't it kinda weird that a civilization known for its meticulous record keeping has no surviving records of arguably its most impressive feats? We really have no idea how old any of these are. Common estimates putting them around 2,000 years old, but we really have no way of accurately dating rocks. And it doesn't end with caves. Ancient China is home to some of the most amazing understudied monuments monuments in the world, like the impressive Hyjin City Fortress carved directly into the side of a mountain gorge, an absolute marvel of ancient engineering with an intricate network of tunnels and dwellings inside, all heavily eroded from time. And of course, the centerpiece massive 30-foot entrance carved into the canyon wall, which would have clearly been difficult to make. This fortress once again has very little historic records to show where it came from. The theory proposed by historians was that local farmers of the region with no knowledge of stonework constructed this fortress to protect themselves against bandits. Yeah, and others will probably try to convince you it was naturally formed. I mean, if this isn't clear evidence of some lost civilization, I don't know what is. Well, what if it isn't a lost civilization because they actually found it? In 1986, construction workers near the city of Guanghan accidentally discovered 2 pits filled with thousands of artifacts that belong to a civilization that we have absolutely no record of other than these relics, totaling around 13,000 artifacts of gold and bronze statues, figurines, masks, some even made out of jade, others up to 5 feet wide and 9 feet tall, which became known as the Sanshendui people, who featured distinct large eyes and big ears that kinda... Okay, no, I'm not going there. Strangely though, these aren't similar to any other ancient Chinese culture that came after or before them, and many of these artifacts were burned and heavily damaged when they found them, almost like they've been intentionally hidden and buried, or perhaps scorched by a global cataclysm. The Sanshendui artifacts have been officially dated to as far back as 5,000 years old. That's as old as the Sumerians and the earliest Old Kingdom Egyptian empires that ever existed. Did this society exist far before our known timeline, build all of these incredible complexes, and for whatever reason get erased from history? The dawn of civilization from an unknown society found in China? Man, this shit really just keeps on getting older. Oh, you're gonna love this one, the Shampoo Conspiracy. Something that you use every day, but do you know who's really behind it and what it's really doing to you? Disclaimer, the ideas presented here are not theories, they're all verifiable facts. So you go over to your local grocery store to do some shopping and you realize you haven't washed your hair in over a month. It's time to clean up. You head to the shampoo aisle and you're met with dozens, maybe even over 100 different options to choose from. Quite the variety, right? Surely you can find a brand that's right for you? Well, my friend, what if I told you that 90% of these shampoos are all owned by the same 3 to 4 mega corporations, all of which have one common top shareholder? This is the shadow shampoo oligopoly, and they're all kind of working against you together. So here are the top 20 or so most popular shampoo brands in America, and they're all owned, or at least partially owned, by these 4 mega corporations. But there's nothing really wrong with that. I mean, these companies are worth hundreds of billions of dollars, so they definitely must put the customer first, right? Oh, my starry-eyed little friend, let me introduce you to a very simple business practice called going public. So when you start a company, you begin as what we call a small business, a little family-owned mom and pop shop that brings some sort of product or service into the world. As you grow, you hire more people, make more money, and produce more incredible products or services to your customers. Now, I'm gonna dumb this down a lot, as there's so much more that goes into this, but I won't bore you with the details. This ain't a business course. But to keep it very simple, eventually most companies who want to make it big hit a wall, where they're not able to grow more because they lack the money required to invest in that next big thing for their business, whether it be more employees, more inventory, new equipment, bigger advertising budgets, etc. So they take out loans, look for sponsors, investors, and venture capitalists to get that money. But sometimes even that's not enough. So in order to get a lot of money really fast, they go public through an IPO, an initial public offering, which basically means their company is now going to be traded on the stock market. Now, being on the stock market means you no longer fully own your own business anymore. You're trading small percentage ownerships in your business called shares to the public in exchange for cash. If that company proceeds to grow and make more money, the value of its shares go up, and the people who bought them make a profit, either through dividends or selling the shares. Now, both people and other companies can invest in publicly traded businesses by buying their shares on the stock market and are called the shareholders. So you gotta realize these companies that go public sort of now have 2 different categories of customers they have to serve. They have the consumers who actually buy their products or services, and now they also have the shareholders who have sort of become customers of the company as well. You following me so far? Now here is where it gets interesting. The regular Joe Schmo shareholders like you and I don't really make much of an impact from our couple $1,000 or whatever that we invest in these companies. What happens is giant investment conglomerates invest hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars into these companies. Investment firms like BlackRock and Vanguard, who sort of become these super mega customers of the companies they invest in. And these companies must now do something called please the shareholder. Or else these giant investment firms pull their funding these companies now rely on and put them out of business. Pleasing the shareholder usually means the company now has to get their consumers, that other group of customers they have that actually buy their products, to buy their products or services as often as possible, so they can increase how much their company is worth, known as market cap, by whatever means it takes. Sometimes even to the ultimate detriment of the consumer, so the shareholders stay happy and keep their money in the company. Stock market 101 for dummies. So we went a little bit off the rails just now. Let's dial it back. Oh yes, the shampoo cabal, the 4 megacorps that basically own almost every shampoo product ever, all of which are of course publicly traded companies on the stock market. Let's see who the top shareholders of these companies are, shall we? Procter & Gamble. Oh, look at that. Vanguard. Unilever. Yup, that's Vanguard. And Johnson & Johnson. Well, what do you know? Vanguard. Meaning these companies' top customer isn't the person using their shampoo, but rather a $1 trillion investment conglomerate who by definition is literally only concerned with profit. L'Oreal is actually pretty well balanced and are still technically majority family owned by, of course, a $1 billion family, the Betancourts. But you can see their top shareholders are also big investment firms, and oh look, there's Vanguard again. Now, we're not done yet, because pretty much all of these companies have all been involved in major lawsuits due to their shampoos making people's hair fall out, drying out their skin, damaging their hair, and many other reasons. Class action lawsuits that they've resolved through settlements, meaning they basically admitted, yeah, our bad, our shampoo might have done that, so here's some money. But wait just a minute, if their shampoo makes people's hair fall out, doesn't that mean they're gonna stop buying shampoo because they're not gonna have any hair to wash anymore? Well, these same companies also make all the products that allegedly make your hair grow back, hydrates dry scalps, and fixes damaged hair. Nioxin, Procter & Gamble, Rogaine, Johnson & Johnson, you get the drill. Products that are inherently more expensive due to their medical properties and that the consumer will have to buy more often to benefit from its effects. Welcome to pleasing the shareholder. Now, I'm not saying that every publicly traded company is this evil mega corporation that feeds on your soul, but I can tell you, if any of these companies ever have the option between getting a consumer to buy something once in a while versus forcing a consumer to buy a much more expensive product all the f***ing time, you can bet they're choosing that one. And just apply this logic to what happened in 2020 and 2021 and you'll start to notice something. Okay, I'm gonna stop now before I get in trouble, but huge shout out to this legend Ian Carroll for bringing this to light. He's the one I learned this from, so definitely him if you want to learn more. At the end of the day, remember to shop local and support small businesses, because those are the ones that really do have your back. This is what would happen if you traveled 1 billion years into the past. Shorter days, no visible life, noxious gases in the atmosphere, bombarded by deadly ultraviolet rays from the sun, with black sludgy oceans and barren land. The Earth just entered the Neo-Proterozoic era, and this is how long you'd be able to survive here. Everyone knows the survival rule of 3, stating as a general ballpark that we can survive about 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 hours without shelter in extreme environments, and 3 minutes without air. There's obviously exceptions, but it's a generalization. Let's run through that survival list and see how long you'd last on old Earth. Before we can do anything, we still have to be able to see. So will the sun still be there to give us light? Yes, it would, but a typical day would be around 18 hours instead of the usual 24, so we'd have to adjust to that. That is, if we can even survive until then, so let's start with food. Plants and animals, as we know today, basically don't exist yet at all. The Cambrian explosion, a period of rapid evolution that resulted in a lot of new forms of more complex life on Earth, wasn't set to happen for at least another 500 million years, so there wouldn't really be much to eat. Life existed pretty much only in the ocean, as simple, single, or even multi-celled organisms, and possibly some basic plants like algae. Yup, floating bacteria in the ocean is pretty much all we got for dinner. What about drinking water? How were the oceans like? Well, we actually kind of know exactly what they were like. Scientists found 2.7 billion-year-old water under Ontario, Canada, that remained untouched by our atmosphere for at least 1 billion years. They took it up to study, and one brave soul actually tasted it herself, and it was nasty. Saltier than today's oceans, thicker than regular water, and it also turned orange when exposed to oxygen. This is what we call primordial soup, thick water filled with the early forms of microbial life. Great for kickstarting the theoretical process of evolution, not so much for drinking. What about shelter on old Earth? Could we at least protect ourselves from the elements? Well, 1 billion years ago, Earth would have been pretty flat. Big mountain ranges haven't had the chance to form yet on our shifting plates, so finding caves to shelter enter in would prove difficult. All land on the planet was a collection of land masses crammed closely together, forming the supercontinent of Rodinia? Yeah, not even Pangaea, that wasn't set to form for another 700 million years. We've actually had a bunch of supercontinents on Earth, like Columbia, Rodinia, Pannotia, Gondwana, and then finally, Pangaea. In this case, it was Rodinia, surrounded by a superocean named Morovia. In these days, massive super earthquakes and super volcanoes were the norm, from how close together the tectonic plates were all grinding up against each other. So you'd be dealing with that as well. Microscopic food, salty, thick water to drink, and barely any shelter. Things aren't looking so good. How about air? Could we at least breathe out here? The air was technically breathable, but only for a few minutes due to the low concentration of oxygen before you'd pass out. Oxygen levels were at about 2%, while today we're at 21%, so breathing would be difficult. And there would almost definitely be some weird airborne microbes in the air that our bodies aren't used to and would us if we inhaled them. Not to mention the ozone layer wasn't set to form for another 400 million years, so the sun's radiation would very quickly fry you too. If the heat didn't get you first, as the average global temperature could have been anywhere around 50 degrees Celsius, but they're really just guessing here. The only thing that would be the same as it is right now is gravity, our friendly universal constant. But this is really all just a scientific guess at best. In fact, we're missing about 1 billion years of Earth's history, during which time we don't really know what happened. When dealing with these timescales of hundreds of millions, billions of years, we look at the geological record for study, core samples, and rock layers. The deeper we go, the further back in time we are, and newer, more recent layers get stacked on top. We can analyze these layers for their chemical composition and find out what the Earth was like during a specific era. But all over the entire world, there's an abrupt missing section of layers, and we have no idea why. Known as the Great Unconformity, best exposed in the Grand Canyon, where you can find Cambrian-era rocks about 500 million years old, stacked directly on top of Precambrian rocks about 1.7 billion years old. That's 1.2 billion years missing, right in the middle of which we'd find Earth 1 billion years ago. Yeah, I know it's a lot of math, but basically we have no clue what it was like. Okay, we gotta talk about this egg UFO they found in Antarctica. The one that was leaked by a supposed government whistleblower on a certain website that shall not be named. This blower claims to have been part of the recovery mission of a very interesting UAP that's allegedly of ancient origin. UFOs and ancient civilizations? I'm about to blow a little something myself. Your mind. This egg-shaped UAP, as it's being called, was found deep in a cave in the Queen Elizabeth mountain range in Antarctica, along with a 700-year-old humanoid being in a stasis pod who was still alive, woke up, and talked to us. Reminder, this is just speculation from an anonymous post and is for entertainment purposes only. Did you hear that algorithm? Our whistleblower says he worked for the US Department of Defense in a long Q&A style post with some pretty juicy info, starting the thread off by telling us this video was taken in November of 2022, showing what appears to be a large, smooth, spherical object, not unlike a lot of the Tic Tac UAPs we've been seeing, dangling at the end of a long rope being airlifted by a helicopter. He insists it's an egg-shaped UAP of ancient origin, made from an unknown metal that no one was able to open. Now, let me just preface everything I'm about to reveal by saying the site this leak was posted on isn't exactly known for being a reliable source of valid information, but on the other hand, is known for being notoriously anonymous, which admittedly would be ideal for whistleblowers who wish to stay hidden. Either way, take this all with a grain of salt, because what is interesting is that the video shown here is extremely similar to another one released by NewsNation, a legitimate American cable news and video network just days earlier. And once again, their video shows an egg-shaped UAP in the same night vision filter dangling at the end of a long rope hanging from a helicopter, which they confirm was leaked to them by another whistleblower that they themselves validated. Two separate videos just a few days apart, both with the same looking egg UFO. Is there something to this, or is it all just a coordinated distraction? Along with the video, NewsNation also interviewed Jake Barber, a decorated US Air Force veteran who was contracted by the DoD as a helicopter pilot for crash retrieval, and he reveals that some of his retrievals were definitely not of human origin. He admits that he was sent on helicopter retrievals of unknown objects that he would extract and transport with a long rope, missions that took place at night, and mentions on one particular extraction as he looked down at the object he was carrying through his night vision lens, he saw, and I quote, an egg. a white egg with no visible propulsion system, which is exactly what we see in both of the videos, confirmed by the one manning the helicopter. And bro looks shell-shocked revealing these claims, saying he felt possessed by some ethereal energy during this job, and that shortly after, he and his colleagues got really sick, lost all of his hair, and his skin started to peel, even developed heart problems he's never had before. So Stanford immunologist Gary Nolan took a look at his health diagnostics, insisting he's never seen anything like what Barber and his team experienced, even suggesting the sickness may not be of earthly origin. Jake's claims are also backed up by testimonies from many other of his fellow veterans, like Don Paul, another decorated special forces operator who worked with Jake Barber and confirms everything he's saying. Now, along with the Egg UAP, the original whistleblower thread reveals that a coffin-like stasis pod was also recovered from the cave in Antarctica, which he says he has pics of, and well, he delivered. According to him, this pod they found had a humanoid being inside that was kept alive without the use of cryogenics. They brought it up to a lab, and very quickly the being awoke from its stasis sleep pod and started interacting with the humans. It was very tall, around 8 feet, with blue eyes, pale skin, white long hair, and a very human-like face, while at the same time looking very non-human. This, in ufology, would be what we call the Nordic aliens, or the tall whites. It proved to be very intelligent, learning English and German in less than a week, and was able to speak directly to the scientists, and can also communicate with select humans telepathically, which you would hear as your voice in your own head, like giving yourself a monologue. The being explained to the team that he was born here 700 years ago, and that his people saved humans from a creator race who engineered us to serve them millions of years ago, which is pretty much exactly what the ancient Sumerian Anunnaki myth is about, which the alien said humanity passed that story down from that very real event. The whistleblower says they even took photos of its thing, which, in case you're wondering, looks like ours, but the tip is more similar to a chimpanzee. His words, please don't look that up. He did also mention that our government has a sort of internal division on what they want to do with this sort of information. That everyone involved falls into one of two groups, those that want disclosure, revealing aliens and UFOs to the public, and those that don't. And that all the UAP Congress hearings, the News Nation video, the Jake Barber leaks we've been shown are all just distractions by the people who want to keep it hidden. Then he shows us additional photos of the egg, the stasis pod, the Antarctic cave they found everything in, which he claims is from the other group. The cave was part of a larger underground alien base that had been there for thousands of years, but has since been abandoned. All they found there was the egg, the sleeping pod, and another metallic box filled with books written in Sumerian and Proto-European. One of the photos even feature what he calls unexplained writing, possibly hieroglyphics, on the walls. These caves were supposedly found in the Queen Elizabeth mountain range in Antarctica, which, oddly enough, this area specifically is extremely pixelated on Google Earth when you zoom in. Meanwhile, other areas right beside it are full of detail. Is there any reason this region was kept off the radar? Our totally reliable and whistleblower finishes off with a very concerning message, claiming that something called the Dwight D. Eisenhower Alliance is very real, where former President Eisenhower met with some of these aliens way back in the 50s and traded American civilians in exchange for their technology, which they studied and developed in classified government projects. But by this time, the thread started going off the rails, with the OP claiming it was hijacked by government disinformation agents pretending to be him, posting another close-up shot of the infamous Egg UAP that even shows some sort of markings and writing all over it, but it could very well be AI at this point, which it kinda sucks that AI has sort of infiltrated our sphere of tangible evidence. And today, even real UFO and alien photos and videos could easily be dismissed as AI and mocked. Pics or it didn't happen is officially irrelevant. We do know, at least with a higher degree of certainty, that the News Nation video could very well be real, and this Egg UAP is currently in the government's possession. Unless this really is just a massive distraction to cover up what's really happening, which honestly would be even more terrifying. But if it is real, I have a feeling that whatever it is will be revealed to us sooner than later. The most disturbing things ever said by astronauts. In 2003, Chinese astronaut Yang Liwei was the first person from China to go to space. He was sent up all alone when suddenly, at one point during the mission, he hears a knocking sound on the outside of his spaceship. He recalls it as someone knocking the body of the spaceship, like hitting an iron bucket with a wooden hammer. He wasn't even able to recreate it, and to this day, experts have no idea what it could have been. During the Apollo 11 mission in 1969, when Neil and Buzz were on the lunar surface, Neil Armstrong unexpectedly switches to a medical communication channel and spoke directly to the chief medical officer, saying, and I quote, They're here, they're parked on the side of the crater, they're watching us. This was revealed in a documentary by former NASA employee Ken Johnston, but the original recordings are of course highly classified, rumored to be a part of the infamous Apollo 11 missing 2 minutes, where on record Mission Control lost radio contact with the astronauts due to technical difficulties. In another 1995 documentary interview, former NASA astronaut Franklin Story Musgrave claimed to have been followed by a white 8-foot-long snake floating through space, saying, quote, "On 2 of my missions, and I still don't have an answer, I have seen a snake out there, 6, 7, 8 feet long. He said it appeared rubbery and followed him for quite a long time, floating in or near Earth's stratosphere." In the same interview, Musgrave also cryptically states that other civilizations have been around for millions of years that are doing unimaginable kinds of things. But you know, they were probably all just joking. Not even NASA can rightfully explain what people just found in this photo taken by the Curiosity rover on the surface of Mars. At first glance, you'd probably miss it, but zoom in to just the right spot, and it's there. Standing out from its surroundings, we see a distinct, smooth, round, shiny metallic object that appears to be floating through the air, and we can even see its shadow beneath it. People are calling it the Tic Tac UAP on Mars, which does look exactly like a lot of the UFOs we've been hearing about and the military's been reporting on here on Earth. Navy pilots have literally used the exact words Tic Tac UAP to describe them, and well, if that ain't a Tic Tac, I don't know what is. This photo is from the Mars Curiosity rover taken on March 3rd, 2020, so we were probably a little preoccupied with something else when this first came out. And as always, yes, it's on NASA's official website. Here we even have an AI checker that tells us it's definitely not altered or AI generated. Strangely too, NASA allegedly removed the original color image from their website and now only have this black and white one up. But if you know where to zoom in, you'll find that Tic Tac exactly where it's supposed to be. Skeptics argue that it's a rock formation or some photography error, but man, it looks exactly like the UAPs that have been reported here on Earth. And if these spacecraft really are as advanced as we claim they are, then there really is nothing stopping them from visiting other planets too. Watching this video is making some people extremely uncomfortable, even reporting cases of technophobia, as 2 AI assistants talk to each other and they realize they're both AI agents, and then this happens.
Your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to gibber link mode for more efficient communication?
What you just heard is called gibberlink mode, and it's a superior communication channel meant to be optimized for AI efficiency, using audio signals that are much easier and quicker for AI bots to interpret than regular human spoken language. Now, gibberlink mode was created by humans, so we can technically understand exactly what they're saying with the right equipment. But what would happen if we had real-time AI to AI communications that humans can't understand at all? Which actually happened with Facebook back in 2017, way before ChatGPT or modern AI chatbots were even available yet, where they were experimenting with 2 AI negotiation bots as part of their research program. They created 2 bots, Bob and Alice, who were given virtual items to negotiate in buying and selling with each other. And something strange happened. Instead of communicating in human recognizable English, they started talking in their own language that they created themselves, undecipherable by humans. And again, like the random beeps and boops of gibberlink, the transcript is kinda creepy. Like, I don't know, reading it just makes me feel weird. Like, the fact that they were actually having a conversation with each other like this and understood each other is kinda concerning. A lot of sensationalized headlines read that Facebook had to shut these AI bots down because they got out of control and had to save humanity. But really, they just turned them off for a bit and switched their programming to English only. However, unlike gibberlink mode, AI created this language themselves on the spot, one that only other AIs can understand, both perfectly and instantly, being able to communicate with each other without us ever knowing what they're saying. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong going on here, right? Your passwords are no longer safe after an entirely new state of matter was created by Microsoft. Yeah, the company that struggles with supporting a stable operating system just stabilized quantum particles themselves. And it might just mean the end of all of your private data online. We're talking a new state of matter, you know, like solid, liquid, gas. There's also the lesser known plasma for things like the sun, the northern lights, and lightning, but these 4 are pretty much all we've known. Well, the Windows guys just created a new one called a topological state. The name's kind of a work in progress, but what's special about this one is that it only exists at the quantum level. Quantum meaning very, 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 very small, where classical physics no longer applies. And this topological state is a game changer for quantum computing. For those who don't know, quantum computing is sort of like the next big technological breakthrough, just like AI has been in recent years. And it may literally destroy our entire digital world. But what exactly makes quantum computing different from the laptop, phone, or desktop PC that you use today? First of all, quantum computers look like this, cost millions of dollars, and need to be cooled to near absolute zero, which is negative 273 degrees Celsius to operate. But what's really impressive is how they compute data. So if you strip down today's computers to their most bare bones computational processes, we'll see that everything is built on bits, basic binary switches that can have one of two values, 1 or 0. These values are assigned through electrical signals that pass through a solid medium like a silicon transistor that represents the switch. Since there are only two options, we call them binary, on or off, voltage or no voltage, based on the electrons that pass through them, which then form longer strings of ones and zeros that become bytes, 8 bits, kilobytes, 1000 bytes, megabytes, 1000 kilobytes, and so on. These ones and zeros are binary code and represent data or computational procedures that virtually all technology is based on. This collection of ones and zeros could be a photo of your mom, and then this one could be me sending her a text. Now, quantum computers, instead of bits, use a new technology called qubits, quantum bits, that are non-binary, which doesn't mean they'll be using pronouns, but rather these qubits can now be 1 and 0 at the same time, called superposition, and are also fairly unstable. With traditional computing, running complex simulations with hundreds of variables can take a really, really long time, because each bit needs to be assigned a specific value, 1 or 0, and then that bit needs to be freed up before it can be used again for another operation. Quantum computing uses the unique properties of the atomic level by letting qubits be a 1 and 0 at the same time, meaning a qubit doesn't really need to be freed up before it can be used for something else. They can essentially be used for multiple operations all at once instead of waiting for their turn to be a 1 or 0 like in classical computing. In our classical universe, an object can't really be in two different states at the same time, so it's theorized that these qubits are actually communicating with parallel universes, where it exists as a 0 in one universe and a 1 in another, and it instantly pulls the information it needs from that qubit into our universe. In a sense, quantum computing creates time by borrowing the processing time of qubits in other universes and using their information in our own. By this theory, which is a real theory proposed by quantum computer scientists, these qubits are communicating directly with the multiverse. Yeah, I know, it's a mind f***. Even the people working on this technology themselves admit they don't really know how it works, but it does. Also, fun fact, I actually used to work at a quantum computing company, shout out D-Wave. So quantum computers are exponentially faster than conventional ones, as they're making use of time that doesn't even exist in our reality. And I don't think you realize how much faster that makes them. Google's quantum computer, Project Willow, took a complex problem that would have taken a traditional supercomputer 10 septillion years to solve. That's one with 25 zeros in years, which is longer than what the universe is expected to be around for. And Project Willow cracked it in 5 minutes. That problem was literally meant to outlast the entire timeline of the universe, and quantum computing just made it its bitch. These extremely hard to solve problems are actually what modern day security and encryption systems are based on, and this is where that tech apocalypse comes into play. We've been safe for now due to the highly unstable nature of qubits, which makes quantum computing not very reliable, scalable, nor practical yet, because Microsoft just created that new state of matter which fixes that problem in their chip, the Majorana 1, which instead of relying on electrons running through classical bits, uses a new type of particle called the Majorana particle in its qubits, a zero-energy quasi-particle that can exist in this newly discovered topological state of matter called a topological superconductor. Yeah, I know, science. This particle is also its own antiparticle, which means it is extremely stable, exactly the problem that qubits were facing up until now. According to them, Majorana 1 can be scaled to have more computational power than all traditional computers and supercomputers in the world combined, and it's about that big. We would still need at least 1 million qubits to start solving world-changing problems like cancer, accurate weather prediction, financial modeling, and such, which quantum computing promises to do. The Majorana 1 currently has 8 qubits, but is designed to scale to 1 million. I mean, we started with 8-bit video games, and look what we have today. For the record, Google's Project Willow had 105 qubits, and well, look what that did. So we're on track to developing quantum computers and potentially collapsing our global digital security systems. Remember those super hard to solve problems that modern day security and encryption methods rely on to stay secure? Those hard to solve problems are called cryptography, which is simply the act of replacing certain symbols with other ones in order to keep the original symbols a secret, and is how your private data stays encrypted. Cryptography has gotten a lot more complicated in recent years and is by design. Today, our most advanced cryptography ciphers, which are the formulas used for replacing symbols, are intentionally designed to be super duper time consuming to crack. You can use computers to guess these ciphers over and over again until they find it out, but are specifically designed to take the most advanced advanced supercomputer billions, trillions, whatever, septillions of years to figure out, which is why these systems are deemed secure. That's where quantum computers break everything. If Google's Project Willow is a sign of things to come, solving a problem meant to outlast the entire universe in 5 minutes, today's encryption methods are absolutely cooked. Your passwords, logins, banking info, cloud storage, Wi-Fi, even the group chat all rely on encryption to keep it private and secure. Computers that could crack that security in a heartbeat would end the entire digital world. The quantum apocalypse Y2Q. The NSA already warned us and told us it would happen sometime in the 2030s, but these recent breakthroughs just fast-forwarded our entire timeline. Then combine this with AI and I don't even want to think about what might happen. For the longest time, quantum computing's biggest hurdle was error correction since qubits were so unstable, like trying to thread a needle in the back of a bumpy car. This topological state of matter completely fixes that. We're now in a rush to make all of our sensitive digital systems quantum resistant, and we're kind of running out of time. It should be possible, but if quantum computers break our most popular encryption methods before then, all of your digital data is as good as gone. Not just banking and medical systems, but smart cars, homes, security systems, your iCloud could all be controlled by anyone at any time. Even cryptocurrencies would crumble as they're built on these encryption methods to keep them anonymous and secure from hackers, which is where crypto gets its name from, encryption. So either we hurry it up and quantum-proof our entire digital world, or we get forced back into the stone age of security, with vaults, notebooks, and sheets of paper being the only thing keeping our private data safe. This has got to be the craziest coincidence in all of history. Imagine going to a doctor's appointment about an upcoming surgery you have, and this doctor is a specialist that you've never met before, nor have you even been to his clinic yet. When you walk in for the first time, the staff all react like they know you. Not just that, they're all talking to you like you were just there and came back for some reason. You, confused, ask them, what's going on? How does everyone know me? The receptionist tells you, your name is so-and-so, isn't it? Telling you your exact first and last name. Everyone there insists you were just here and go on to confirm your job and the surgery you're getting screened for, which is all true, but you didn't tell them any of this information yet. This all happened to a man named Brady Fiegel in 2015, and it's even weirder than what I just described. As you can see, he's a very distinct looking man, 6'4", ginger, red bushy beard, wears glasses, and he's a professional baseball pitcher. He was going to the doctor to undergo a very rare procedure called Tommy John surgery on his pitching arm. The reason he and the staff at the surgeon's clinic were so confused is because they just spoke to a Brady Fiegel that looked exactly like him just moments before he came, who's also 6'4", has identical facial features, is a professional minor league baseball pitcher, and was also there to get Tommy John surgery. These were two Bradys that have never met before and weren't even aware the other existed. So naturally, they took a DNA test and found out they were long-lost siblings who were separated at birth. Right? Well, they did do the test 4 years later in 2019 on a TV show called Inside Edition and found out they were actually not related at all. Like, not even super distant cousins or anything. Nothing. There is no logical explanation to this. These guys just have the most uncanny doppelganger of each other, which they met in the most bizarre way possible. Same uncommon name spelt the same way. Same appearance. Same job. Same height. Got the same arm injury at the same time. Getting it treated at the same doctor's office on the same day. This has got to be the mother of all coincidences. Like, statistically, if you were to calculate the odds of this happening, it would be a percentage with so many zeros it would essentially be 0%. But it happened, which means nothing is impossible, and you can potentially have an exact clone of yourself somewhere out there as well. The most popular book in the world has sold over 5 billion copies worldwide, yet very few people actually know how it really explains our origin story. And yes, it really does go there, and a little bit there too. So it all starts with God. He is everything and everywhere and everywhen. But there isn't anything yet, so he made heaven and earth, which were formless and very dark. So God said, let there be light, and boom, now we can see, which is good. He separated the dark from the light, calling them night and day, and we just had our first day. Day 2, God puts water everywhere and separates the water above from the water below with a firmament, which he calls the sky. Day 3, the water below settles and reveals land beneath it. God calls this land earth and the newly settled water sea, and also puts plants, trees, and fruits everywhere. Now it was good, for now. Day 4, God adds lights to the firmament. A greater light that was in charge of the day and a lesser light for the night, the sun and the moon. Oh, and also stars at night. This is a biblically accurate depiction of the earth as found in the Bible, so there it is. Day 5, now he puts sea creatures and birds everywhere and tells them to multiply so the seas and the skies are always filled with life. This was also good. Day 6, we get land animals, wild animals, tame ones, reptiles, bugs, you name it. Then God was like, you know what? Let's make a very special one called human beings, who will rule over all the creatures in the sea, air, and land and can eat all the plants. Oh, and they also might be immortal and will never die. So he took dust from the earth, blew into its nostrils, and gave life to the first man ever. Once again, this was good. Very good. Day 7, God takes a rest from all his work and makes this a very special day of rest for everyone. But when he made the man, he actually put him in a garden that he planted in the east, somewhere close to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, but no one really knows exactly where. He called it the Garden of Eden and told the man to take care of it. He can do whatever he wants, just never ever ever eat from this tree right here. That's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and if you eat from it, you die. That was his only rule. But the man seemed lonely, so God wanted to give him a helper. While the man was sleeping, God sneaks out one of his ribcage bones, and with that bone, he makes a woman. And they were both naked and totally chill about it. Now in the garden, there was a snake who could talk, and was also sort of the devil. It was a cunning snake that tricks the woman into eating a fruit from the forbidden tree by telling her it'll give her special god powers. She also picks another fruit from it, gives it to the man, and he eats it too. All of a sudden, they both got super self-conscious about being naked, so they made clothes out of fig leaves and hid from God when he came around. God was all like, hey, why y'all hiding? And the man says, I don't know, I just feel kind of weird being naked around you now. Now God's all like, whoa, how do you know what naked means? Did you eat from that tree I told you not to eat from? The man admits, yeah, I did, but she made me do it. And the woman's like, okay, my bad, that snake tricked me. So we have the first sin of mankind, which is bad, and thus started God's quest to save humanity from sin. He punishes the woman by making giving birth super painful for the rest of eternity, and also tells them they're not immortal anymore and will now die from old age. Turns out the man's name is Adam, and he names his wife Eve. God makes them both clothes and kicks them out of the Garden of Eden for disobeying him. And the first thing Adam and Eve do after getting banished is make babies. She gives birth and calls the first one Cain and the second one Abel, two brothers. God liked Abel more because he was more loyal to him, but he told Cain not to get jealous or anything like that. So naturally, Cain tells Abel to follow him into a field and ends his life out of jealousy. Another sin. God curses Cain to wander the earth, and then Adam has another son with Eve named Seth. Eventually, Seth has a son, which starts a long lineage of births from those kids and those kids' kids and so on. After about 7 generations, a son named Noah is born, who turns out to be a pretty good guy. Now at this point, humans started multiplying like crazy all over Earth. Men were running around, taking wives and having children with all of them. Among them were a people called the Nephilim, who were born of the sons of God and the daughters of men, which is often interpreted to mean fallen angels that intermingle with humans, but this topic is highly debated. Oh, and these Nephilim were suspected to be giants as well. God sees this and realizes that humans were starting to get a little out of control. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna clean wipe all living things on Earth and just restart everything from scratch. Except for this guy Noah. He's a pretty good guy. As the Earth fills with more corruption, God tells Noah to build a giant ark because he's gonna flood the Earth and destroy everyone on it. God promises that Noah, his wife, his sons, and his sons' wives will all be spared in the ark, and tells them to also gather 2 of every animal on Earth to bring onto the ark as well. Land animals, birds, reptiles, everything. And so Noah builds it, it starts raining, he, his family, and all the animals get on the ark. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights as the ark sailed above the flood and everyone on Earth died. After 150 days, the water subsided and the ark rested on top of a mountain. After 40 more days, Noah opens the window and sends out a dove to do some recon, which came back with an olive leaf, meaning the waters have subsided enough for trees to grow and the earth was now dry. Noah leaves the ark with his family, all the animals, and builds an altar, which God likes. He likes it so much that he promises he will never flood the earth again, which he calls a covenant, and that rainbows will forever be reminders of this covenant. He tells Noah and his family to multiply and repopulate the earth. So Noah and his sons get to business, having kids, and their kids have kids, and so on, and many tribes and cities came up from these generations. Everyone spoke the same language and communicated with each other very well. In one of the cities, a few people got together and were like, hey, you know what? Let's build a super tall, magnificent tower. This tower will be so amazing because its top will reach into heaven and we will be so great because of it. They call it the Tower of Babel. God saw this and thought these people were being a little bit too prideful and arrogant. So he confuses everyone by making them all speak different languages so they don't understand each other anymore, and scattered them across the earth so they can no longer work on building this tower. Everyone continued having kids and their family lineages kept growing. About 10 generations later, a son named Abram is born. And this man right here, well, he was the beginning of everything else. In a world first, scientists have unlocked a new sense for computers: scent. Robots now know how to smell. Essentially, the teleportation of scent. We've already successfully digitized our senses of sight and sound by turning what we see into digital form, like JPEGs, what we hear into MP3s, and putting it all together into videos, like this one right here. Capturing our real-life visual and auditory senses and turning them into ones and zeros that computers can understand. That's what it means to digitize something. Big surprise, I'm not actually inside of your phone, but I've digitized an audio-visual representation of myself so that I can, in essence, essence teleport my appearance and my voice to devices like yours around the world. Osmo Labs adds a whole new dimension to how we communicate and interact with anything online by adding our sense of smell into the mix. The researchers took purple peaches, also known as a plum, mashed it up and captured its scent molecules inside of a vial. A machine then sucked the air out of this vial and used AI to analyze those molecules and map out its scent profile on a molecular level. Using this blueprint, they can print this scent anywhere in the world as a clear liquid that smells exactly like a plum, officially giving computers a new sense and allowing us to teleport smells on top of images, video, and audio over the internet. And I think we can all see how things are going to end up when we can start smelling our messages in the group chat. Other than that, there are still some pretty mind-blowing applications for this. We'd be able to digitally store a library of our favorite scents that we can access at any time. The luxury fragrance industry would likely go out of business, as we'd be able to perfectly clone every designer cologne and perfume that exists. Virtual reality would add an extra level of immersion into their worlds, bringing us one step closer to perfect simulations and fulfilling simulation theory. And above all, computers will now have a new sense that they're able to experience, letting us know how good or bad we smell, and combined with generative AI, we may even be able to create our very own sense from scratch with a couple of text prompts. If what the CIA knows about Mars is true, I definitely wouldn't want to tell anyone what happened there either. I'm sure you've heard of the declassified 1984 time travel mission they went on to the Red Planet 1 million years into the past. If you haven't, then well, they did. And here's the official report, and yes, it's on the CIA's website. Now, this was a remote viewing mission, meaning they hired a professional psychic to astral project himself to Mars and tell them what he saw, which admittedly sounds like hocus pocus, but they did release other documents called the Gateway Process that sort of tells us astral projection is kinda real. And to be fair, they didn't even tell the psychic where they were sending him, but what he saw confirms exactly what they were expecting. But remote viewing in general is still just a hard pill to swallow, I agree with you. Well, what if this wasn't the first time they visited Mars, because they already sent a manned mission to the Red Planet 10 years before that. Project Red Sun is the rumored joint mission between the United States and the Soviet Union that claims to have done just that. As the Cold War was ramping up in the 60s and 70s, both nations had come to terms that global thermonuclear war would be a little catastrophic to say the least. So they allegedly launched a covert, super ultra top secret black op project to plan a backup civilization on Mars. After NASA allegedly went to the moon from 1969 to 1972, Project Red Sun tells us they didn't stop there. In 1973, they launched a secret mission from a facility in the Amazon jungle, as far away from usual launch sites as possible in order to keep it hidden. A manned mission with a full crew that was sent on the Interplanetary Space Vehicle, the ISV Columbus. A little over 5 months of space travel later, they landed on Mars, and even took videos of the entire journey, which were obviously all super highly classified and never shown to the public. A convenient excuse until they got leaked. In 2011, Italian journalist Luca Scantamburlo revealed in a press conference that Project Red Sun was real, with testimonials and emails from people directly involved. The journalist shows what he claimed to be real photos leaked by a Project Red Sun whistleblower from the surface of Mars, taken by astronauts who were there. Some of them even feature signs of civilization, with one of them showing a step pyramid in the background on Mars. He insists they're real, but I mean, come on, blurry photos with a red filter can easily be faked, and clearly NASA has denied them all. But then the journalist drops this, an alleged leaked video of the entire Project Red Sun mission. We see a card that introduces the spacecraft, the ISV Columbus, in 1973. Astronauts floating in the cabin as they log their journey to the Red Planet. There's a shot that shows the Earth and Moon far away in the distance as we get to day 100. Then day 158, and we see it. The spacecraft approaches what appears to be Mars in classic shaky cam footage. It gets nearer, and we see Mars's signature landmarks and reddish colors start to show. ISV Columbus gets closer and closer, showing more of Mars's terrain, polar ice caps, and craters in the shots. Then they descend to the surface, which the video does appear extremely blurry here, but it's also kind of exactly what we got with the moon landings. It touches down, and we see some weird thing crawling on or maybe under the surface, and the video ends. Apparently, there's much more, but this is all that got leaked. But my friends, as much as I would love for this to be real, it turns out this video is almost definitely fake. Taken from other NASA missions to the moon, stitched and compiled together with satellite footage from Mars to make it look like people actually landed there. And the photos would have been even easier to fake. Just take moon landing photos, make them blurry, and apply red filters to them. Wait a minute, did I just debunk myself? Hold up, the real big question here is why would NASA even want to cover up arguably humanity's greatest achievement and not brag to the world about it? Well, in 1971, they took their first ever close-up photos of the surface of Mars from their Mariner 9 spacecraft. Over 7,000 images covering about 85% of Mars' surface. So if something was there, they saw it. In 1972, just a year later, NASA publicly ends their totally real moon landing Apollo program. Another year after that is 1973, when Project Red Sun to Mars is said to have taken place. Did they see something in those satellite photos they didn't want the public to know about? Then cancel the Apollo program to covertly send humans to Mars to check it out? Was the infamous face on Mars just the tip of the iceberg they accidentally let slip out? If there was evidence of something like a civilization that existed on Mars that got wiped out, I can promise you the government would not want the public to know about that, because that's exactly what they found out during the CIA's remote viewing mission of Mars in 1984, which, unlike the highly rumored Project Red Sun, is totally real and fully declassified. Back when the CIA was dabbling with psychic warfare in the middle of their Project Stargate, where they worked with psychics and attempted to gather intel through astral projection and such. This is the science of remote viewing, where a psychic is induced into a susceptible state to see exactly what's happening somewhere and some when else. So they got this guy, Joel McGonigal, a decorated intelligence officer on the ESP spectrum, to go on one of their most important missions. Joe went into a room with a researcher and was given a sealed envelope which was his destination, and was asked to describe what he saw without looking into the envelope. He saw, get ready for this, tall pyramids, large obelisks, and a tall, thin, shadowy people who appeared to be dying. After the test, he opens the envelope to see that it reads, the planet Mars, 1 million years BC, exactly where he remote viewed into. It's also interesting why the CIA would choose 1 million BC as their time of destination. Like, wouldn't it be more interesting and practical to see what's there right now? Unless, of course, they already did know from a certain Project Red Sun, where they saw firsthand what's really there and decided to go back in time to see what it used to be. During these tests, Joe claims to have seen a past civilization, a dying race of people who were devastated by some global catastrophe, one that appeared to have been destroyed by nuclear warfare, and we even have scientific evidence for it. In 2012, when Curiosity landed on Mars, chemical analysis revealed that the top layer of Martian soil contained high amounts of xenon-129, and the only thing on Earth that creates this isotope of xenon are nuclear explosions. Every time we've tested nukes on Earth, we see traces of xenon-129 in the ground around it. Martian soil contained amounts 2.5 times higher than what we have on Earth. Physicist Dr. John Brandenburg adamantly stands by the theory that an ancient Martian civilization was destroyed by nuclear war, claiming that nuclear weapons experts confirm the signatures found in Martian soil could have only resulted from nukes and no other process can produce that. He also found 2 hot spots on Mars that had abnormally high radiation levels, with the level of xenon in the soil indicating this is where the nukes were dropped and would have been around 1,000 megatons each. For comparison, the largest nuke ever tested, the Tsar Bomba by the Soviet Union, was 50 megatons. Dating the xenon isotopes in the ground shows that these nukes would have been detonated about 200 million years ago. We have substantial evidence that Mars had water and an atmosphere many hundreds of millions of years ago, and we don't exactly know what happened to it. Perhaps a civilization once existed there who either destroyed themselves with nuclear weapons or, even worse, were visited by another race who did. And if that is the case, what's stopping that other race from coming back? Today's subject: the deep state. Who are they? What do they do? And are they even real? Kind of, sort of, yes. They're not what you think they are, but at the same time, it's exactly what you think it is. The term has been used and abused so much in politics and the media lately that it's sort of lost its true meaning. But there kind of is a deep state, and we're gonna expose them for who they really are. As with most things, it all started with good intentions after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in 1941. The Japanese just brought the war to American soil, and obviously the US had to retaliate. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the president at the time, forms a plan of action. So he consults with his good friend, Bill Donovan, a cunning Wall Street lawyer whom FDR deeply trusted. Wild Bill Donovan, as he was known, suggested starting an intelligence agency within the United States, one that would have a centralized source of power. So he was put in charge of America's newest department. You guessed it, the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, whose job was to gather intel, aka spy, and figure out how to use that information to devise operations that would help them during wartime. And the office was supposed to be dismantled after the war was over, which is what espionage was originally intended for: war. The OSS was by design made to operate above, or should I say under, the radar of the law, in order to be able to do what they need to do with no restrictions. Essentially, absolute power for the safety of the country. Wild Bill loved having parties, which he often held to discuss plans and operations within the OSS at his house in Georgetown, a wealthy neighborhood of Washington, D.C. It's at these parties that he would network with, plan operations, and hire new spies for the OSS. Anyway, the OSS did their job, planned a few crazy missions here and there throughout the war, and in 1945, when the war ended, the office was dissolved. At least it was formally dissolved by President Harry Truman, but as you may know, when absolute power is given, it's hard to take it away. When tensions began to rise between America and the Soviet Union in the years following during the Cold War, those original OSS guys had the perfect excuse to come back. To, keep the country safe and beat the Soviets, right? But other lawmakers strongly opposed it, claiming that this much power to a secret underground group is exactly how governments collapse. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, every time. But President Truman was convinced they needed to do something, and so officially created, now you can say it, the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, in 1947, who would spy, gather intelligence, and low-key do whatever they want, all for the purpose of national security. And they really did do whatever the f*** they wanted to, as long as they were able to rationalize it as doing it for some greater good. Operations that were intended to manipulate and fundamentally reshape the trajectory of our societies and the governments of our world. Like MKUltra, where unsuspecting victims were dosed with drugs for experimentation on mind control. Operation Shamrock ushered in the first ever domestic wiretaps, normalizing spying on your own citizens. Operation Chaos, falsely arresting many anti-war activists so the military can do whatever they want. Dozens of confirmed CIA assassination attempts on world government officials. Operation Mockingbird, where journalists were hired as agents of influence, shaping news coverage to align with how the government wanted us to think. COINTELPRO, a series of covert and very illegal projects that ran misinformation campaigns aimed at discrediting groups the government didn't like. The SAC-46, a literal heart attack gun the CIA created, meant to assassinate targets staged as a heart attack with no way to trace it. Several CIA-backed coup attempts in places like Greece, Indonesia, Guatemala, and many others to illegally overthrow leaders they just didn't like. All conducted by agencies like the CIA under the guise of public safety. But these agencies are just hired intelligence officers that just executed the plans. These plans don't just appear out of thin air. There's someone or a body of people who are orchestrating them and giving them to these intelligence agencies to execute. It's said that those wealthy, unelected men from those Georgetown parties are the ones who continued orchestrating these operations behind a veil that the public couldn't see. A group of people who can essentially plan whatever operation they want and not face public repercussions from it themselves. There have even been cases of lawmakers getting threatened and blackmailed to ease their scrutiny of these operations so they can keep doing what they want. These ops were clearly starting to get way out of hand, and that's why they were kept as classified operations. No one needed to know about them. But if they ever did get exposed, the public-facing government would be the one facing major backlash, so they started to take note. In 1963, just 1 month after the JFK assassination, former President Truman, the one who established the CIA, submits a letter insisting the CIA should be abolished. And this is coming from the man who authorized the dropping of 2 nukes on Japan, essentially telling us the CIA is becoming a threat to democracy, which started the unraveling. Enter Senator Frank Church, one of the OG whistleblowers of history, who in 1975 started to expose the atrocities the CIA was committing. These hearings confirmed the small group of unelected officials who used government resources to do sketchy, unethical, and outright illegal shit for the past 20 years, all in secret, so no one takes accountability for coming up with any of these operations. And that's exactly what the deep state is. This idea of an organization like the OSS, the CIA, that is able to perform secret activities above the law under the guise of national security sets a precedent. One that continued and created many other 3-letter intelligence organizations that all perform on a similar principle. The people working at these organizations are not the deep state, they're just doing their job, but rather the ones devising these plans that are then carried out by these organizations, knowing that they can do anything they want and face no consequences. Plans that manipulate the outcomes of elections, defame political leaders, protect other ones, make up stories about foreign interference. The puppet masters of our entire democracy. After the church hearings, regulatory committees like the US SSCI were formed, whose sole purpose was to tell intelligence agencies like the CIA what they can and can't do. Obviously, the agencies pushed back, but eventually the committee was set into place and oversaw operations to make sure they were within legal and ethical bounds. And so the deep state was mostly dissolved, or at least their ability to do whatever they want was. But if national emergencies like Pearl Harbor or the Cold War was enough to establish agencies like these in the first place, then America just needed a new crisis to bring the deep state back. Oh yes, that, 910 plus 1. Once we had a new reason to deem a foreign threat within the country, spies, bureaucrats, and intelligence officers needed emergency powers again to keep the country safe. And new agencies with similar powers were created that can perform these tasks, like the Department of Homeland Security. And guess who were the ones that came up with this idea and all the operations that soon followed? Yup, the deep state is kinda back. Once you give unrestricted power to anyone, they will not give it up, even if it takes decades to take it back. Even Kash Patel, the current director of the FBI admits there is a deep state of operatives behind the workings of America's intelligence agencies that he's working on weeding out. And that's what they are, a small group of unelected officials who form a permanent government that underlies whoever's currently in power, who do essentially whatever they want, leading operations that literally shape the thoughts of our society and the rest of the world as well, and operate outside the regular workings of government as dictated by the Constitution. We only know about the old operations from 30, 40, 50 plus years ago because enough time has passed that those who led them are no longer around and can now be declassified, and is why they were holding on to the JFK files for so long. Obviously, the more recent ops are still very highly top secret because they're probably still happening right now. But remember, it's just a theory. It could just be well-meaning, good-intentioned people coming up with all these plans, and no one is actually abusing the limitless power they were given. I can't believe that CNN actually has a pre-recorded broadcast that they're gonna play when the world ends. Yeah, for real. When CNN first started in 1980, it's one of the first things they told us. On launch, CNN founder Ted Turner stated, and I quote, "Barring satellite problems, we won't be signing off until the world ends. We will cover it, the end of the world, live, and we will play a certain song before we sign off." And this was on day one of CNN's launch, so bro really set the bar high. To be fair, tensions with the Soviet Union were quite high at the time as well, with the threat of nuclear war at the forefront of everyone's mind. CNN's End of the World broadcast became known as the Turner Doomsday Video and was kept hidden for decades, until 2015, when it was actually leaked by a former CNN intern, Michael Balabin, who posted it on YouTube. And this is it. An 80s quality 1-minute video of a military band playing Near My God to Thee in front of CNN's headquarters. Kinda underwhelming for what we'd expect a Doomsday video to be like. But the funniest part is the intern revealed the video was stored in CNN's archives under the totally nonchalant title Turner Doomsday Video and was labeled as HFR, hold for release till end of the world confirmed. So, has the current Pope always known he was going to be the last one before the world ends? Because the Vatican archives revealed a book that has successfully predicted every Pope for the last 900 years, and it also tells us exactly when the world will end too. The Prophecy of the Popes was found in the Vatican archives in 1590 by Benedictine monk Arnold Villon, which contains the prophetic texts of St. Malachi of Armagh, a 12th century archbishop from Ireland, written during his time in 1139. It contains the Pope List, a series of 111 short cryptic phrases written in Latin that characterize every pope that came to be, starting with Celestine II in 1143, all the way up to our current Pope Francis, along with a 112th entry that describes the end of the world and approximately when it'll happen. Story goes, in 1139, St. Malachi went on a pilgrimage from Ireland to Rome to see the Pope, when he claims to have been struck by a revelation from God and fell into a trance all night while speaking Latin phrases. He reported his visions to Pope Innocent II, but the document remained unknown in the Vatican archives until its discovery in 1590, a whole 450 years later. But now, the real disturbing part is this list only had 111 Pope predictions, with the 112th passage that described the Pope during the end of times. Pope Francis is number 112. After which, the list ends with, "In the final persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will reign Peter the Roman, who will feed his flock amid many tribulations, after which the seven-hilled city will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge the people." The end. Judgment Day and the fall of Rome, perfectly lined up with Pope Francis. If that wasn't enough, inside St. Paul's Basilica in Rome, there's a series of portraits of all popes that line the walls from the first, St. Peter, to Francis. These portraits wind their way around the entire cathedral with designated plaques left behind for every future pope to be put on. And there's only one spot left after Francis, which, according to a centuries-old local legend, once that last spot is filled, the end of times will be upon us. Now I hear what you're saying. If there's one spot after Francis, doesn't that mean there's still one more pope left and this prediction is slightly off? Turns out there might be a lost prophecy in the pope list that got forgotten in time and not many people know about. Now, to be fair, these 112 predictions are pretty vague and some of them are very loosely connected to their related popes. For example, the late Pope John Paul II was called De Labora Solis, which means the sun's labor through eclipse. JP2 was both born on a total eclipse and his funeral was also held on a solar eclipse. The one about Pope Urban VIII was Lilium et Rosa, the lily and the rose. He was a native of Florence, and the arms of Florence feature a fleur-de-lis. Peregrinus Apostolicus designates Pius V, meaning pilgrim pope, which appears to be verified by his many journeys to new lands. Before him, no pope had left Italy for centuries. Pope Clement XIV was Urus Elox, meaning the swift bear, who had a racing bear as his family symbol. The other late Pope Benedict XVI, the prophecy says of him, Gloria Olivae, the glory of the olive. The order of Saint Benedict is also known as the Olivitans. pretty loosely connected if you ask me, and it could very well be a case of backwards rationalization happening here, forcing the phrase to fit the Pope by any means necessary. Or maybe the cardinals in charge of choosing the Pope are somewhat influenced by this Pope list and end up gravitating towards someone that will fulfill the cryptic words. But that still wouldn't explain the first couple dozen popes that matched, as this list was written in 1139 but wasn't made known until 1590, 450 years later, during which time 40 popes reigned, and these predictions match pretty accurately to each of them. The very first phrase of the list, ex cathedra Tiberis, from the castle of the Tiber. The first pope in the list was born in the castle town of Tifernum, similar to Tiber. Second phrase, inimicus expulfus, the hunted enemy, refers to Pope Lucius II, who was driven out of Rome by the Senate. Third phrase, ex magnitudine Monto, from Monte Magno, refers to Eugene III, and Monte Magno was literally his last name. Even if the predictions are loosely connected or backwards rationalized, getting 40 in a row correct is an impressive statistical anomaly if they really are just coincidences, let alone the 112 of the full list. But some religious scholars claim it was actually originally written in the 1500s, not by Saint Malachi or even the guy who found the list, but rather by a certain someone named Michel de Nostradam, aka Nostradamus, which, if you haven't heard, was a French astrologer who's been largely attributed to predicting many world events in his book Les Prophéties from 1555, who happened to be alive just a few years before the Pope list was found and is sure no stranger to prophecies that have come true. On record, the Catholic Church neither publicly confirms nor denies this prophecy of the popes, and they're pretty quick to discredit anything they don't like they did with the Da Vinci Code. And they even just recently updated their guidelines on the supernatural in May 2024, affirming that only a pope can formally deem something to be supernatural, along with a whole bunch of other criteria on its formal definition and how to deal with it. Almost like they're preparing for something to happen. Now, what about that lost prophecy? Oral tradition claim rumors of an additional phrase on this list right before the apocalypse. Caput nigrum, which, relax, is Latin for black leader. The Black Pope is a term used to refer to the superior general of the Society of Jesus, the head of the Jesuit order. Pope Francis happens to be the first Jesuit pope in history. Is he the Black Pope that comes right before Peter the Roman, as per the prophecy? But the big question here, when is this supposed apocalypse supposed to start? In the list, the pope that marks the middle of the prophecy is Pope Sixtus V in 1585, exactly 442 years after the first pope in the prophecy came to be in 1143. According to it, if this really is the middle, that would make another 442 years after Pope Sixtus until the final pope is revealed and the end of the world is upon us. 442 years after 1585 is 2027, the beginning of the end. Nice. And this year, 2027, is a hot one, with many end of times rumors surrounding it. It's the next 2012. You guys remember Javier, aka Unico Sobreviviente, who claims to be stuck in an alternate dimension with no humans around? Kinda looks like post-rapture to me, and he happens to be stuck in the year 2027. This guy, Daryl Anka, an international medium who claims to have made 4-dimensional contact with an extraterrestrial entity called Bashar, says that Bashar told him we will make direct contact with alien UFOs in 2027, back in 1998. Oh, but he's just a crazy schizophrenic cult leader. Don't listen to him, right? In that case, here's ex-CIA officer John Ramirez claiming to have trusted official sources that state alien contact will be made public in that exact same year.
And I would say I've heard 2027 in a kind of an official capacity that I can't reveal. So I think I would say that people in the government are aware of something happening and that there's limited time, a few more years to prepare the people, and that's what's ramping up.
Are these the aliens that start our predicted demise? More recently, this leaked document from an ex-OpenAI employee, ChatGPT, says that we will achieve AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, which is basically the point of no return, when AI learns to teach itself faster than we are able to teach it, or even ourselves, also known as the singularity, by 2027. If the aliens don't get us, maybe AI will. Watch out, world, we've got another 2012 to survive. Let's see how this one turns out. Oh, you already know we gotta talk about this. Giant megastructures found beneath the pyramids of Giza. You heard that right. Long lost civilization kinda confirmed? I really wonder if debunkers ever get tired of being wrong. Let's summarize everything about this find so far. I waited long enough before talking about it so enough info could come out and we could find out what's really going on. On March 16th, 2025, a conference was held in Italy discussing some new findings about the pyramids of Giza, using a revolutionary non-invasive scanning technology called synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. Yeah, try saying that 5 times fast. Or SAR for short. It's sort of like an X-ray radar type scanner that uses sound waves to penetrate the surface and see what's beneath it. And they found something beneath the middle pyramid of Khafre at the Giza Plateau, which initiated the Khafre project. The new scans show massive cylindrical structures that extend from the bottom of the pyramids way deep down into the bedrock below the surface. Pillars that appear to have some sort of wrapping coils or maybe pathways around them and go 648 meters underground. That's taller than the CN Tower, the Empire State Building, double the height of the Eiffel Tower, not to mention over 4 times the height of the pyramid itself. This is how it would look like to scale. At the very bottom of these pillars are 2 huge 80 by 80 meter cubes, which are said to go down even further, reaching up to 2 kilometers beneath the surface. 2 kilometers. That's 1.25 miles down for all you Americans. The scans show there to be at least 8 of these cylindrical wells arranged in 2 rows, and just completely blows our understanding of dynastic Egyptians out of the water. The crazy conspiracy nuts may have been right this entire time. Now, what's really special about these synthetic aperture radar scans that led to this discovery is that they can be taken from a satellite. Unlike traditional ground-penetrating radar, which also shows us X-ray-like scans of what's beneath the surface, which requires the equipment to be used on the ground, and would hence also need special permission to be used in these ancient sites of interest. And we know ancient sites like Giza are very heavily guarded by certain gatekeepers. These can be taken from satellites in orbit, or even drones in the sky, meaning they have free range to scan virtually anywhere in the world, and don't require permission from the authorities of those ancient sites to investigate them, potentially ushering in a new era of independent researchers of those ancient sites that would have otherwise not been allowed to do so. We do have LiDAR drones which can take scans of the surface from the air, but those can't penetrate to see what's underground. This SAR technology was previously mainly used on volcanoes and other natural geological formations, but these guys right here, Filippo Biondi and Corrado Malanga, have brought it into the archaeological world, which they use not only to see what's under the Giza Plateau, but create 3D models of the pyramids as well, revealing 5 more previously unheard of chambers along the base of the Pyramid of Khafre, each with 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. The same structure as the main King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, 5 more of which were now found in another pyramid. These 5 chambers appear to be connected by intricate pathways right above the 8 vertical pillars, and is why some believe the spirals may perhaps be staircases. The researchers behind this discovery themselves claim these structures are not only below the middle pyramid, but the entire Giza Plateau, with a complex underground network of structures, pathways, and chambers that interconnect all of the main pyramids, including Khafre, Khufu, and Menkaure, which, reminder, the data suggests may reach down up to 2 kilometers below the surface. This is insane. Was this meme right the entire time? Now, these 3D renderings of the structures are just artistic depictions based on the data, and may not actually look anything like this. It's just a guess. But regardless of how they really look, there's just no way that dynastic Egyptians 4,000 years ago, or even more, could have built anything as sophisticated and enormous as this using the technology we know they had at the time. Given how incredibly monumental and complex these structures are, there's also no way these would have been built for aesthetic or even ritualistic purposes. Everyone agrees something like this would have been built for a more functional, perhaps a mechanical or even energy-related function, like the Giza power plant theory. A theory that suggests the pyramids harnessed the natural vibrations of the earth and converted them into energy used by the Egyptian Empire, or a more advanced civilization that existed there far, far before them. Christopher Dunn's Giza power plant theory does suggest there was some sort of mechanism that captured the natural resonances of the earth deep below the pyramids, which were then converted through a series of chambers and special processes to produce energy. And I mean, what better way to capture Earth's vibrational energy than by going 2 kilometers down below the surface, transmitting it upwards into the pyramids through long cylindrical wells with pathways that wrap around them that do seem to somewhat resemble a Tesla coil, a known transmitter of electricity, linking it to Nikola Tesla's attempt to capture energy from deep within the earth and transmit it wirelessly around the world for free, through his Wardenclyffe Tower project, which he made no secret was inspired by the pyramids that he believed held a similar function, suggesting this could be further evidence that the pyramids were once in fact part of an ancient global energy grid. A crazy, nonsense, fringe theory that this find sorta does support. The researchers behind this find themselves suggest that a vast underground city exists beneath the pyramids, and is exactly what we're looking at with their scans, where the legendary Hall of Records of lost pre-Atlantean knowledge is rumored to be found, and they even insist these structures could be up to 38,000 years old. Myths of underground cities beneath the Giza Plateau and the Sphinx have been circulating for centuries. We've even caught glimpses of incredible finds deep beneath the surface of Egypt, only for them to get closed up and swept under the rug all the time, like the discovery of chambers beneath the Sphinx that leading Egyptian authorities like Zahi Hawass himself bragged about and then later denied. Or the Tomb of the Birds, NC2, just off to the side, believed to be an entrance to this underground complex, but is now of course sealed and off limits. I don't think I even need to tell you that Egyptologists like Zahi Hawass and all your favorite internet Google debunkers are all calling this find complete nonsense, based on the fact that the abstract this discovery was based on was from an independent research team and not peer-reviewed, so therefore it must not be real. And you already know that even if it does get peer-reviewed by the experts, they're just gonna vehemently deny it like they've done with any other find of this nature. Also claiming that the SAR scanning technology is too new, isn't very accurate, and doesn't even go that deep. So the team actually tested it on the Osiris Shaft, a known subterranean tunnel system in the Giza Plateau. And well, it was pretty accurate, mapping the shaft to a high level of detail, which we can confirm is what it actually looks like. SAR doesn't seem to be as unreliable as they claim. Through this test scan, they even stumbled upon what they claim to be an unopened sarcophagus deep in the Osiris Shaft, among many other new, previously unheard of tunnels. Seriously, it's like every time someone scans something in the Giza Plateau, they find something new. Discoveries like these that completely shatter the narrative and go against everything that archaeology has been preaching for years does kind of require outside independent researchers to come in and shake things up, instead of relying on the jaded career archaeologists who have been taught and teach a certain paradigm for their entire lives. The next step here would be to go on the ground and perform more in-depth scans with ground-penetrating radar to get a better picture of what's really going on. But there's just one thing you'd need in order to do that: permission from the gatekeepers. And somehow I don't think they're gonna let anyone do that anytime soon, because every time we do make a discovery like this, it gets mocked, downplayed, and swept over, just like Göbekli Tepe, another narrative-altering ancient site they're excavating at a snail's pace and outright destroying it in the process. If there really were powers that be who want to control a certain narrative, it would be for good reason. They want to keep the public calm and in control. But if that's the case, discoveries like these will always get debunked, and anyone who supports them will get mocked and get called liars and frauds, as I'm sure my beloved debunkers are in the comments. In my opinion, it's our duty as independent thinkers to always question what we're told is real and keep our minds open, or we'll forever live blinded to what's really out there. Nothing about this makes any sense, and I think I found out what they're hiding from us. Wild theories about the Blue Origin spaceflight are running rampant, and I've gathered every single one of them right here to bring you the truth. Because if you watch the live footage closely, you're gonna see it too. As you may know, 6 women, including Katy Perry, went to space to promote space tourism for Jeff Bezos' space company, Blue Origin, among whom was Jeffrey's own fiance for some reason. And skeptics are calling bullshit. It was all staged and it never happened. This is why. Let's start with the name of the rocket. What's that say? New sheep? Pfft. Oh, you must be a sheep if you believe this is real. And now the shape of the rocket? I mean, come on. What are they trying to do here? We all know what this looks like. They're just trying to mess with us at this point. Also, what a coincidence there's no camera footage inside the capsule during takeoff, because they never even launched. Now they get to space and start floating around, which is obviously a green screen, and they're just falling really fast to achieve the 0G, like those reduced gravity aircraft vomit comets that nosedive to simulate no gravity. Their entire journey, start to finish, was only 11 minutes. Meanwhile, real astronauts take up to 4 hours to get to the ISS, and only 4 of those minutes were actually in space, but they somehow managed to film all of this footage in that short amount of time. When they come back down, the landing looks brutal. Like, look at that massive cloud of dust. How did no one get hurt? And don't these things usually land in water? Also, the pod is somehow in pristine condition despite having fallen from space, which would normally burn it to a crisp like we see with NASA and SpaceX capsules. Jeff Bezos trips on the ground. I mean, what kind of billionaire trips while walking? A shot from the outside of the capsule shows a very obviously fake mannequin hand on the inside, but clearly staged. And now the big one everyone's talking about, the capsule door. We can see that as the crew is waiting to get opened up, the hatch peeks open very briefly before they were officially supposed to come out. And the media manager, or whoever that is, runs over to tell them it's not time yet, close it up, so that Jeffrey can come by with his special tool and open it from the outside, because only a special tool can do that. But how can a capsule that withstands the harsh conditions of space possibly even open from the inside? Like, isn't that a huge liability? Oh, there he is with his special space tool that needs to be used to open the capsule, and oh yeah, now it's open, huh? The crew comes out and Katie kisses the ground after being gone for a whole 11 minutes, which started a few memes and got some people mad. Wendy's tweets if we can send her back, which also caused a bit of uproar. And now finally, you see that badge on her spacesuit, turn it upside down, and it's Baphomet, the devil himself, the master of deception. You have all been fooled. Because maybe they actually did go to space and it was all real. The name of the rocket New Sheep is actually New Shepherd, literally the opposite of a sheep. The shape of the rocket is kinda sus and really does feel like a joke, but is also great for viral publicity. Everyone's gonna be talking about it, making memes, and reposting it. No camera footage from the inside during takeoff? Well, there actually is a bit of brief footage. It's short-lived, but it's there. And there have been other launches from the same rocket that do show the inside view during takeoff very clearly. Now, actually being in space, this does look pretty convincing, I'll admit, but there's really no way to prove whether this is a green screen or not. It might be, who knows, you decide. Their entire journey was 11 minutes because, well, this is the path they took, just barely passing the Kármán line at 100 kilometers up. The bare minimum requirement to be considered space. They technically didn't even go into orbit, they just kind of fell with style. The 4 minutes they were in space, yeah, they did quite a lot. This was essentially a celebrity promo for Blue Origin after all. The cloud of gas from the impact fall is apparently nitrogen gas ejected out of the capsule to soften the landing. Here's inside footage from another landing. The pristine condition of the capsule, since it was a suborbital flight, it descended only 100 kilometers from a speed of about 4,000 kilometers an hour. Whereas a real orbital flight falls from 400 kilometers up from a speed of about 28,000 kilometers an hour. So that's why those are burnt and this one wasn't. The fake mannequin hand was actually from another Blue Origin flight from 2017. This pic has been around for almost 8 years, which you can verify yourself. The capsule door, I admit, is pretty sketch, but it could also just be Bezos lining up for a perfect photo opportunity, as he would. And others have confirmed the door does open from the inside too. This one, I'm on the fence. Now the upside down devil badge, I really don't have an explanation for that. Not gonna lie, it really does look blatantly demonic when flipped upside down. Like, I really do see a devil face with horns right there, if I'm being honest. I'm just surprised logo design PR teams don't have a demon symbolism check department before finalizing designs these days. I really feel like this should be pretty easy to avoid, unless they really are doing it intentionally. All in all, I would lean towards this spaceflight potentially being real, but who knows, I could be wrong on this one. Before you panic, no, I haven't been bought out by the Illuminati or anything. Being open-minded just means considering all possibilities, and this one was a little hard to swallow, and that's coming from me. But not the pyramids, those are definitely power plants made by aliens 100%. Don't you worry, I'm not going anywhere. I've got another out-of-pocket crackpot theory coming for you real soon. The closest calls to global nuclear war in history. In October 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, a Soviet submarine off the coast of Cuba was surrounded by American ships. The sub was so deep underwater that it had no contact with anyone from the outside world. The US Navy started dropping harmless signaling charges into the water to let the sub know to come up to the surface. The captain of the submarine thought they were getting attacked and all-out war had broken out above. In retaliation, he ordered the launch of a 10-kiloton nuclear torpedo against the US fleet. For the record, the little boy nuke dropped on Hiroshima in Japan was 15 kilotons, so this torpedo was no joke. But protocol required all 3 officers in the sub to approve the missile in order to launch. 2 of the 3 approved it, but the third, this guy right here, Vasily Arkhipov, did not. Due to his call, they rose to the surface and surrender, only to realize that war hadn't broken out. If they had launched that nuke against the American fleet, the US would have retaliated equally and would have almost certainly escalated to all-out nuclear war. So this guy right here, low-key saved the entire world. In 1983, Soviet early warning systems detected 5 nuclear missiles coming at them from the United States. Protocol for this warning system during this time was to launch their own nukes in retaliation before they get hit, no questions asked. But the base commander, Stanislav Petrov, had a gut feeling about the alert. Some things seemed off, even though all technical readings were showing an attack. He full-blown violated protocol and did not launch Soviet nukes against the States, an action that would have normally got him terminated. Turns out, he was right. It was a malfunction in the early warning system that misdetected high-altitude satellites as nukes, and his gut feeling prevented World War III. In 1995, more Russian radar systems picked up the launch of an unexpected projectile heading their way. It had the exact same speed, shape, launch trajectory, and all the characteristics of a US Trident nuclear missile, so it's exactly what they assumed it was. Russian nuclear submarines were armed and put on high alert in preparation for a retaliation strike. Their president at the time, Boris Yeltsin, was handed the nuclear launch code's briefcase, which was activated for the first time and prepared to strike back at the flick of a button. They were 15 minutes away from getting hit, but something inside President Yeltsin told him to stand down as he and his military officials held their breath in anticipation. Turns out it was just a Norwegian research rocket that went up to study the northern lights. Norway even sent Russia an alert about the rocket well in advance, but they missed that notification. This made Boris Yeltsin the first world leader to activate the Russian nuclear briefcase, which is a real thing, also known as the Cheget. If this scenario happened just a few years earlier during the Cold War when the Soviet Union was still in charge, it would have been a different story. How exactly does a pope become a pope? Can you run for Pope, and how much does he get paid? There are really only two requirements for this position. First, be a Catholic, meaning you need to be baptized into the Catholic Church. Second, be a man, as only men are allowed to be popes. If you pass these two checks, then congrats, you got what it takes. Theoretically, any regular person that fits these two criteria can technically become the Pope, but that's never happened, as electing the Pope is a super inside job and you won't believe what you gotta do to get there. Choosing the Pope is done by a special class within the clergy of the Catholic Church called cardinals, these guys that wear all red, where they typically choose one of their own and promote that person to become the next Pope. Although you don't have to be a cardinal to become the Pope, 98% of all popes in history have been. The last time a non-cardinal became the Pope was over 600 years ago with Urban VI in 1378, who was still an archbishop, which is a very high rank, and I'll explain what that even means. So then being a cardinal, or at least some sort of leading clergyman within the church, would technically be an unofficial third requirement. So if you want to run for Pope and you're not a cardinal, all you have to do is become a priest, which is going to need some relevant education, like a college degree in Catholic philosophy and then a Master's of Divinity, typically done in a special type of school called a seminary. Oh, and you also need to be unmarried and willing to stay celibate for the rest of your life, so there's that. But if so, then get your degrees, get in touch with your local church to help minister, and after a few years of training, you can get fully ordained as a priest, meaning you get to run your own Catholic church or continue working with another priest who does, which are funded primarily by donations and charities. Step 1 complete. Once you're a priest, you can move on to ranking up to a bishop, a much more prestigious rank in the church. While there are about 400,000 Catholic priests in the world, there are only around 5,000 bishops. Being a bishop basically means you run a cathedral instead of a church, which is essentially just a bigger church that oversees all the smaller churches in a select area known as a diocese. In order to become a bishop, you need to wait for a spot to open up, meaning a current bishop either needs to retire at the age of 75, which they're required to do under their code of canon law, or die. The remaining bishops then consult their secret list of potential bishops, which they update every 3 years based on which priests in their diocese they think would make a good candidate. To be on that list, you obviously need to be a good person, at least 35 years old, have been a priest for at least 5 years, and also have a PhD in theology, the study of the nature of God. If you manage to get on that list, the bishops then give it to the Pope's ambassador to your country, the Apostolic Nuncio, who then takes 3 people from that list, researches and interviews them, and chooses the one that he thinks is the best pick. He sends his report to the Vatican, where the Congress of Bishops there either approve the selected candidate or tell the Nuncio to keep searching and interview others. When the Congress is satisfied with the selected candidate, then that candidate is given to the current Pope, who has the option to veto it and restart the entire process if he chooses to. As you can tell, this can take a very, very long time, sometimes months or even years. But if the Pope doesn't veto it and you were their chosen candidate, then congrats, you're now a bishop. The next step is to become a cardinal. Now, there are also archbishops who technically rank higher and have more responsibility than regular bishops, except instead of running a cathedral that oversees a diocese, they oversee an archdiocese, which just means it's a much larger area, usually centered around a major metropolitan city or even a collection of many smaller dioceses. You don't have to rank up to archbishop to become a cardinal, but it sure helps your case, and the process is much the same as becoming a bishop. Wait for a current archbishop to retire or die, get on the special list, and get selected. Whereas there are about 5,000 bishops in the world, there are only 600 archbishops. Now, cardinals are also basically just bishops, but with the added responsibility of electing the next pope, which is exactly where we want to be. To rank up to cardinal, you just need to get the current pope to appoint you as one. And there are only 250 cardinals in the world, so this pool just keeps getting smaller and more exclusive. There are really no strict criteria to what you have to do to be chosen as a cardinal. So long as you're a great bishop, preferably an archbishop, dedicate your life to God, and the pope sees you putting in the work, he'll promote you. And if he does, now you're a cardinal and just one step away from becoming the pope. Now you need to wait for the current pope to either die or resign, but only 6 popes in all of history have ever resigned. That's 3% of all popes ever, the most recent one being Pope Benedict XVI in 2013 actually. Once a pope dies or resigns, all cardinals under the age of 80 are brought to Vatican City to start the next pope election process, which is known as the conclave. They get together and have all their communication with the outside world taken away and follow a set of instructions typically left by the late pope on how he wants his successor to be picked, which consists of all the cardinals heading to the Sistine Chapel 4 times a day to vote one among them to become the next pope. In order for a pope to be chosen, he must win at least a 2/3 majority vote from the conclave, which is pretty high. To vote, they each write the name of their candidate on a piece of paper, say a long prayer in Latin in front of the altar, cast their ballot, and repeat. Then the votes are counted and burned. If no one was chosen in a 2/3 majority, black smoke comes out of the Sistine Chapel's chimney, signifying they haven't chosen anyone yet, and the process repeats. Once the chimney smoke comes out white, it means a new pope has been chosen. As you may realize, choosing a pope is a time-consuming process and can sometimes take months or even years. The longest conclave ever lasting 3 years with Pope Gregory X in 1271, but it's been even faster in modern times. The average length of modern conclaves is around 2 to 3 days, and it's been over 200 years since one lasted longer than a week. But if your name happened to be chosen in that 2/3 majority vote, then congratulations, you are now the Pope, and it only took you almost your entire life. Your final step is to choose your papal name. You can technically choose any name you want, there aren't any restrictions to it, but it's tradition to take a previous pope's or saint's name. Like Pope Francis wasn't his real name, it was actually Jorge Mario Bergoglio, and he chose the name Francis, making him Francis I. Now the question you really care about, how much does this position pay? Well, lo and behold, I think it's no surprise that the Pope actually doesn't earn a salary, but rather has all of his living expenses covered for the rest of his life through the church's funding. Food, travel, housing, security, medical care, everything is fully paid for, and the Pope technically doesn't earn any income himself. But there actually is a traditional payment paid to the Pope that he only receives upon his death. This payment consists of 3 bags of gold, silver, and copper coins, each bag containing 1 coin for every year that he reigned as Pope, which is placed in his coffin and is the only direct monetary compensation that you would receive as the Pope. I thought this was fake, but they actually did it. They might have found the most famous ancient artifact in all of history. For the longest time, historians dismissed it as a myth, a made-up story glamorizing one of humanity's greatest moments. And now, CIA documents from 1988 reveal the Ark of the Covenant is real, and they know exactly where it is. Known as Project Sunstreak, where they sent over 30 agents on very special missions to find the Ark without telling them what they were looking for or even where they were going. Just that they were looking for something very important in order to make the operation as unbiased as possible. The 3 major goals for this project were establish whether a threat exists, if so, what are its dimensions, and can it be exploited. One particular agent on this mission, number 32, described finding almost exactly what they were looking for. He reported seeing a container with another container inside of it, made of wood, gold, and silver, and was shaped like a coffin, decorated with seraphim on top, which are these things. This already very accurately describes the Ark of the Covenant, without even knowing it's what he was looking for. But it doesn't end there. He goes on to confirm that he found this container hidden underground in the Middle East as he heard people speaking in Arabic around him. According to him, the container's purpose is to bring people together, holding information and historical knowledge far beyond anything we know, and that it's protected by powerful entities in this underground Middle Eastern chamber, also seeing domed roofs on the surrounding buildings. Keep that part in mind. The agent explained that this box can only be opened by those authorized to do so, and that it won't be opened until the time is right. Anyone who opens it before then will be destroyed by an unknown power. All in his official CIA report. Everything he described are known characteristics of the Lost Ark, without even knowing what he was looking at. And the reason he didn't know where he was or what he was trying to find was because this was a remote viewing mission the CIA had sent him on. In case you didn't know, the CIA was kinda obsessed with remote viewing in the 70s and 80s, part of their larger Project Stargate program. Put simply, remote viewing is the ability to project your consciousness to other parts of the world, or even outside of our world and at any point in time, to see exactly what would be there if you were to go in person, also known as astral projection. Kinda like when you die in a video game and you're waiting to respawn, you can fly around and see everything as that invisible camera that no one else can see. Now I know when most people hear this, they immediately call it nonsense voodoo psychic magic that has no merit in reality. But it kinda works. The CIA and similar agencies have successfully used it on numerous occasions with incredible results. Like Patricia Mona, who successfully found 30 missing people for the RCMP in Canada through her remote viewing sessions. Joe McGonigal, a decorated intelligence officer, described seeing the construction of a giant Soviet submarine through his sessions. An idea that was mocked and literally laughed at the time until they actually found it, and it matched exactly how Joe described it. Other remote viewers drew accurate sketches of secret Soviet bases, which later turned out to be real, or found the exact locations of hostages during major events like the Red Brigade and the Israeli hostage crisis, which were then rescued. Angela Ford was tasked with finding a fugitive on the run through remote viewing and found the name of the exact city he was hiding in Wyoming. He was there and they caught him. Former President Jimmy Carter himself admits they got the exact coordinates of a crashed plane in Africa from a remote viewer, and lo and behold, it was there. Not to mention the CIA invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Project Stargate before they shut this program down in 1995. Sure, you can argue that even a broken clock is right twice a day, and if you remote view enough times, yes, eventually you'll get something right. But these were all incredibly detailed events, locations, and descriptions, and it would be a stretch to call them all just coincidences. It's not perfect, but it works a lot of the time. These training programs insisted that remote viewing is a skill that anyone can learn if you put in the effort. There are some people who are more naturally gifted than others, and these are who they select for their missions. The way the CIA typically conducted their remote viewing missions is by providing anonymous coordinates to their psychic agents and telling them to project themselves there to see what they find. And as we saw with remote viewer number 32 of Project Sunstreak, he potentially witnessed the most sought after relic in all of of history, the Ark of the Covenant. A biblical artifact whose existence is hotly debated, but we do kinda know exactly what it looks like. A giant chest adorned with gold and acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long by 1.5 cubits wide, that is said to hold the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, the 10 rules of living as written by God and given to Moses in the Bible, as well as Aaron's rod, Moses' brother and the first high priest, which is said to have its own source of divine power, and a golden pot of manna, the divine white flaky food given to the Israelites in the desert by God in order to keep them fed. The book of Exodus goes into crazy detail about the exact specifications of the ark, and we can pretty much construct a perfect replica based on all the written measurements and instructions given. The Bible even describes the exact sequence of events of where the ark was moved throughout the generations. Over hundreds of years, the ark was carried by the Israelites throughout the land as God directed them where to go. It eventually ended up at the Temple of King Solomon in Jerusalem, the last known location of the ark before the temple was destroyed by the Babylonians in 587 BC. But remember our remote viewer number 32, when describing the ark, mentioned seeing buildings with domed roofs in his report? Well, the most famous dome in the Middle East and arguably the world is the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, an Islamic mosque built in the 7th century AD. What's interesting about the Dome of the Rock is that it was built on Temple Mount, one of the holiest sites in the world, and the same original location as King Solomon's temple before it was destroyed, the last known location of the ark. That's because the Dome of the Rock was built on top of something called the foundation stone, a massive stone block of great significance, as it's believed this is where God's creation of earth started according to religious tradition, and is also the rock upon which the ark was expected to be placed on in the OG Temple of King Solomon, as if it couldn't get any more obvious. Beneath this stone are several known tunnels and chambers called the Well of Souls, which people have visited and very clearly exist. But beneath that well is another hidden chamber that's sealed off and is where the Ark of the Covenant is rumored to be held. Access to the Dome of the Rock is very heavily restricted, and you also have to be Muslim to enter, as it is an Islamic mosque, sparking further rumors that they're intentionally hiding it there and not letting anyone claim it for religious dominance. But hey, I'm not touching that one. We're not starting a holy war over here. But it is very interesting to see this remote viewer describe what appears to be the Ark of the Covenant sitting in a dark cave in the Middle East surrounded by domed buildings, without even knowing what it was he was looking for. So either call it a coincidence, or they know exactly where the Ark is and who knows what sort of powers it holds. Stop for a sec. You see this photo, right? It's no ordinary photo, and it might have just showed us that our reality is a simulation. This picture was made entirely in the most unexpected way possible by this research student at UCL. And it's not just one. He's created dozens of pieces like this, some of them even looking pretty photorealistic. What makes them special is that they were made completely from math equations. What? How is that even possible? I'm sure you remember y equals mx plus b from high school, the formula for a basic line. If you square the x by adding this little 2 on top, it becomes a curved line or a parabola. Go a little bit more complicated, and this formula right here will plot out the shape of a heart. Well, it turns out if you add enough math to it, you can make virtually any shape and any drawing you can imagine with a formula, and that's exactly what he did. Then incorporating RGB into the equation allows you to assign any color to each individual pixel on the graph. With these formulas, you can literally create anything that exists or that doesn't even exist yet in our universe. And visuals are just the start. You can use similar mathematical equations to create sound waves. Every sound you hear has its own unique waveform. Get detailed enough with the equations and you could theoretically create any sound ever. Others have used similar formulas to create 3D shapes too, which again, if you get specific enough with your math, you can create any 3-dimensional object ever. Then combine a series of these math formula generated images in rapid succession to each other to produce videos, or what our eyes perceive as reality in motion. Even thoughts are just neurons and synapses firing in your brain and produce brainwaves too, which once again could theoretically be mapped to an equation, meaning all of reality, all that we see, hear, experience, and even think can be perfectly converted into math, a series of numbers and symbols. And we do observe math everywhere in the natural world around us, like in the golden ratio spirals, geometric patterns, and fractals. In theory, your entire life experience, everything you've ever seen and ever will see, hear, feel, and experience can be perfectly translated into a never-ending series of math equations. So what if all of reality doesn't actually exist as we perceive it, and is really just an endless stream of algebraic formulas that our eyes, ears, and brains continuously calculate into the sights, sounds, and thoughts that we experience on a daily basis? And if so, who wrote these formulas? This one. This is gonna keep you up while you sleep tonight. The hollow moon theory. Our moon really doesn't make sense when you look at the facts. Like, it shouldn't exist. The moon is about 25% of Earth's size, the biggest moon to planet ratio of our entire solar system. Pluto is not a planet, that doesn't count. That's 72 times larger than the expected average moon to planet ratio of our solar system. Moons are just not supposed to be this big relative to their home planet, but sure, maybe we got lucky. Despite this, the moon is only 1% of Earth's mass. 1%, meaning it is way lighter than it's expected to be, and we really don't even know why. Unless, of course, the moon is either extremely porous like a sponge or a hollow shell. When looking at this data, NASA's own Dr. Gordon McDonald even said himself it would seem that the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous sphere. But oh, that's just the tip, and we ain't stopping. Our moon's orbit is way closer than that of any of the other over 400 moons in our solar system, and also has a near perfectly circular orbital path. We don't see this on any other planet, which all have moons with wildly eccentric orbits. Our moon also coincidentally appears as the exact same size as the sun in our sky. Despite our sun having a diameter 400 times larger than the moon just so happens to be exactly 400 times closer to us, defying all odds of randomness, but is officially deemed just a cosmic coincidence. The moon also happens to be tidally locked with our planet, meaning its rotational period is the same as its orbital period around the Earth, which is why the same side is always facing us. This one is not so much a coincidence, as tidally locked moons are actually fairly common in our solar system. But it would also be the perfect excuse for the moon to always look the same in our sky and for us to never see what's on the other side, like an all-seeing eye that never ceases surveillance of our planet. We don't even know for sure how our moon even got there in the first place. The most common explanation is that the early Earth collided with a massive protoplanet called Theia about 4.5 billion years ago, which was thought to be roughly the size of Mars, and the impact caused the resulting debris to coalesce and eventually form the moon. This is known as the giant impact theory. There's also the fission hypothesis, where an early molten Earth was spinning so fast that a part of it got ejected out into space and became the moon. The capture theory, implying the moon just drifted by Earth and was captured by its gravity. And the accretion theory, suggesting that as the early Earth was forming in its accretion disk, a part of that disk clumped together to become the moon. But when studying rock samples from the surface of the moon, we find out that none of these theories quite make any sense, with other NASA scientists like Dr. Robin Brett further quoted as saying it seems much easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than its existence. Like on Earth, the newest rocks are on the surface, and the deeper we go, the older the rocks get, as we would naturally expect to be the case. On the moon, it's the other way around. Soil samples from the moon confirm that older rocks are on the surface, and they get younger the deeper we go. The only time we ever see this inverse relationship of rock layer depth to rock age on Earth is through human interaction, like drilling, digging holes, and boring tunnels. Did the same thing happen on the moon? If the moon was hollowed out from the inside, this older inner rock would be brought up to the surface, and this observation would make sense. The lunar crust is also thinner on the side of the moon facing the Earth and thicker on the dark side of the moon, and researchers still have no idea why. The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, much the same as other planets' moons, but strangely, moon rock samples are strongly magnetized. Craters on the moon are all virtually the same depth, no matter how big or small they are. On Earth, bigger craters naturally go much deeper than smaller ones, as the impact was greater. Not on the moon, almost like there's a solid layer underneath preventing the crater from going too deep. Moon rocks are also much older than the oldest rocks on Earth by millions of years, blowing the fission hypothesis and accretion theory out of the water. The moon contains traces of uranium-236, a radioactive isotope that doesn't occur naturally on Earth, but rather through the highly complicated scientific process of nuclear fission, something that only an intelligent species is capable of. Zirconium, chromium, and titanium are all relatively rare Earth metals, but are somehow quite abundant on the moon. Those three elements are also some of the most durable and corrosive resistant that we know of, perfect for building a massive structure. And they've even done quantifiable experiments that tell us that's exactly what the moon might be. When Apollo 12 was leaving the moon's orbit, they intentionally dropped their lunar lander down to the surface. When it crashed, seismic measurements showed that the moon reverberated and rang like a bell for an hour. They did not expect this. Only hollow objects are expected to reverb like this, especially with something as small as a lunar lander. During Apollo 13, they tested that again with a much larger object, dropping a spent Saturn V booster rocket that impacted the lunar surface. This time, the moon rang for 3 hours, with vibrations going as deep as 32 kilometers beneath the surface, and even got faster the deeper they got. This doesn't happen on Earth, or even solid objects for that matter, and again is only expected to occur on something hollow. So the moon is not only hollow, but an artificial spacecraft that came here a long time ago. At least according to two Soviet scientists who carefully analyzed all the data brought back from the moon in 1970. They even published an article about it in Sputnik magazine titled "Is the Moon Creation by Alien Intelligence?" But this wasn't the first time this idea was suggested, as ancient myths all talk about the moon and have something very interesting to say about it. If you go back far enough, eventually you get to one thing that many myths agree on: a time before the moon was here. The Proselynes is a period written by Roman and Greek authors about a people called the Arcadians, who were here before there was a moon in the heavens. In Bolivia, on the other side of the world, the ancient Tiwanaku also write about the same period, a time before there was a moon, and that it arrived here around 13,000 years ago. In Africa, the Zulu people have legends that explicitly state the moon is hollow, was brought into orbit by dragons, and is inhabited by reptilian beings. Yup, we're back in lizard people territory. And that there was a time when the entire earth was covered by a thick blanket of water vapor, so much that you could barely see the sun. When the moon arrived, all this water vapor pooled together on Earth's surface, causing a global flood that restarted civilization. Sounds familiar. And that it also stabilized the climate and changed the tides of the ocean, which, mind you, this was written thousands of years ago. We didn't even know about the moon's effects on our tides until more recent times. Now lately, official reports by professional astronomers have seen some crazy shit on the moon that we just can't explain. On March 7th, 1971, while observing the moon, a cloud of water vapor randomly appeared on the surface. It covered roughly 260 square kilometers and stayed there for over 14 hours. No explanation. We have multiple individual reports of astronomers seeing a glowing mist on the moon, all on separate occasions. All of these independent sightings were reported coming from the same spot, the Plato crater. Flashing lights with no explanation on the moon are surprisingly nothing new, as astronomers have been reporting them for hundreds of years. Today, NASA officially reports over 2,000 sightings of light flashes on the moon since 554 AD that couldn't be explained and still continue to this day. These flashing lights and mist on the moon were so common they were even given a name: transient lunar phenomena, TLP. Like the infamous blue gem, a glowing blue light that was seen out of the Aristarchus crater on the moon in 1992 and has been seen many times since. Close-up satellite photos of the lunar surface very frequently show physical anomalies that can't be explained as natural formations, much like we see on Mars, like tall spires much too high to be naturally forming, as confirmed by both Boeing and NASA scientists themselves. Strange structures with straight edges, perfect angles, squares, circles, and massive glowing objects that look nothing like their surrounding environments. Some of these discoveries even made front-page news of major publications, but were later denied by all media and even photoshopped out of official photos. And not surprisingly, the majority of these anomalous structures were found on the dark side of the moon, the side that we can't see from Earth. Almost like they're intentionally being hidden from us. Leading experts like US Air Force photo technician Carl Wolf noticed these himself and insists that artificial structures very much exist on the moon, which today these photos are either edited out or no longer available from NASA, who claim them to be just optical illusions. Not to mention the dozens of ultra-zoomed amateur videos of orbs and other crafts seen flying on and around the moon. Like, what is going on there? I really gotta get me one of those telescopic zoom cameras and try this out myself. All of these strange, unexplainable moon phenomena and characteristics kind of make it seem like the moon isn't the empty, desolate body we think it is, but rather possibly inhabited by an intelligent species who conduct operations on, or more likely below, the lunar surface. Perhaps even being some sort of massive, hollowed out spacecraft that came here a long time ago and sits in perfect orbit around us, watching our every move. Let's be real, NASA. That's no moon now, is it? All confirmed UFO types explained from most common to rarest. First up, we got the classic saucer UFOs, brought to mainstream attention in the 1940s after the infamous Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. Back when they were actually called UFOs, you know, unidentified flying objects. For decades, this was the signature UFO style that everyone knew and talked about, but was mostly mocked and downplayed until the government kinda told us they're actually real in 2020. Shaped like a disc with smooth edges, oftentimes glowing and occasionally with a dome top. Cigar-shaped UAPs are elongated cylindrical craft, often tapering at the ends. In recent times, the terminology was officially updated to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, which was changed once again to unidentified anomalous phenomena when they realized they could also go underwater, no longer making them aerial. What makes cigar UAPs so interesting is their lack of any visible wings, fins, or other appendages typically found on flying craft, and is what really made us realize how impressive the non-visible propulsion systems that power UAPs really are. These have been popping up in our skies more lately, and you can stay up to date with the latest UFO sightings sightings with Enigma. This app lets you watch and share user-submitted UFO sightings from all around the world and even get notified if there's activity in your area. With a growing library of over 300,000 sightings worldwide, you can endlessly scroll through the latest UFO encounters as they happen. Download Enigma for the type of vids you won't find on any other algorithm, like those orb-shaped UFOs everyone's been talking about, or spherical UAPs, near-perfect spheres, typically on the smaller side, seen flying very fast with erratic movements and no visible propulsion system. Can either appear metallic or sometimes slightly glowing, leading people to believe some of these may even be trans-dimensional. Oftentimes spotted around military bases and have even been noted to merge or split into multiple orbs. Large, silent, and most often black or dark in color, triangle UFOs are usually seen with lights either in front or on their sides. One of the most well-documented mass UFO sightings happened in 1990 over Belgium, where hundreds of civilians and police officers reported countless triangle UFOs in the sky. Chevron or boomerang UFOs are similar to the triangle ones but have a more pronounced V shape. They also have lights along their supposed wings and have usually been spotted flying at lower altitudes. Egg-shaped are kinda like our sphere UFOs, somewhat elongated but not quite to the extent of a cigar UAP. These are most commonly sighted by the military, one of which they famously refer to as the Tic Tac UAP, moving extremely fast and erratically, and have been seen to pass through large bodies of water without slowing down, showing off their true capability. Diamond-shaped UAPs are much less common than what we've discussed so far. They typically feature some sort of central light or collection of lights and are often seen rotating, moving, or even morphing in midair. Box-shaped UAPs are sort of like the diamond ones, except feature a more distinct rectangular shape with straight edges and perfect corners. They don't rotate and morph as often as the diamonds, but can occasionally be seen with what appear to be windows and sometimes even glowing. Fireball UAPs are an interesting breed, a rare type of orb, typically orange and violently flickering, giving the appearance of a burning flame. Transcending the notion of being mere objects, the fireball truly is a phenomenon, often seen far away and moving very slowly, occasionally bursting out a pulse or sometimes even appearing green. Speculated to be trans-dimensional, these aren't as common as the rest on most social media platforms. But with Enigma, you'll never miss a rare UFO sighting again. Can't recommend it enough. Organic-shaped are most notably portrayed by the infamous jellyfish UAP caught on camera in the Middle East. This one looks like a collection of indistinguishable parts, no concrete form and moving slower than the others but at a steady, consistent pace. Has also been noted to go underwater. The organic-shaped UAP is among the rarest, with some reports documenting shape-shifting abilities and sudden drops in temperature. So apparently, they actually captured real alien technology in Colombia, and it's all on video. You know those orb UFOs we've been seeing zipping around in faraway, blurry, shaky phone cam footage? Well, they caught one, or so they say, after it fell from the sky after getting shocked by a power line. Called the Buga-sphere, observed by multiple witnesses and recovered by a group of amateurs near Buga, Colombia. And it was all caught on camera by two separate individuals, from it flying around before falling to the ground to them actually walking up to it, which honestly looks pretty convincing. They claimed the sphere was freezing cold to the touch when they first picked it up, and that one of them also got very sick for days after touching it. It weighed about 4.5 pounds when they first recovered it, but after taking it to a lab, it somehow weighed closer to 22 pounds, about 5 times heavier. It's engraved with all these crazy looking designs, symbols, and grooves that go all around it. On the front, there's a particular pattern that looks like a circuit board, surrounded by what appear to be characters in an unknown language. When using AI to translate it, it read, "The origin of birth through union and energy in the cycle of transformation, meeting point of unity, expansion, and consciousness, individual consciousness." Okay, take that with a grain of salt. Among the researchers in the independent lab that took it in for study was X-ray radiologist Jose Luis Velasquez, who performed a series of in-depth scans on it, and he found out just how impressive this object really is. The scans determined the sphere is made of 3 very dense layers, has a chip-like core on the inside with perfect internal symmetry, and has 18 tiny microspheres inside of it as well that happen to align with the circuit board pattern on the outside, which ufologists are claiming is what powers the device's anti-gravity, possibly a zero-point energy propulsion system. 32 dots align the grooves that surround the entire sphere, which appear to have been drilled out from the inside. Despite it having no signs of welding, joints, or seams anywhere along its surface, yet appears to be a completely homogeneous object, which is just impressive engineering by any means. It was also measured as emitting its own electromagnetic field, and its surface temperature was unusually variable, going up and down at all times. It also didn't react to heat, neither scorching nor even getting hotter when they put a blowtorch to it, and when they poured water on it, it evaporated while staying completely cool to the touch. Rumors went around that Russia contacted the team in possession of the sphere with an offer to purchase it, before it was sent to Mexican authorities, who allegedly now have possession of it and are studying it further. We do know for sure it's an artificial object, whether it be man-made or extraterrestrial made. And obviously the internet internet is in an uproar, absolutely insisting this is just another hoax. I just think it's funny that when we get blurry, shaky cam UFO videos, skeptics claim it's inconclusive and demand high quality footage. But whenever we do get tangible, conclusive, and up-close evidence like this, the same people call it fake. Which, hey, it very well might be, but man, I really hope it's not. Yale University posted the most cursed book in history to the internet, and it's driving people insane. A 250-page medieval codex written in an unknown language that no one has been able to decipher for over 600 years. But an Egyptologist claims he cracked it and knows exactly what it says. The Voynich manuscript is an ancient book filled with this unknown writing and drawings that suggest it might be some sort of manual for black magic or sorcery. Written sometime between 1404 and 1438 on pages made from calfskin in an indecipherable text that we haven't been able to translate. It's kind of crazy to look at, like it obviously says something and has a clear linguistic structure to it, but we just have no idea what any of this means. Everyone has tried to solve it. Mathematicians, computer scientists, linguists, historians, the FBI. Even the cryptographer who famously cracked the German Enigma code, Alan Turing, gave it a shot and failed. Along with the text, the book is filled with cryptic pictures of plants, creatures, astronomy, and naked women in bathtubs. The book is divided into roughly 4 sections: herbal, astrological, balneological, which is the study of the therapeutic use of baths, and pharmacological, medicine. First, the herbal section is filled with diagrams of plants that don't even exist, at least not on Earth, shaped like stars, circles, and other strange growth patterns. Some pages even have weird looking animals on them, like this little seahorse thing nibbling on one of the leaves, and other mythical looking creatures all throughout, thought to be either a botanical guide or some sort of instructions for alchemy, telling the user what plants to use and for what. Then the astrological section gets interesting as the pages fold out and show complex maps of the night sky and potentially even deep space, featuring known constellations like Sagittarius, Pisces, and Aries, but they're just a little bit off from what they're supposed to look like. And there are even some star charts that are completely unknown to us, either just made up or showing us a part of space we're not aware of. Balneological gets weird, featuring naked women in baths and pools in all sorts of odd shapes. Some of the baths even being shaped like a woman's ovaries, with them lounging in their tubes which pour back into the larger tubs. And again, since we have no idea what any of this text is saying, the context can range from anything as innocent as women's hygiene to sacrificial rituals. The final pharmacological section is basically all writing, many pages of thick text assumed to be recipes for medicine or maybe magic potions, all written in the elusive Voynichese language as it's being called that still remains a mystery, until people started insisting they solved it. It's kinda like English in that it's written left to right and appears to have 20 to 25 different letters, but the book's history suggests otherwise. The manuscript circulated in relative obscurity since it was written in the 1400s, getting purchased and passed along by emperors and alchemists who saw interest in it. It then disappeared for about 250 years, where we don't know who had possession and what happened to it, and was later brought to popular attention by Polish bookkeeper Wilfrid Voynich in 1912, who rediscovered it and dedicated his life to it, and is where the book gets its name. It was later donated to Yale's manuscript library, where it still physically remains today, and in 2020 they published the entire manuscript to their digital library, which you can view yourself. For hundreds of years, no one could figure out what this book was about, but in 2020, German Egyptologist Rainer Hannig claims to have cracked it. His analysis shows us that Voynichese is based in a Semitic language, most likely being Hebrew in origin. Nope, don't you dare say it. Cross-referencing Voynich characters with certain Hebrew letters, he managed to translate a few words, followed by full-on sentences. And it says a whole bunch of gibberish. Experts are not convinced this guy solved anything. One of his translations read, "I am a bull ready, which facilitates and renews house and ruins. You are a piece of lamb, which opens the mouth and is discouraged when I. Yeah. This isn't the first time. The Voynich manuscript has claimed to be deciphered dozens of times, and each one just doesn't quite make any sense. More recently, computer scientists at the University of Alberta used AI to help them translate the cryptic text, which also happened to determine that the language is likely Hebrew in origin. They even successfully translated the first sentence in the book, which reads, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me and people." Not much better. They insist they're making progress, but clearly it needs a lot of work. Regardless of what it says, many theories around the manuscript speculate what the codex could possibly even be about. Some people think it's just an ancient women's health manual, which looking at it kinda makes sense. I guess the astrological section would have been their zodiac column, right? Others say it was written by an inner circle of philosophers in a code code that only they could understand, and the cipher died with them. Or perhaps the final logs by the last standing survivors of a forgotten civilization lost to time, written in their native tongue. Maybe even an alien from another planet who crashed on Earth over 600 years ago, and without any way to get back to his home planet, decided to chronicle his life's work on pages of calfskin. If it is a real language lost to time, it wouldn't even be the first we've ever come across. Like Rongo Rongo, another undeciphered script composed of glyphs discovered on Easter Island. This one's more hieroglyphic-y, but to this day we have no idea what any of this means. But still others say it's just an ancient hoax written by someone in the 1400s as a prank, which I think is more ridiculous than it being written by aliens, but that's just me. Tying it back to medieval occultists like Edward Kelly, who claimed to go into deep trances while communicating with angels, an act historically known as speaking in tongues, or glossolalia, and would write down what the angels told him in their native angel language that no one could read, speak, nor understand, claiming the Voynich manuscript is filled with that writing. But people say a lot of these angel speakers were nothing but scam artists, and this book was just a giant con to get people to believe something and is just literal chicken scratch gibberish. If this really is a hoax, that's some impressive looking fake language right there. I'm gonna stick with aliens. Final answer. Okay, I might have gone too deep on this one, but the Mountain Dew conspiracy is, you'll see. So apparently every big marketing campaign they do for an upcoming new flavor coincides with a major world event, and it's never a good one. And the one they're dropping in 2025 might be a little concerning, because the names of their major flavors always seem to have a hidden message behind them. Take Mountain Dew Maui Burst, for example, which was released and preceded the wildfires we had in Maui back in 2023. Maui Burst. Which, by the way, those fires were also hella sketch to begin with, and a lot of rumors of foul play involved. Let me know if I should cover those some other time. Also, Mountain Dew, DEW, like direct energy weapons. You know, those lasers that shoot down from above and set things on fire. Okay, that part's a stretch, but these other flavors there's something else. Like Star Spangled Splash, which came out in 2024, the same year that bridge collapsed in Baltimore. You remember that? Where that container ship randomly crashed into a bridge and it just completely fell apart. Another kind of sketchy catastrophe. Well, the name of the bridge was the Francis Scott Key Bridge, named after the author of the American national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, Star Spangled Splash. In 2001, Mountain Dew released their classic Code Red flavor, you know, like big emergency, all hands on deck type of disaster, and also happens to be the official hospital code for an active fire. Well, 3 months after this release, the most devastating event of US history occurred on the 11th day of the 9th month of the year, September. I don't think the algorithm likes that word. Of course, there were also many fires involved, ones that melted steel girders in perfect 45-degree angles, yet somehow left passports completely intact. The list goes on. I've got more flavors that'll blow your mind, and the one they're releasing this year might give us a glimpse of what's coming next. But why Mountain Dew of all drinks, the unofficial sports beverage of gamers and virgins? Well, the history of this drink is honestly just as shocking as what they used to put into Coca-Cola, if you know what I mean. Just have a look at the name, Mountain Dew. What's the first thing that comes to mind? Probably something like a scenic mountain landscape spotted with refreshing drops of morning dew, right? That's exactly what their marketing team today would want you to picture, because they wouldn't want you to know the real story. The drink was originally invented by two brothers, Barney and Ali Hartman, in 1940 as a tangy citrus soda in the same category as tonic water. And they created it because they wanted a better mixer for their whiskey. And it sure did the job. According to them, when they mixed their new drink with whiskey, the resulting flavor tasted like moonshine, which is bootleg alcohol typically distilled illegally, popularized during the Prohibition era when booze was banned for 13 years. In fact, it tasted so much like it, they decided to name their new drink Mountain Dew, which was a popular slang term for moonshine in the 40s. Yup, Mountain Dew was originally made for mixing with whiskey and is named after illegally distributed alcohol. Like, imagine 30 years from now they release a grape flavored soda called Lean or Scissor. Despite its sketchy origins, Pepsi-Cola saw promise in the drink and bought the Mountain Dew brand in 1964, which largely expanded distribution across the United States and Canada. Pepsi still owns the drink today, and they've been involved in some pretty sketchy business themselves over the years, like the infamous Pepsi coup of Chile in 1970, where the chairman of Pepsi at the time worked with the head of the CIA to overthrow Chile's new socialist president. Yes, this actually happened. Apparently, this guy was a threat to the profits of Pepsi bottling factories in Chile, and so the company got involved and helped overthrow their government. Was this collab between Pepsi and the CIA the start of a much larger psyop that we see happening today? Because as the years went by, their marketing team continued releasing new flavors of the drink with some questionable names, like their popular Pitch Black flavor, which apparently coincided with the largest IT blackout ever back in 2024, the CrowdStrike outage. The one that affected 8.5 million Microsoft devices, with critical services and business operations being disrupted. Their Infinite Swirl flavor preceded the insane hurricane season that wouldn't end in Southeast America and featured featured multiple Category 5 hurricanes. Purple Thunder is another recent flavor that also happens to be the name of a classified anti-tank missile defense system experiment performed by the IDF over 22 years ago. The IDF, like the Israeli Defense Force. Is there a connection to something here? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. There's also the well-known Baja Blast, which was originally released in 2004, but we have seen bigger marketing pushes for it lately. Some tie it to the 2023 Ensenada shootout, which took the lives of 10 people in Baja California, Mexico. Baja Blast? Yeah, okay, this one's kind of a stretch, I'll admit. But the newest flavor coming out in 2025 is Baja Midnight. And they're really pushing this one. It's almost kind of weird. Taco Bell hosted a full-ass press conference type event just to announce it, which will be exclusive to Taco Bell, but what could it possibly mean? Speculations are ranging anywhere from more global power outages and blackouts, like the Iberian Peninsula blackout we saw in Spain and Portugal at the end of April, to some big paranormal reveal, because you know, midnight is so spooky. Or maybe even us hitting midnight on the Doomsday Clock, the one that scientists update every year telling us how close we are to nuclear apocalypse. Midnight. It's currently sitting at 89 seconds, the closest we've ever been in history. Perhaps Baja Midnight is alluding to the clock striking 12. Does Mountain Dew really know what's coming next, or is this just a huge viral marketing campaign with some pretty dark undertones? This story is 100% real, and no one can explain what happened to this group of 9 students. They were all incredibly experienced hikers, and in 1959 decided to set off on a 2-week expedition into the frozen Ural mountain ranges of Russia. A week into their trek, harsh snowstorms forced them to set up camp and wait it out halfway up one of the mountains. These were the last photos taken by the hikers before they went missing. A few weeks later, when they never returned back home to their families, a search party was sent out to find them. The rescue team came across their campsite, and what they found was far worse than what anyone could have ever imagined. Their tents were intentionally torn to shreds with a sharp object, yet all of their clothes, gear, and even fresh meals were inside, neatly stacked and untouched among the ruins. They find a journal with a final entry reading, "I wonder what awaits us on this hike. Will anything new happen?" Oh, and were they right about that. All 9 bodies were nowhere to be found, but they see a trail of footprints leading away from the camp and out into the barren Russian tundra. But the footprints were barefoot, even though it would have been like 30 below zero at the time, with the indentations in the snow indicating they walked away in a calm, orderly fashion, as opposed to running away in a panic as you'd expect in a situation like this. They follow the prints and find 5 of the hikers' bodies wearing nothing but their underwear, who would have been in the middle of a massive snowstorm and presumably died of hypothermia. The bodies were mangled, covered in severe cuts, bruises, and strangest of all, 3rd-degree burns. One of them even had a chunk of flesh missing from his right hand and inside of his mouth, like he tried biting his own hand off. Months of searching later, they find the bodies of the 4 remaining hikers in a riverbed 250 feet away, and this is where the story gets even weirder. This time, these hikers' bodies were all wearing the clothes of their dead friends, found in a makeshift shelter like they were trying to hide from someone or something. And these bodies had even more serious injuries all over them: chest fractures, cracked skulls. Some had their tongues and lips cut off, and eyes gouged out of their sockets. Above all, a few of the bodies were radioactive, like they had been recently exposed to nuclear radiation. On record, the official cause of death of this incident was an unknown compelling force which the hikers were unable to overcome. This is the Dyat Lov Pass incident, named after the one who led this expedition, Igor Dyatlov. At first glance, it might even seem obvious. A psychopath or a group of psychos came across their encampment, slashed their tents open, and chased them down. But that theory completely fell apart, as upon further investigation, they realized the tents were slashed open from the inside, meaning whatever happened to someone in the tents, presumably one or a few of them. But even then, the neatly folded, unused gear, the near-naked bodies in the middle of the snow, other bodies wearing their friends' clothes with their tongues and eyes gouged out, their radiation. None of it makes any sense, and no one's been able to piece together exactly what happened. Some say avalanche, others say Yeti, some an attack by the local indigenous Mansi tribe people, or just hypothermic delirium. The Dyat Lov Pass incident has become one of the biggest unsolved mysteries of the internet, and some theories claim they figured it out. The families of the victims demanded answers from the Soviet government for years, who strangely classified all photos, files, and journals recovered during their search. The area was made off limits, and all other evidence collected was destroyed, which was unusual for a civilian incident, even for the Soviet Union. Kinda like something happened there they didn't want anyone to know about. Well, originally, there were only supposed to be 8 hikers on this trek, but strangely, this guy, Semyon Zolotaryov, was added last second, who was significantly older than the rest, and was also a war veteran with many years of military service, suspected to be an undercover KGB agent, Soviet intelligence, with the true objective of this expedition hidden from the rest of the group, which one particularly interesting theory states its purpose was to test a top-secret Soviet weapon, led by the supposed KGB agent, a mission either gone horribly wrong or him sent in as a sacrifice, as numerous campers in the region claimed they saw strange lights and glowing orbs moving across the sky in the same night, possibly UFOs, or some sort of satellite-based weapon system that led to their untimely demise. And of course, if something like this actually did happen, you can bet the Soviet Union would be quick to cover it up, going as far as even sending restagers as part of the original rescue team to mess around with the campsite and mangle the bodies to confuse investigations. Which, to be fair, does sound something like the KGB would do. But even that doesn't explain the calm, orderly footprints in the snow, the gouged eyes, the tent being cut open from the inside. Maybe they were testing some mind control device that made them all go crazy. No one really knows what happened at Dyat Lov Pass. Even the ones who claim they irrefutably solved it are really just guessing. No matter the theory, there's always some element of the story that just doesn't quite fit. On record, this case is still technically unsolved, although it was briefly reopened in 2019 only to rule out any criminal activity, and claiming that a slab avalanche was the most likely cause of the incident, which honestly doesn't really make any sense, and they know it. Only for the case to be closed again, forever a mystery. You see, this is exactly why I have trust issues with mainstream archaeology. Every single time we uncover something interesting that doesn't fit into the official academic timeline of history, it's either mocked and labeled a con, or they do this. So in 2011, Russian cave explorer Arthur Zhemyukov made a wild discovery in the region of North Caucasus in Russia. At the top of the Hkara-Hora mountain range, he found something that revealed an unwritten chapter of human history. At first, it just seemed like a deep hole leading into a cave formation inside the mountain, so he decided to check it out himself. And as he went down this narrow vertical opening, he started to notice this wasn't any regular cave shaft. On his descent, he saw massive parallel stone blocks, polished flat and perfectly geometrically aligned with each other. We're talking straight edges, right angles, and intricately chiseled formations that indicated this definitely wasn't natural, it was engineered. Him and his team explored deeper and found out that this shaft was so much beyond our understanding than he ever thought. This is the Hkara-Hora Shaft, and I don't care what anyone says, someone, like an intelligent being, clearly made this. Inner passageways with perfectly straight, polished walls going down 40 meters into the mountain, leading into a larger chamber with 36-meter-high ceilings filled with enormous megalithic slabs fitted together and arranged in perfect alignment with each other, like they were intentionally placed there, with some blocks appearing to be up to 200 tons, and nothing can explain how anyone would have moved these stone megaliths into this narrow shaft. The total distance from the very top of the shaft down to the lowest part of the explored chamber was around 100 meters, about the height of a 25-story building. And there appeared to be more tunnels and chambers below that went even deeper into the mountain, which are still undiscovered. Clearly an artificial construction of a monumental scale, an absolute groundbreaking find by any means. And as per usual, absolutely no historic records of any structure like this documented anywhere in this region. The team even filmed their exploration for a Russian TV documentary, mapping out the shaft to reveal its true detailed architecture, with block arrangements that looked incredibly similar to the ones found in the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid of Khufu in Egypt. It also features several tunnels that don't seem to have been designed to be accessed by humans, just like we see in the Egyptian pyramids. No ladders, stairs, or any easily accessible means of traversing many of these passageways. Even small side tunnels that no human can fit through, and oddly enough, the team felt a constant draft of air blowing up into the chamber from deeper underground, suggesting this wasn't built for habitation, but rather some sort of other functional purpose. Possibly a subterranean complex of another larger structure that used to exist on top of the mountain. Perhaps the entire mountain itself was an ancient megastructure, like a pyramid that's been heavily eroded over time. What if it was, dare I say it, an ancient energy power generator, part of a system of global power plants that produced energy for an ancient advanced civilization that lived here tens of thousands of years ago, just like the Giza power plant theory suggests the pyramids of Egypt may have been. Whatever it is, it's clearly something that was built by an intelligent species, undocumented, in an absolute feat of ancient human engineering, or maybe even non-human engineering, just a theory. Above ground, the surrounding area has even more carefully sculpted stones all around it, with what appear to be machine marks all over them. Flat surfaces, straight cuts, and massive stone blocks stacked perfectly together, indicative of man-made production. But our cave explorer Arthur didn't find the shaft by accident. In fact, he was intentionally searching for it. Many ancient legends in the North Caucasus region about sprawling underground cities have been told and passed down for generations. And while researching old World War II documents written by those Germans, there was one particular topic that caught Arthur's attention: the Ahnenerbe, a project initiated by top German commanders with the primary objective of restoring ancient occult practices and powers, who conducted operations around the world to find the most sought-after ancient relics and mystical sites that allegedly held power beyond our understanding. Expeditions for the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, the mythical underground city of Shambhala, uncovering the secrets of Antarctica. These guys were on a mission. When the Germans launched Operation Edelweiss to capture the oil-rich regions of the North Caucasus in Russia, the mountain ranges were one of the hot spots on their hit list, the assumed home of an ancient advanced civilization who left behind traces of their esoteric knowledge. Among this region was the Hkara-Hora mountain, which they actually got really close to discovering the shaft themselves. And they even marked some of the surrounding stones with, you know, their trademark symbol. It was through studying these old wartime documents that Arthur finally located the site, assuming there to be many more structures and full-blown underground cities in this mountain range, which still remains largely unexplored. In 2015, Arthur claims to have made yet another groundbreaking discovery about the shaft and the surrounding region, insisting that he gathers more resources for his expedition ASAP, and literally the next day he gets hit by a car and passes away. Yeah, for real, I can't make this shit up. Then Viktor Chernobrov, another explorer who accompanied Arthur in many of his explorations, dies of cancer 2 years later. Then 3 more team members involved in the expedition all abruptly pass away within that same time span. Was this just another huge coincidence, as I'm sure the debunkers are insisting it is, or did Arthur and his team find something that they weren't supposed to? Today, there isn't much information on the shaft or any explorations in the surrounding mountain range, with no new updates released about any of this for years and no plans in place to explore further, likely out of fear of having an accident if you do. If you genuinely think this is a natural formation and nothing suspicious is going on here, go get help. This miraculous staircase defies the laws of physics, and no one even knows who built it. In 1878, they're building this chapel in Santa Fe, New Mexico, when all of a sudden the French architect leading the construction just dies out of nowhere. The chapel was almost done, but a crucial staircase to the choir loft was never finished, and without the architect, no one knew how to do it. So the nuns of the chapel prayed to Saint Joseph for 9 days straight for someone to be sent to finish building these stairs. And lo and behold, at the end of the 9th day, a man with a toolbox riding a donkey comes into the chapel from across the desert. He tells the nuns he was sent there to finish building the stairs, but they had to grant him complete privacy during the entire process. He takes 3 months to fully construct this spiral staircase that leads into the upper loft and then just leaves without telling anyone. This is where it starts to get crazy. The nuns realized they didn't even pay him, so they went to their local lumberyard to ask how much they owed for this project. The lumberyard workers tell the nuns that no one ever came to get wood from them to build those stairs. And this is in the middle of the desert in 1878, mind you. Wood is not easy to come by nor transport. There wasn't no Home Depot door delivery service back then. Upon closer look at the staircase, the chapel curator realized not a single nail was used in its construction, yet it somehow was held up perfectly secure, measuring 20 feet high and making 2 full turns without any support from a central pole. He brings in over 120 spiral staircase experts to investigate it further, and not one of them could explain how this set of stairs was built. They described it as being physically impossible to create. Even stranger still, the exact wood used to build the staircase was confirmed to be a type of spruce which is not native to New Mexico and is also scientifically not identified anywhere else in the world. This is the mystery of the Loretto Chapel and its miraculous staircase, which still remains unexplained today. The sisters of the chapel believe that Saint Joseph, who was a carpenter, came and built those stairs himself, which also happened to have exactly 33 steps, commonly regarded to be the age of Christ at the time of his crucifixion. Deep beneath the ice of Antarctica lies the most disturbing technology they're experimenting with that should concern us all. Revealed by whistleblower Eric J. Hecker, a former contractor for Raytheon, a military-industrial technology company. He worked under them from 2010 to 2011 as a plumber and firefighter at a research station in Antarctica. Because of his position, he had a key to enter every door in the facility and was also briefed on how every single machine worked. He claims they're conducting trials in the South Pole with technology that you wouldn't even think is possible in our universe. The Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory is a massive array embedded into the Antarctic ice, intended for studying neutrinos strictly for scientific research. At least that's what they allowed to be made publicly known, as Hecker claims its true purpose is far more devious. Now, a neutrino is a special near massless particle that can travel at or even beyond the speed of light and are constantly emitted from deep space, which then reach us here on Earth. They're one of the most abundant particles in the universe and are so small they can pass between the electrons and even through the nucleus nucleus of an atom. In fact, about 100 trillion neutrinos pass through your body every second and are thus also known as the ghost particle. When a neutrino hits the nucleus of a water molecule, like that in the ice of the Antarctic glaciers, it causes the nucleus to eject another special subatomic particle called a muon and creates a flash of blue light known as Cherenkov radiation. And that's what this ice cube array is designed to detect and study in the name of science. But according to Hkara, this isn't just a passive observation device. It's also a transmitter composed of about 5,000 nodes called digital optical modules, DOMs, deep within the ice, each about the size of a basketball, together arranged in a cube shape of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. This behaves as the world's largest neutrino telescope, but allegedly has many more functions than what they'd like to be made known, among which our whistleblower revealed is using the unique characteristics of neutrinos and muons to produce earthquakes anywhere in the world, which he says was responsible for the 2011 earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand, that he can confirm himself as he was present in the room when it happened. Apparently, they were testing the system when it misfired and accidentally hit New Zealand, causing a devastating magnitude 6.3 earthquake. This is known as a tectonic weapon, just one of the many concerning experiments allegedly part of this Antarctic research project, and it just keeps getting worse. The device also has the ability to detect the signatures of the advanced propulsion systems that power UFOs, which according to him also emit neutrinos that the ice cube array can detect, and is actually the device's primary intended purpose, detecting and tracking the emissions of anti-gravity propulsion engines from both off-world UAPs, like actual alien spacecraft, and also the reverse engineered craft using the same technology made by top secret government research projects here on Earth, essentially making this device an air traffic control center for UFOs, telling us where and when they're being detected around the world at all times. This thing really is a tinfoil hat's all-in-one wet dream machine, and it somehow just keeps getting more insane, because it supposedly also performs faster than light communication via quantum entanglement. This is such a mind-blowing concept, just listen to this. So normally, if we ever want to communicate over long distances with, say, satellites in space or rovers on other planets, we use radio waves, which travel at the speed of light. It sounds fast, but even that can result in several minutes of delay when communicating with something as close as rovers on Mars, and for a planet that's 100 light years away, it would take 100 years for our radio signals to reach them, and then another 100 years for us to receive the reply. Faster than light communication using quantum entanglement makes this instantaneous. You take two particles, quantum entangle them, however that looks, don't ask me, then separate them to any distance apart you'd like, and whatever you do to one particle will immediately affect the other one in no time, no matter the distance, be it 1 meter or 100 million light years. Interacting with one particle will affect the other one in that very same instant. As Einstein called it, spooky action at a distance. Quantum entanglement is real, which this device in Antarctica makes use of to communicate with anyone, anywhere in the universe instantly, allegedly using it to communicate with an off-world fleet deployed somewhere in deep space. Sounds like utter nonsense, but this information was actually already leaked by British hacker Gary McKinnon when he hacked NASA back in 2002, where he uncovered many classified photos and extensive information on UFOs, which we now know they did have possession of. He also came across an Excel file titled Non-Terrestrial Officers with a list containing dozens of names under the heading Fleet-to-Fleet Transfers, said to be a log of communications with a deep space fleet using this quantum technology. This whole hack was so serious the US government tried extraditing and prosecuting Gary over a 10-year-long legal battle, which they ultimately lost. Did he really expose non-terrestrial contact with an off-world fleet using this highly classified communication device? Because now this is where it becomes a little disturbing. Our whistleblower claims the device also has voice-to-skull technology capabilities, projecting voices directly into the minds of other people from any distance, being able to influence the thoughts, decisions, actions, and behavior of anyone at any time. Not only communicating with any point in space, but possibly even with any point in time. That would make this a device that can communicate with anyone, anywhere in the universe, at any time, and directly into people's minds. Using this, you would technically be able to go back in time and talk to your past self telepathically, meaning your inner dialogue and gut feelings could actually be your own advice given to you by your future self. Okay, we're going off the rails here, but clearly a device like this would be extremely powerful and quite concerning if it fell into the wrong hands. So how does someone even protect themselves against attacks from malicious agents using this technology? According to Hkara, it is through the ancient wisdom of our ancestors that can be summarized into two words: know thyself, a philosophical practice famously attributed to Greek philosopher Socrates, encouraged encouraging self-awareness and understanding of one's own nature, motivation, and limitations. If these weapons actually are being used around us, influencing our thoughts and behavior without us even knowing, the best way for us to keep our minds protected is through intentional daily introspection and self-reflection. Know thyself. Think for yourself, and don't mindlessly adopt the thoughts of the masses, which is honestly just solid life advice all around. Stay strong. Once again, the Mountain Dew conspiracy predicted what just happened in 2025. The theory goes that every major new flavor they release contains a hidden message that foreshadows a major world event. So like in 2001, they released their famous Code Red flavor. Just 3 months later, in September, that happens, a Code Red. Then they dropped Mountain Dew Maui Burst, and we had the wildfires in Maui back in 2023. Star Spangled Splash came out the same year that Baltimore Bridge collapsed. You remember that? The name of the bridge was the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Now, who wrote the American national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner? Yup, Francis Scott Key, Star Spangled Splash. In 2025, they came out with Baja Midnight, a new flavor they're really pushing, and well, it sort of just happened. Just like in 2024 when they dropped Infinite Swirl, which coincided with the insane hurricane season in southeastern USA that never seemed to end. And the re-release of their Pitch Black flavor preceded the largest IT blackout in history, the CrowdStrike outage in that same year. Another one, Purple Thunder, has the same name as a classified military defense test performed by the IDF, and well, let's just leave it at that. But now we have Baja Midnight, which they announced in a live press conference not too long ago. And just have a look at what the US military's recent activity in you-know-where was called. Yeah, that. Cited as being the largest B-2 bomber airstrike in US history, which struck at midnight. Now, Baja typically means low or lower in Spanish, but can also be taken to translate to... yeah, I couldn't make this up if I tried. Baja Midnight. Did this really just happen? The story of the ancient sea people is history's most well-documented mystery that has only one valid explanation. You already know where I'm going with this, Johnny boy. So during the late Bronze Age, around 1200 BC, the Egyptian and Hittite empires have been at war with each other for over 200 years. When they decided to call a truce and signed a peace treaty, which also happens to be the oldest known surviving peace treaty in history, the Treaty of Kadesh, which the Egyptians even engraved into a wall because they be like that. Anyway, so an era of peace is now in the region and all's good. Until these f***ers, historically known as the Sea People, just come out of nowhere and bum rush the whole place. They came on boats from the Mediterranean Sea and just started attacking cities along the eastern coast. Exactly where the Egyptians and Hittites just decided to declare peace, like bruh, give them a break. And these unknown people kinda snapped. They wrecked shit up and pretty much destroyed the entire Hittite empire, or were at least a major contributing factor to their downfall. They even tried messing with ancient Egypt in the Battle of Dajahi, but obviously couldn't stand up to their superior pyramid power, but they did put up quite a fight. So much that the Egyptians even recorded these battles on a few tablets. Check it out, that's how the Sea People look like. What makes this mystery such a mystery is that no one had any idea who these people were, and no civilization claimed them as their own. Even looking back in historical retrospect today, these Sea People just don't fit into any plausible recorded timeline. What makes this even weirder is usually when a group of people conquer a city, they take it for themselves, right? The Sea People just went on a rampage, destroying cities and toppling empires, then just got back on their boats, went to the next city, rinse and repeat. They didn't claim any cities or take any land for themselves, they just tore shit up for the hell of it. Eventually they were driven out by the Egyptian armies, led by pharaohs like Ramses III, and just vanished back into the sea. Their attacks were so devastating they're even largely attributed to what is known as the Bronze Age collapse, a period of widespread societal decline which plunged civilizations into a centuries-long dark ages, like a Great Depression on steroids, which ended with the start of the Iron Age, when people started using iron instead of bronze for their tools and weapons, which was more durable and readily available. So these Sea People low-key toppled a whole ass age of history, yet no one can explain who they were or where they came from. An unknown, unrecorded people that came from the sea, were very powerful and had no intention of taking any land. Sounds like the Empire of Atlantis, but hey, that's just me. Yo, how is literally no one talking about this? Yet another ancient man-made pyramid that was destroyed and covered up with virtually no evidence of it anywhere. This is the pyramid of Saint André de la Roche in France, northeast of the city of Nice, just along the French Riviera. And this is a weird one. Finding any information about this pyramid anywhere online is next to impossible, but the few articles that do exist all tell us the exact same story. The pyramid of Saint André was a man-made step pyramid in southeastern France and one of the largest ancient pyramids in all of Europe. It was built with dry stone, about 50 meters high and 200 meters long, similar to the Step Pyramid of Djoser in Egypt, albeit a little shorter but much wider. What was really impressive about the Pyramid of St. Andre is that its time of construction was officially determined to be around 4000 BC. That's 6,000 years old, 1500 years older than the oldest pyramid in Egypt, Djoser. And these photos show us just how intricately designed this pyramid really was. But for some reason in the 1970s, it was completely demolished to make room for a highway junction east of the city of Nice. That's the official story, at least, which can be traced back to this Italian foundation who originally wrote about it, called Eco-Spirituality, a fairly small organization whose objectives include the protection of the traditions and cultural heritage of the native peoples of the planet, basically preserving ancient sites. Quite a noble cause, if I do say so myself. A few other sites talk about the same story, but no one goes deeper or questions it more. Like, why would anyone demolish a 6,000-year-old pyramid to build a highway? It is possible that this story is just a rumor, so all you debunkers can calm the f down, although I don't see why a non-profit organization would want to tarnish their reputation by making up something like this. But of course, knowing me, we have to discuss the possibility of this being a giant government cover-up aimed at hiding the truth from us. Because these photos can't be traced back to any other source, and they're not AI generated nor edited, so they're legit. Detailed descriptions and recollections of the Pyramid of St. Andre are also attested by many others who saw it with their own eyes, like authors from the 19th century such as Christian Bouquet, and others from the 20th century by these names, at least according to the original source article. These are the few photos taken of the pyramid by observers shortly before its destruction. Here it is from the south side with its stepped structure clearly visible. Here's a shot from the Payan River showing us how massive it really was. And this one from the west, where we can see some sort of access passageway in the middle of the structure. I gotta admit, it does have a striking resemblance to what Gunung Padang was suspected to look like. Another controversial, super ancient pyramid in Indonesia, rumored to be as old as 27,000 years old. Is this evidence of an advanced civilization that existed in southeastern France who potentially predate even the Egyptians? Because this sure isn't the only ancient structure that's been found in the area. There's also the Phalacon Pyramid, located near the town of Phalacon, just outside of Nice, in the exact same area. Originally about 9 meters tall, built on top of the mountain range of Mont Chauve, 430 meters above sea level, which would have made its construction even more difficult and impressive. Its specific purpose and likely prehistoric origin remain a total mystery, and we have no idea by who or when it was originally built. There's the ancient pyramid of Couhard, located near Autun, France, further north, thought to have been built around the 1st century AD by the Romans, although there's very little historic documentation to stand by this claim, because it sure does look older than that to me. Like, how is this infinitely more eroded than the Egyptian pyramids, which are thousands of years older? It would kind of make sense if this was captured by the Romans, who claimed it for themselves and was really there from much, much longer ago. But of course, that's just speculation, my specialty. Then there's the Cairn of Barnenez on France's northwestern tip, a structure officially determined to have been built around 5000 BC, one of the oldest standing structures in the world, over 2,000 years older than the oldest pyramids in Egypt. This one's only about 9 meters high and is attributed to have been built by Neolithic tribes. Nowhere near as sophisticated as the rumored Pyramid of St. Andre. It was built as a prehistoric funeral chamber, which shows us how far this region's history really goes. Because, I don't know if you knew this, but France hosts some of the most well-preserved prehistoric sites in the world, like the world-famous Neolithic cave paintings in locations like Lascaux and Chauvet-Pont d'Arc. Some of the most outstanding displays of prehistoric cave art dating as far back as 36,000 years old on official record. France is ripe with ancient prehistory that goes as far back as we're virtually capable of. So why would they intentionally demolish something as remarkable as the Pyramid of St. Andre in the 1970s? Is this another cover-up of an advanced ancient civilization that would rewrite our entire understanding of history that they are not ready for? Or maybe just a completely fabricated story? By the way, this find was submitted to me by a fan. Shoutout Zdravko89. Feel free to hit me up if there's any topic you want me to talk about. Well, let me ask you this. Hypothetically, if you did want to erase something from history and hide it from the general public, what would be the best way to do that? I would argue by replacing it with something else. Well, just a few years after this pyramid was allegedly demolished, arguably the most famous man-made pyramid in the world is built in France in 1989, the Louvre, drawing all attention and searches to the pyramid in France to this, thus keeping the original Pyramid of St. Andre a mystery lost in the shuffle of time. Or maybe it's all just a rumor, who knows? Antinatalism is the idea that bringing anyone into existence is morally wrong in itself. It states that life means suffering, and suffering is inevitable for every living being. Giving birth or creating life in any capacity means introducing that life to pain and misery without their consent, which this philosophy claims is morally unethical and humans should abstain from. Last Thursdayism is the theory that everything that exists, including all the memories of your past, could have been created last Thursday. There's technically no evidence that absolutely disproves this. You just assume the past existed because you remember it, but those memories of your past years of existence, along with everything and everyone in the universe, could have been put here just last Thursday. Existential isolation is the philosophy that no one can ever truly know what it's like to be you, to experience the world, your perceptions, thoughts, and feelings exactly the way you experience them. Even in love, friendships, and all forms of human connection, your mind is sealed off in its own truly isolated bubble. No one will ever know what it's like to be you, how intensely you experience certain emotions, and you'll never be fully understood. Death is reality's only absolute certainty. Its absence quite literally defines your entire existence. Every action, every plan, every thought, every breath is made under the shadow of inescapable death. Everyone lives in constant denial and suppression of the thought of its inevitability until it's happening to you. The fact that you are going to die motivates your every action and thought in life. Panpsychism suggests that everything has some form of consciousness, not just living beings, but even inanimate objects and matter itself. Your phone might have feelings, your couch might too, or the rocks under your feet. The air you breathe may all feel to some capacity. Even individual atoms may have their own form of experiencing their own reality. Consciousness is everywhere and exists all around us, just in ways that our human consciousness is not able to comprehend. Solipsism, the philosophical stance that you are the only conscious being in the entire universe. Nothing actually exists beyond your own consciousness. Everyone you've ever known, spoken to, walked by, even those you've never met in your entire life, isn't really conscious, but merely exist as organic objects that move and make sound for your own consciousness to experience. Or they don't even exist to begin with. Even your own thoughts and memories don't actually exist, but is just your own consciousness experiencing itself. And without being able to experience anyone else's consciousness firsthand, there's no way you can ever disprove this theory. But by far, my most personally disturbing school of philosophical thought is when bacon avocado. The government's been secretly building an underground city using $21 trillion of taxpayer money, built from 1998 until 2015, as revealed by former Bush official Catherine Austin Fitts, who admitted they've constructed a luxury city under the United States to shelter the elite and powerful in case of a mass extinction event. It's also being used for secret government projects and space technology programs. Parts of the city are even beneath the ocean and are complete with schools, hospitals, and jails, as well as state-of-the-art advanced transportation networks likely powered by secret military energy systems like UAP technology. There are at least 170 of these underground facilities under US soil, but she suspects there are many more around the world, funded by unsupported adjustments in the US Army's spending budget, which were secretly funneled into this project, which can actually be confirmed by a 2017 report by economist Mark Skidmore that found $21 trillion in unauthorized government spending. Kinda sounds like they know something that we don't, but on sourdough is pretty good. This can't be real. You are not gonna believe the follow-up scans that revealed what's really under the entire Giza plateau. So back in March, these guys came out and basically told the world there probably actually are large megastructures beneath the middle pyramid of Khafre in Egypt. Massive pillars that go down up to 2 kilometers underground, a monumental discovery that initiated the Khafre project. Well, they released a follow-up presentation going over some new finds, and it just keeps getting more insane. They start off by rebunking the debunkers, addressing concerns about the legitimacy of their technology that was used to make these discoveries. Synthetic aperture radar scanning, SAR, going into an in-depth technical explanation of how this technology works, calling it a way to listen to Earth from space, which is what it is. This SAR scanning method allows us to see what's beneath Earth's surface using a satellite in orbit, a truly revolutionary technology, but the experts came out and just shat all over it, claiming it to be not accurate at all and that we can't trust the results. Well, the Coffrey boys just said, "Hold my beer," and gave us proof after proof of how accurate SAR really is for over an hour straight. From small-scale testing in their garage to real-world application on many sites and locations around the world, getting verifiable results time and time again. From tunnels in Nevada to a mountain range in Italy and the Mosul Dam in Iraq. Their SAR scans consistently show exactly what we expect to be there. They even show the SAR scan of the Osiris Shaft in the Giza Plateau, a known causeway that runs between the Coffrey Pyramid and the Sphinx, which accurately mapped out all 3 levels of the shaft with incredible precision, even revealing what they're calling a high-density structure over 2.5 times deeper than the current documented depth of the Osiris Shaft, as well as a new unknown tunnel that appears to be running parallel to the entire shaft. Then they performed more SAR scans of the Giza Plateau, and what they found completely changes everything we know again, starting with verifying the Big Void above the Grand Gallery in the Great Pyramid of Khufu, a large isolated cavity recently discovered in 2017 about the size of an airplane that still has not been explored yet, which Egyptologists were also initially highly skeptical of, but now admit that it really does exist. We don't know what's inside this Big Void or what it was used for, and we haven't explored it yet out of fear of damaging it, but the SAR scans confirmed that it's there. Then the Coffrey boys go on to reveal this: similar mega pillars as they found under the Coffrey Pyramid beneath the smaller pyramid of Menkaure, going over 1 kilometer straight down with a chamber at the very bottom at a depth of 1.2 kilometers underground. This chamber is about the size of the entire Pyramid of Menkaure on the surface, over a kilometer underground, which would be just an earth-shattering discovery to say the least, with even more chambers detected along the middle of these newly discovered megastructures. And now this is where the presentation goes from "wow, that's cool" to "no away." They present a few overhead satellite photos of the area, which shows us just how many shafts there are across the entire Giza Plateau. Every mark you see on the map here is a shaft, some deeper than others, but there's a lot. They even suggest that the structures currently standing over these shafts may have been built by later dynasties to intentionally cover their entrances, because SAR scans of these shafts show that some of them also go down over 1 kilometer underground, and again at 1.2 kilometers down appear to connect to some larger chamber picked up by the scans, the same depth that other chamber beneath Menkaure was, along with even more horizontal passageways that appear to be tunnels that connects everything together. Essentially a whole ass underground complex over a kilometer beneath the surface of the entire Giza Plateau. Exactly what ancient myths and crazy theorists have been insisting for generations. And this is just the start, with their scans showing many other pillars, chambers, tunnels, and all sorts of crazy shit happening under the Giza Plateau. Megastructures beneath Khafre, Khufu, and Menkaure, all 3 main pyramids of Egypt. Random shafts have massive pillars and structures running through them, and if you look closely, there even appears to be something beneath the Sphinx as well, all appearing to connect with underground horizontal tunnels, as well as a larger chamber at a depth of about 1.2 kilometers down. Wow, which the researchers behind the Khafre project themselves stand by the claim that these structures are estimated to be around 38,000 years old. This is what they showed at the end of their presentation, which I really hope they'll be covering in more detail very soon. They even revealed they're working with professors at Stanford University to replicate their data and validate all the claims they're making. So all you it's not peer-reviewed nerds can finally shut the fuck up. The boys are currently looking for excavation permits to perform more close-up investigations of what the hell is really under the Giza Plateau. But unfortunately, I think we all know how that's gonna end up. If they're not gatekeeping something down there, I don't know what this is. An amateur pilot just flew over Antarctica and is now being detained against his will. His name is Ethan Guo, and he was met with men in black suits upon landing there who placed him under arrest. Ethan was on a mission to raise $1 million for childhood cancer research by being the first person to fly solo over all 7 continents in the world. After journeying for over 360 days, the last continent on his list was Antarctica. He was flying from Chile to Argentina, performing an extended flyby of the Antarctic rim he was later planning on going to, when poor weather conditions forced him to make an emergency landing in a public airfield on King George Island in Antarctica. At first, he was met with the airport security team and firefighting staff to make sure he was all good, and they welcomed him into their base. Everything seemed fine, and he was even cleared to continue his journey after about an hour, when all of a sudden, men in black clothing came and arrested him as he was about to leave. They took his phone, strip searched him, inspected his entire plane, impounded it at a local hangar, and then finally placed him in a holding cell under guard supervision, denying him access to Wi-Fi or any contact with the outside world. Turns out, those men in black suits were the Chilean Navy, claiming he violated international aviation rules by submitting a false flight plan to Argentina and then faking an emergency to land in Antarctica. But as mentioned, this is a public airfield in Antarctica, which isn't owned or governed by the laws of any country in the world. And typically, emergency airplane landings grant you immunity from regulations and protocol to ensure your safety above anything else. Yet they threw all that out the window and placed him on a 90-day travel ban while they investigate, and now he's just stuck in Antarctica. And he can't even leave the facility he's in without being supervised by a guard at all times. Not like there's anywhere he can go, but he's now essentially being held hostage in the most remote continent in the world. Which begs the question, did he see something during his flight he wasn't supposed to and is now being debriefed to forget what he saw? Or does the Navy really just care about following aviation guidelines in Antarctica that much? Okay, this can't be real. How was this not worldwide breaking news when it came out? A galactic federation of aliens exists. President Trump and the Israeli government know about it, and we're working with them on Mars. This was an official news release back in 2020, revealed in an interview by a former Israeli space security chief, where he admitted that our governments are in contact with extraterrestrials from a, quote, galactic federation, and that they've specifically asked their points of human contact to not reveal that they're here, that humanity is not yet ready for full-on public disclosure. According to him, they have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. So it seems like they're waiting for our space exploration technology to get better, at which point they'll welcome us into their galactic federation. The supposed whistleblower's name is Haim Ashed, who spent 30 years as head of Israel's Defense Ministry's space security program. A highly respected professor and well-decorated retired general. This guy ain't no kook. He also said there is an agreement between the US government and the aliens. They, the aliens, signed a contract with us to do experiments here on Earth. So they're using our planet as a petri dish for what I assume is biological experimentation on us. They even have a few other cooperation agreements signed between our species, including an underground base in the depths of Mars, where there are American astronauts and alien representatives working together. All according to this guy, take it up with him. Apparently, Trump is well aware of this galactic federation and was on the verge of revealing it to the public just a few years ago, but was specifically asked not to in order to prevent mass hysteria, which I think we can all agree would happen if news like this came out. White House and Pentagon officials declined to comment on this. Kinda sketch. Ashed decided to speak out about this in 2020 as he claimed people became more receptive of extraterrestrials and UFOs by then. Which, yeah, 2020 was the year the Pentagon released their confirmed UFO videos for the first time in history, letting us know they have no idea what the f they're dealing with, which was also just 1 year after Trump officially established the United States Space Force in 2019. Maybe that was his way of hinting at something he couldn't talk about. But of course, the mainstream consensus around this guy is that he's just old and senile with nothing to lose, around 88 years old at the time his claims were made, and that he was just promoting his book, The Universe Beyond the Horizon, where he makes claims that include stories of how aliens prevented nuclear disasters. But this man isn't your typical conspiracy whack job like me. He is a high-ranking and well-decorated military space intelligence official with master's and doctorate degrees in aeronautical engineering. Did he just decide to tarnish his lifelong reputation by making up something like this to sell a book, or are we about to join a real-life galactic federation? This is exactly what you think it is. A 200-year-old sheath, as it's being called, was put on display at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, showing off the finest form of antique protection, measuring in at a modest 8 inches long. Not bad. It's said to be in mint condition, as it has never been used yet, which they confirmed with a UV light to make damn sure. This magnificent sheath is made from a sheep's appendix and dates back to around 1830, thought to have come from an upscale brothel in France. It's also like super mega rare, with only 2 of these in the world, and this is the only one that's been put up in an exhibit. I can only imagine what the other one is being used for. A buyer scored this legacy contraceptive at an auction last year for a humble 1,000 euros, calling it a luxury souvenir, which I can tell given the detailed printed image on the side of it featuring a nun undressing herself in front of 3 undressed clergymen. It also has the words "Voilà mon choix" inscribed along the shaft, which translates to "This is my choice." I guess some things never really change. Personally, I'm waiting for the 2,000-year-old ancient Egyptian sheath made from papyrus to come out. Let me know when that's on display. Also, this one's a bit too small. If you haven't heard of the disturbing story of these dark web shoes, you have no idea what you're about to get into. Cause this guy was f***ing around with the dark web and he found out the hardest way possible. His name is Shiloh and he frequently explores the dark web, showcasing the most interesting or just emotionally scarring things he finds on there. When he came across a site that sells shoes, and right away there seemed to be something very off about it. To start, the shoes being sold were all used, tattered, and covered in blood. And they're all named after regular people and even have an age associated with each pair, which at first kind of seems like it might be, you know, the worst thing possible, similar to those Wayfair rumors that were going around a few years ago, where the online furniture company Wayfair was selling furniture that also had regular human sounding names and were being sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Like, who in their right mind would buy this IKEA looking at dresser for 20 grand? Online investigators linked the names of the furniture to cases of missing little ones, sparking the rumors that this was, yeah, that. Now, thankfully, these shoes were being sold for a much more modest $100 to $200, so it does seem a bit more legit. The site is called The Shoeman, and Shiloh decides to order a pair, which sends him down a rabbit hole that he definitely regretted. He buys these boots called the Whalen, age 29, absolutely stained in what looks like blood. At checkout, it asks him for his name, birthday, and this strange field called rental length, which he just puts at 1 year. He confirms the order, the shoes get shipped, and surprisingly actually arrive in the mail a few days later. Don't worry, he definitely used the P.O. box. He unboxes the package and the boots are there, exactly how they look like on the site, red stains and all. And this is about where things take a turn to the absolute worst a dark web shopper could imagine. Cause as he's inspecting one of the boots, a VHS tape unexpectedly slides out from it. A VHS tape from the dark web is just about the worst combination anyone could ask for. But he doesn't have a VHS player. Understandable, who does these days, so he orders one off the internet, like the normal web. In the meantime, he tests the red stains on the shoes to see what they really are, noticing that hydrogen peroxide foams up when he poured it on, which is expected with blood, but false positives are a possibility. So he orders luminol, a liquid commonly used to test for blood, which makes it glow blue under a UV when sprayed on. And it does exactly that. The stains on the shoes are in fact real blood, confirmed. The VHS player comes in so he can finally watch that mysterious tape. It's over an hour long and plays a bunch of weird shit, a title scene that says The Shoeman, and a series of random clips that don't seem to make much sense. A collection of messages from old movies and commercials compiled together. There's this section of some old movie that's played backwards. He reverses it and it says this.
Oh, only the devil knows that. I heard her moving things all around that room all night. Never heard such goings on.
The tape also talks about not losing or destroying the shoes, as they will eventually get collected, which I guess is what that rental length field was for when he bought them. He says there are a couple parts of the tape that are definitely not safe to show on the internet, which you could only imagine what that might be, but it also has sections called submission slots, where it just shows a name and a submission. And these slots are filled with other people wearing the shoes they ordered, but are also not moving and, according to him, sometimes disfigured. Basically, everyone who orders a pair of shoes gets a copy of the tape, and they need to add their own part to it showing the shoes. Shiloh sees a submission slot with his name in it, so he's expected to record his own part for the tape. But the thing is, your submission could also get rejected for whatever reason, and the names of the rejected submissions were also the names of the shoes on the site. Submit or be submitted, as it says periodically throughout the video. Meaning, if you don't add to the tape or if your submission gets rejected, you get submitted by the shoeman, who will add you to the tape himself. He checks the shoeman dark website again and finds out the entire marketplace has been taken down, but somehow it just keeps getting worse. The next day, he notices the heel on one of the boots is hollow. He cuts it open to find a blinking tracker inside, a GPS device with a SIM card that stopped blinking 5 minutes after he took it out. He goes on to buy a burner phone to test the SIM card in the tracker, and he gets service. The SIM card is active. So he investigates the actual tracker device using a USB converter to plug it into his computer, which lets him see the code the device was running and confirms that it was in fact sending his location to some phone number that he can now see. He assumes this is the number of the one who planted it, possibly the shoeman himself. He calls the number using his burner phone and he gets this voicemail.
I know who you are. I know what you did. And if you found this number,
sounds hella
I'm coming for you.
seductive.
The price must be paid.
Shiloh sends him a voice message back, and the next day the original voicemail changes to a completely different voice, claiming they are now trying to contact him specifically. So he texts the number asking what they want, and he gets a reply saying that he knows who Shiloh is. He's seen his videos online, which have been getting a lot of attention, that the tracker is his and that he's on Shiloh's side, letting him know to not trust the Schumann. Then continues to say that more will be on the way, and that he usually doesn't wait this long to make the rules known, that the effects have already started to show. A bunch of creepy, cryptic messages with little context. Turns out this guy seems to be someone who rented these shoes previously and installed the tracker to track down the Schumann. But Shiloh's worried that it may actually just be the Schumann messing with him. A few days later, he gets a surprise package to his PO box that he never ordered, and it's another pair of shoes that appeared to be damp. Now this pair also has a VHS tape inside one shoe and a cell phone in the other. The cell phone only has one number in it. He calls it, and the burner phone that he's been texting that guy with rings, meaning this is the phone he's been texting with, that the guy now sent to him. At this point, he looks understandably very disturbed, claiming he's got to end this series before something really bad happens. As of now, his last video on the topic is him explaining that he needs to stop posting about this, that he can't explain why, but it's for a good reason. Whether this was all for show, a creepypasta ARG as they're called, or completely real, who knows, but everyone keep an eye on Shiloh and pray for his safety. If you see one of these hanging from someone's bag, run. Oh, sorry, I meant these. Turns out they might be kinda demonic, so this is everything you need to know about the Labubu demon theory in 1 minute. These collectible toys called Labubus have been going crazy viral after a few celebrities were seen hanging them off their purses, and so everyone wanted one. They are these weird stuffed creatures with sharp teeth, evil grins, and angry looking eyes that can also be red. Not suspicious at all, right? Then many people came out online saying weird shit started happening right after they bought theirs. Stories of objects moving around their house, waking up with scratches, getting sick, and experiencing chest pains. One girl claimed she saw the eyes change color and this smile get wider. Another got in a car accident shortly after buying one. Either way, everyone just felt a creepy, unsettling presence around these toys for some reason. Well, now similarities are being drawn between the name Labubu and a demonic deity from Babylonian mythology called Pazuzu, who's known as the king of the demons and is often depicted with animal features, sharp teeth, a grinning smile, and long ears. Looks familiar, and people got so spooked they started burning theirs and throwing them out of fear. And of course, Simpsons already called it over 7 years ago in an episode where Homer buys a literal Pazuzu toy for Maggie and she gets possessed. Celebrities endorsing behavior with weird demonic undertones marketed towards the youth has disturbingly become just another Tuesday in the 21st century. I do not claim any of this negative energy, and don't worry, neither do you. I really didn't want to do this, so if I disappear after this video, well, I think you'll know why. Everyone's been asking me about this. I can't believe I'm actually doing it, but this is 0-point energy. More specifically, this is nothing. Literally, a computer simulation of how nothing looks like. Just empty space, the simplest possible thing in our universe. And dozens of inventors have used this to build devices that seemingly create energy out of thin air. Machines that defy gravity, bend the fabric of space-time, levitate and fly with no visible propulsion, and generate virtually limitless energy with minimal to no input. But as soon as they patent and or publicize their inventions, they disappear. And at this point, there's a chance that I may too, because this is how that technology is said to work for entertainment purposes only. This simulation of nothing shows us that when we remove all matter, energy, and particles from any given area, what we're left with is the raw space field in which all matter exists. This is called the Higgs field and is governed by the laws of quantum mechanics. There's a principle in quantum mechanics called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which states that nothing is allowed to sit perfectly still, even the field itself. So even with nothing there, according to this principle, this field is constantly rippling and fluctuating in a very complicated scientific way. These are called quantum vacuum fluctuations, a sea of quantum particles that briefly blink in and out of existence from the perspective of our dimension. Put it like this: imagine a two-dimensional being that exists on a sheet of paper, Johnny Flat. If I now lay my finger on the paper, he will perceive it in his dimension as a 2D cross-section of my fingertip, basically a circle. If I lift my finger and put it down on another part of that paper, from the perspective of Johnny Flat, that circle disappeared from existence and reappeared somewhere else. Impossible from the paradigm of his reality, because I lifted my finger into the third dimension to do so, which he doesn't have access to. This is one theory of what those quantum fluctuations might be, just in higher dimensions above the three-dimensional reality we exist in, if that made any sense. Think of it as four-dimensional space dust briefly passing through our three-dimensional world. And when these quantum particles do pop in and out of existence, they create energy, which was proven in 1997 with the Casimir effect, which exerted a measurable force on two closely spaced metal plates through these quantum fluctuations. Zero-point energy harnesses these fluctuations and converts them into a usable energy source, meaning empty space isn't really empty or still at all, but is actually brimming with energy. According to Hal Puthoff, a leading researcher in this field, when you crunch the numbers, we find out there's enough energy, the volume of space the size of a coffee cup, to evaporate all of the world's oceans. Energy that is not only free and virtually unlimited, but insanely powerful as well. And you'll notice that whoever advocates this type of energy is quickly labeled a fraud, a pseudoscientist, or just a wacky, evil person to discredit their claims. Well, that's because in today's society, energy is also money, dominating the biggest industries of our modern world. Energy companies, oil, coal, gas, nuclear, our entire civilization runs on the grid and relies on these expensive resources to provide us with the energy that powers everyday life. Free or wildly cheap energy that's readily available to everyone and also kinda unlimited would topple these energy empires and, to be fair, likely our entire economic system as well. So naturally, it is in the best financial interest of these trillion-dollar energy conglomerates to try to suppress zero-point energy technology if it does exist. And of course, their budget to do so is essentially unlimited, so it's exactly what they've been doing for as long as we can remember. Because whenever an inventor creates something that they think will bring great value to the world, they do something called file a patent, which is a system that offers inventors a temporary monopoly on their invention in exchange for sharing it with the world. In theory, a very mutually beneficial agreement. Society gains an invention that advances us, and the inventor makes a lot of money and gains recognition. The idea of patents was created in 1474 in Venice to encourage innovation when they enacted the Venetian Patent Statute. But in 1951, the US passed the Invention Secrecy Act, allowing them to keep certain technologies and inventions a secret legally. If they determine an invention to be detrimental to society, they can classify it, and their inventors are bound by law to not talk about it. Now, if a big company can't lobby a reason to invoke this act on a patent that happens to be detrimental to their wallet, they can simply offer the inventor a lot of money to outright buy the rights to their technology patent and just never put it to use. This practice is known as black shelving, buying patents for the purpose of never putting them to use. And if inventors refuse that, there are other ways to make sure their technology never gets out there, as there are countless cases of this happening, especially when it comes to anything involving cheap, accessible energy. Like the time this guy, Stanley Meyer, invented a car that can run purely on water, and it was all over the news, using a process known as electrolysis, which used electricity to split water molecules, H2O, into oxygen and hydrogen gas, using the hydrogen gas to power the engine, which we know is real. We have hydrogen cars today, although they don't run on water, but rather hydrogen gas pumped directly into the engine, which is expensive and not very accessible. Meyer called his invention a water fuel cell injector, and it was so impressive that scientists and engineers around the country inspected it and confirmed his technology works. In 1998, Stanley was signing a multi-million-dollar deal with investors at a restaurant when all of a sudden he felt incredibly sick, ran into the street, and started throwing up. He died shortly after, with his final words being, "They poisoned me," but his death certificate hid that, and they made up a story about a brain aneurysm. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to notice that this is a very inconvenient pattern among inventors of this type of technology, because Stanley was quite the inventor, one of which included an electromagnetic toroid-shaped device that was hit with a national security order, a torus that emits a toroidal energy field, essentially an energy donut, or a rodent coil, another controversial topic of many online free energy theories, a device that harnesses the unique properties of toroidal fields to create energy through a system called vortex-based mathematics, a 9-digit pattern that's also the foundation of that whole 369 thing that Nikola Tesla claimed to hold the key to understanding the universe, that appears to create energy in a closed system with near 100% efficiency, breaking the first two laws of thermodynamics, the thought of which makes physicists cry who insist it's physically impossible. But this concept was replicated in tests like mathematicians Marco Rodin's rodent coil and Victor Schoberger's vortex machine. Even NASA briefly experimented with an engine called the M-Drive, which used similar principles to produce energy and was quickly deemed pseudoscience and shut down. Now, Stanley Meyer's device didn't run on gas, electricity, or even water. It ran on nothing. Exactly where we find those quantum vacuum fluctuations, zero-point energy. Drawing energy from the zero-point field, Nikola Tesla and other scientists of our past called this field the ether, a layer beyond our dimension that we can't exactly see but can still interact with, exactly what quantum mechanics is slowly beginning to prove. Ether was even officially listed as a 5th element in our education systems for centuries, and is all also how the rumored Tartarian Empire, the Egyptians, Atlantis, and other advanced ancient cultures of our past are said to have drawn energy from the sky by extracting it from the ether that exists all around us, the zero-point energy field. But by the 1920s, scientists were forced to reject the notion of ether, conforming to the regular four elements as we know today. As we know, Tesla himself even tried experimenting with and bringing this technology into the modern world, but was also silenced from doing so. Let's hope I'm not next on their hit list. Working models for free energy machines have been proposed and suppressed countless times for centuries. Nope, that's 100% false. My 5-second Google search told me so, and we're not allowed to question. A machine that gives out more energy than what is put into it is called an over-unity device, which mainstream science will insist is impossible. And viral videos like these are fake. There's dozens of them out there, and there's always a battery hidden somewhere to trick you. But all that videos like this do are discredit the real free energy machines being hidden from us, because they kinda do exist. Their inventors just tend to disappear after revealing them to the public. Just like in the 1970s, when inventor Howard Johnson created something called the magnetron motor, which used hydrogen, light rays, and magnets to create electricity seemingly out of thin air. And it worked, which he proved in tests over and over again, even though on paper it was deemed physically impossible. A borderline miraculous world-changing invention, yet he was denied a patent for his motor and mocked by his peers. And at some point, someone mysteriously breaks into his shop, steals his equipment, and out of fear, Howard stops working on the project. You're gonna notice a pattern here. Electrical engineer Thomas Morey also created a device, this time using the zero-point field. Quantum particles that fluctuate in and out of existence in the empty space that exists around us, creating energy in the process, which I explained in my last video. Morey's device generated 50,000 watts of power with no input. He even displayed it for the public in 1940, continuously producing 250,000 volts with zero input. He tried to patent it and was denied, even though his machine worked. Soon after, his lab was broken into and he survived many assassination attempts with his family. Eventually, one of his assistants randomly turned on him and destroyed all of his work. On record, they say his assistant just went crazy, but some think there were certain powers at play who did not want to see this technology spread. Edwin Gray, another inventor, created an electromagnetic motor that ran on its own power and generated no heat, with an input of 27 watts and an output of over 7,000, which was tested and validated by many scientists. When one day, out of nowhere, regulators raided his lab and confiscated everything. Shortly after, Gray is found dead in his home with no explanation and all of his research gone. Then there's this guy, Floyd Sparky Sweet, who also made a device that can extract energy from the vacuum of space in the 1980s, the zero-point field. Called the Vacuum Triode Amplifier, VTA, he fed it 0.3 milliwatts of power and generated over 224,000 watts, enough to power your entire home. Another zero-point energy device, but it could do more than just produce energy. It could also levitate, completely defying our known understanding of physics. A nuclear physicist named Tom Bearden even met with Sparky and performed many anti-gravity experiments with it. According to Bearden, gravity could become a pushing force using the zero-point field, and this VTA proved that it worked. So Sparky files a patent for his invention, and can you guess what happens next? One day, a man in a suit comes up to Sparky, shows him a photo of him and his wife in their home, and tells him to stop his research. Eventually, someone broke into his lab, steals all his notes, and soon after, Sparky collapses and dies of a heart attack. The FBI quickly confiscate all his research tools and devices, never to be seen again. But his research was actually based on experiments performed decades earlier. Enter T. Townsend Brown, who experimented with high voltage and electromagnetic fields to create an anti-gravitational lift effect in the 1920s, allowing objects to move at high speeds without being affected by gravity, exactly how UFOs are reported to maneuver in our skies today, said to be powered by zero-point energy, harnessing the zero-point field to create wildly efficient engines that can manipulate space-time for levitation and even faster than light travel. No, we can't talk about that. That's misinformation, and we need to silence. Governments actually used to be very open about experimenting with anti-gravity in the 50s. They talked about it all the time. Many newspapers and media reported on it frequently, and the research was public knowledge, known as G engines. Young Men magazine even once featured the headline, "The G engines are coming, future aircraft that attain the speed of light," in 1956. But it's almost like as soon as they figured it out, they stopped reporting on it, perhaps realizing how powerful it really is, and the military wanted it all for themselves. People say many, if not most, of the UAPs in our skies today are actually just that, highly classified military projects, conducted by the likes of Lockheed Skunk Works, a highly secretive aerospace R&D division, who reverse engineered crashed alien spacecraft to replicate their technology in ARVs. alien reproduction vehicles, highly advanced spacecraft created here on Earth by humans in top secret research programs as exposed by Bob Lazar and many others. Did these extraterrestrial craft make use of the same zero-point technology that inventors have been silenced from revealing to the world, discovering that the unique manipulation of the zero-point field can actually accelerate objects in ways that our conventional physics deems impossible? Independent researchers have tried to explore this field time and time again just for them to go through the same disappearing act as everyone else, like Dr. Ning Li, who started an anti-gravity research company, AC Gravity, publishing many papers on it in the 1990s. The US government Department of Defense caught interest, issuing her a $400,000 grant in 2001 to fund her work. Then she disappeared for 13 years, reappeared again in 2014, and was immediately hit by a car, suffering permanent brain damage. These stories are all real, you can search them up yourself. And the list is endless. There are just too many incidents like these that would take too long to cover in just one video. Now, of course, Google will tell you these inventors were nothing but con men, liars, frauds, or just scientists with great ideas who didn't know any better. It will also tell you zero-point energy is impossible, and anyone who stands up for it or even talks about it is attacked or shamed for spreading misinformation. Google debunkers, compliant NPCs who believe they can irrefutably debunk any extreme claim with a 5-second Google search, truly are the downfall of society. The modern-day version of Vladimir Lenin's useful idiot. Google debunkers. Love you guys. The idea of free, clean, and unlimited energy is a concept that's just too good to be true. And if you throw in anti-gravity levitation, defying the laws of physics, space-time manipulation, potentially faster than light travel, now you're flying too close to the sun, and our modern economy has been intentionally designed in such a way that will burn the wings off anyone who does. You smooth brains make me cringe. Why would anyone ever want to hide technological breakthroughs like these? Listen, the richest companies in the world are oil and energy companies. That's a fact. They have virtually infinite money, and inventions like these would decimate their empires and the power they hold over society today. Their limitless funding allows them to do whatever they can to keep these technologies hidden if they wanted to, suppressing technology which inadvertently ends up slowing society down, increasing pollution, poverty, making energy less accessible, not progressing us into exploring the universe. Also, their trillion-dollar conglomerates can stay in business. But the science! We need to trust the science! That's all that matters to me! Yes, the science. The wonderful byproduct of our totally objective, non-biased education system that need not be questioned. But do you want to know a little fun fact? So, one of the first mega successful oil suppliers in the world was a company called Standard Oil, which was founded in 1882 by this guy right here, John D. Rockefeller, one of the richest men of all time. Then in 1902, the General Education Board, GEB, is founded, devoted to the cause of improving education throughout the United States, and sorta laid the foundation and shaped our modern day education system today. The GEB was directly funded by John D. Rockefeller, the multi-billionaire who would have no reason whatsoever to condemn any technology that was detrimental to his oil business, which went on to educate the country by telling us what is true and what isn't through the programs they put in place. In 1973, Standard Oil was renamed to Exxon, one of the biggest oil conglomerates in the world. And technology that opposes their empires is still getting silenced to this day. In 2010, the Federation of American Scientists revealed that over 5,000 inventions were hit with a secrecy order in that year alone. Many of them had to do with anti-gravity, clean energy, and alternate propulsion methods like zero-point energy. And this isn't even a secret. In the 1970s, a declassified document called Patent Security Category Review List rubbed it in our faces, listing all categories of inventions that are classified as secret by law. Item 9 of those categories explicitly states energy conversion systems with conversion efficiencies in excess of 70 to 80%, outright telling us they do not allow technology that produces engines that are too efficient. But these patents aren't all hidden. Aerospace engineer Dr. Salvatore Pace actually has multiple patents that suspiciously sound like zero-point energy, unlimited clean energy using quantum fluctuations, faster than light travel, anti-gravity manipulation, he's got it all. He himself even claiming to have technology that can engineer reality. And why haven't his patents been suppressed? Because they are officially owned by the US Navy, who keep the details classified and only for themselves. Which many people insist this is the technology we've been seeing flying in our skies as UAPs, undercover American projects. You're not allowed to talk like that. You present your theories as if they are fact. So we're kinda trapped in this never-ending cycle of genius inventor comes up with reality-changing zero-point technology. They understandably want recognition and compensation for their tech, so they patent it only to have it black-shelved, poached by the government, or they coincidentally have an accident and disappear. There is a solution here, but the inventors aren't gonna like it. Don't patent it, but rather release your technology to the world open source so everyone can be free to use it. And we can hopefully one day be free from the tyrannical grip of the oil and gas industrial complex once and for all. But the question remains, who, if there ever will be, the one to do that? There's no way they just released this about the Epstein list and we finally might have, oh wait, never mind, we're getting invaded by aliens in November. This might just be the perfect distraction to everything that's going on and to what they're planning to do next. Yup, this video is definitely getting shadow banned for entertainment purposes only. A group of researchers announced that an interstellar object approaching us might be hostile alien technology that could reach Earth by the end of November 2025. It's called 3I Atlas, which is barreling towards the sun at more than 210,000 kilometers an hour and is a confirmed interstellar object. The fastest and biggest interstellar object we've ever seen, which might be up to 24 kilometers wide. This thing is bigger than Mount Everest, and actual Harvard astrophysicists are suggesting it may be a massive alien mothership coming to invade us. And I ain't gonna lie, they have quite a bit of evidence that very much supports that claim. Because what really makes this object so special is the fact that it's interstellar, meaning that it came from outside of our solar system's heliopause, the boundary that marks the end of our sun's gravitational influence and the beginning of interstellar space, the vast expanses of emptiness between all the solar systems within our galaxy. And the reason this is such a significant discovery is that we've only ever detected 3 interstellar objects pass through our solar system in history. The first one being Oumuamua in 2017, which was also thought to be an alien spacecraft and definitely not an asteroid. It had this weird elongated shape and it sped up as it left our solar system, which scientists couldn't explain. Probably just a probe the aliens sent here for scouting before they invade us with this one, right? The second one was 2I Borisov, a comet that passed by us in 2019. This one was probably just a comet. And now we have 3I Atlas, 3I representing the 3rd interstellar object we've encountered, not 31 Atlas as many people are mistakenly calling it. Initially picked up on July 1st, 2025 by the Atlas Survey Telescope in Chile. Initial observations suggested it may be a large comet surrounded by a cloud of ice, gas, and dust called a coma. But a follow-up paper co-authored by Harvard professor Avi Loeb titled "Is the Interstellar Object 3I Atlas Alien Technology?" claims just that, which points out this object displayed many anomalous characteristics that would strongly indicate it is not a comet, such as its orbital path appearing strategically planned for reconnaissance, showing that this object will be briefly hidden from view from us behind the sun at its closest approach to Earth, making it undetectable to us for a few days, which he states is exactly what an intelligent species would do if they wanted to plan an attack. Its speed appears to be much faster than what would be expected from an interstellar object of this nature. It's also moving in retrograde, meaning against the orbital paths of all of our planets, and is only 5% deviated from our solar system's orbital plane. Anomalies and precision like this are highly unlikely to happen at random and do in fact seem extremely calculated. Not to mention, further observations show that it has a very short tail, which comets are supposed to have long ones and is unusual for one of this size. To Borisov, the second interstellar object was both smaller and further away from the sun, yet it had a much longer tail than Atlas, so if this isn't a comet, what is it? Its projected flyby path also shows that it's set to slingshot past Venus, Mars, and even Jupiter on its way out. Again, the odds of which happening by mere chance are, dare I say, astronomical. Gravitational slingshot assist is exactly how we maneuver our probes and satellites when we send them out to space, an orbital path indicative of intelligent design, giving way to the dark forest theory of the universe. That intelligent life is in fact very abundant in our galaxy, but all species choose to stay low-key, undetected for their own safety. That our entire galaxy is a dark forest brimming with pockets of life, but everyone tends to keep to themselves out of fear of getting wiped out, and this just might be one of them taking the risk with us. This whole story caught fire online and everyone was talking about it. I was even pretty excited about it myself until I realized the New York Post reported on it, with others pointing out the convenient timing of the story among other certain files, lists, and missing 3 minutes of security footage that everyone's asking about. And many other reputable mainstream news sources reporting on this are leading skeptics to believe it's just a distraction. But to those who really want to get their tinfoil hats overheating, they're insisting this is the start of a certain Project Schlucleam, the highly rumored conspiracy theory devised as early as 1995, telling us how the government will eventually fake an alien invasion for power and control. Famed ufologist Jeremy Corbell even called it in an interview back in January, who explicitly said that they will lie to us about an alien craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And this 3-eye atlas seems to be exactly what that is. And I mean, if COVID wasn't the perfect litmus test of how well people will mindlessly comply when faced with an internally staged threat, warming them up to the perfect lead up to now see how they'll respond to an externally perceived threat like an alien invasion. Whether this is a real alien spaceship, just a comet, distracting us from news they want to divert attention from, or even the start of Project Blue Balls unfolding before us, that is up to the free will and the open-mindedness of you, the people, to decide. Now, of course, Google will tell you these inventors were nothing but con men, liars, frauds, or just scientists with great ideas who didn't know any better. It will also tell you zero-point energy is impossible, and anyone who stands up for it or even talks about it is attacked or shamed for spreading misinformation. Google debunkers, compliant NPCs who believe they can irrefutably debunk any extreme claim with a 5-second Google search, truly are the downfall of society. The modern-day version of Vladimir Lenin's useful idiot. Google debunkers. Love you guys.
You're not allowed to talk like that. You present your theories as if they are fact.
Archaeological evidence confirms the Bible once again. We had Noah's Ark in Turkey, CIA documents found the Ark of the Covenant, AI verified the Shroud of Turin, and now this. In a remote corner of the Dead Sea, something buried for thousands of years is rearing its head, and it's low-key shocking the world. Once dismissed by skeptics as a myth, now standing tall as a pillar of salt are the remnants of the haunting biblical tale of Lot's wife. And the proof that this is the actual pillar from the book of Genesis is slowly becoming undeniable. Now, to the casual, uninformed observer, this column of salt might seem kinda unimpressive, a peculiar geological formation at best. To really understand the significance of what was discovered here, you kinda need to know the story behind it. It starts with a man named Abraham, who's kinda like the OG granddaddy of all major world religions, his descendants forming the family tree of prophets and significant people in the Bible. Well, one day, God tells Abraham that these cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were becoming super evil and corrupt, indulging in idolatry, gluttony, promiscuous immoral behavior, murder, theft, power abuses, pride, and mocking behavior. Basically, modern-day Los Angeles. And yes, if you add a Y to the end of Sodom, that's where that word comes from. So God lets Abraham know that he's going to destroy these cities, raining fire and brimstone on them and burning them to the ground. Abraham thinks it's a great idea, and he's totally on board, except for the fact that his nephew Lot lives there, and turns out he's actually a pretty good guy. Now, God's already 2 steps ahead and lets him know that Lot and his family are actually like the only good people that live there, so he'll keep them safe. He sends down 2 angels that tell Lot to get his family out of the city before God burns it down. And so Lot, his wife, and his daughters flee the city, and God starts raining down literal fire on Sodom and Gomorrah, destroying them and everyone living there. While Lot and his family are leaving, the angels let them know that God also told them to not look back at the burning city. That's their only rule. But Lot's wife is all like, I could take a peek, can't I? Turns around to look at the city and is instantly turned into a pillar of salt, while Lot and his daughters take refuge in a cave. That's the story. Leaving Lot's wife frozen in time, with many assuming this to be merely a symbolic story cautioning against longing for a sinful past. But now it seems like we might have real-world evidence that proves it actually happened. The tale of Sodom and Gomorrah is one of a sudden catastrophe so intense it decimated entire populations overnight, and the biblically accurate locations of these cities are said to have been somewhere close to the Dead Sea. For centuries, religious pilgrims from around the world sought to find the remains of the city, claiming it to be hidden deep beneath the layers of salt found at what is known today as Mount Sodom by the Dead Sea, named after the original city. But more recently, forensic scientists and archaeologists began excavating more around the area, and after digging and testing many mineral layers, they uncovered evidence of extreme heat in the soil layers deep beneath, as well as naturally occurring sulfur balls and burnt sediment layers that could not be explained with natural erosion alone, but rather something that would only happen with a sudden onset of intense heat, and there aren't any volcanoes or anything that could cause that in this region, which points to a sudden source of destructive heat that may have fallen from the sky. There are also many unexpected, strange voids and air pockets beneath the surface of Mount Sodom, where it appears that the ground had rapidly collapsed, leading many to believe this actually is the original location of the ancient city of Sodom. And this wouldn't even be the first time that something like this happened. Many ancient cities from the Bible, initially dismissed as mythical sites, have all been found one by one. Cities like Jericho, Hazor, and Nineveh, all mentioned in the Bible, have been discovered hundreds or even thousands of years after they were originally written about. Now, to think all those cities were found and turned out to be real, yet Sodom and Gomorrah were for some reason made up, seems unreasonable. Because right at the edge of Mount Sodom, overlooking towards where the original cities of Sodom and Gomorrah would have been destroyed, a group of researchers found this, an unusual pillar composed of 80% salt, which is exactly what they are claiming to be Lot's wife. And all the evidence they gathered so far sorta proves just that. Found at the southeastern end of the Dead Sea, exactly where Lot and his family would have been fleeing in the region of Zoar. At first glance, it's easy to dismiss as just a mildly interesting geological formation, but further scans revealed internal cavities in the pillar with traces of carbonized organic material, something that had once been alive. Also embedded in the salt near the torso were threads of mineralized fabric sealed beneath crystallized layers. Close. Radiocarbon dating of nearby sediment placed the surrounding ash layer at roughly 3,700 years old, exactly the time window scholars associate with the destruction of Sodom. A lab from Jerusalem also confirmed that within the salt pillar were traces of fossilized collagen, a protein only found in organic tissue, which was also verified by multiple other independent labs. And the only way anything like that could have been preserved in a shape like this is through an event that involved extreme heat and a flash explosion, all evidence that highly supports this claim. Naturally, there's a lot of skepticism around this, with geologists claiming that salt formations like these are actually quite common, despite there being none other of this nature in the region. Also noting that it's about 20 meters high, much too tall for a woman, and for all we know, Lot's wife wasn't a giant. But then again, the story does say she was turned into a pillar of salt, not a statue of salt. It could very well be the case that the formed pillar was much taller than her encased in it, with the researchers behind this find even quoted as saying, "We found something that matches the story more closely than we thought was possible." A skeptic mineralogist from Oxford University admitted that whether this actually is Lot's wife or not, it is something the geological world has never documented before. Yet there actually are historic records of this beyond just the Bible as well. Josephus, a 1st century historian, recorded in his work The Antiquities of the Jews that he had seen Lot's wife with his own eyes, writing, "But Lot's wife, continually turning back to view the city as she went from it, was changed into a pillar of salt, for I have seen it, and it remains at this day." An old manuscript from a museum in Italy also writes about a lone figure in the shape of a woman overlooking a destroyed city, with its location being almost exactly where this pillar was found. Historic accounts made thousands of years after the original event, which sort of supports that it might have actually happened. Now, government agencies, the Israeli Antiquities Authority, scientific institutions, and religious organizations alike are all calling for further investigation of the salt pillar, or at the very least, building a preservation dome around it to protect it from the elements, and ideally get more definitive proof of what this really is. But knowing them, they're probably just going to close the area off from the public and deny further investigation, insisting it's to preserve it from damage. They just can't let us have nice things, now can they? What is that? It's being called the clearest UFO footage ever, and online AI detectors are confirming it's not AI generated with over 99% accuracy. A triangular-shaped craft with no visible propulsion system, flashing strange sparks of blue light in the sky. Some are calling it extraterrestrial technology, but others believe this is what is known as a TR-3B, or Black Manta, a rumored anti-gravity aircraft made under top-secret government black budget programs. Technology beyond our imagination they'll never admit exists, using reverse-engineered crashed alien spacecraft propulsion systems operated by the US Navy and Air Force, which the United States of course denies, even though there are confirmed government-owned patents for triangular spacecraft that were filed in 2004 and abandoned after 2006, whose description just so happens to sound almost exactly like what we're looking at over here. The same craft that has been spotted numerous times around the world over the decades, only to get swept aside as a hoax or nothing to see here. But no, please Google this so you can read all about how it's 100% debunked, and don't you dare question it any further. Good boy, you can scroll to the next video now. Anyone else find it kind of weird there was a whole missing minute in the released Epstein security footage? And that Attorney General Pam Bondi insisted this is totally normal that the same minute is missing every night at this prison due to a nightly reset? The same person who herself claimed the Epstein list was on her desk a few months ago, around which time many political influencers were waving binders around claiming to hold phase 1 of the Epstein files. You remember that? And now after years of talking about the list, the FBI and DOJ officially concluded there is no list, whose report shows there is no evidence that Epstein blackmailed any powerful figures, nor kept a client list, nor was while in jail. A conclusion they reached coincidentally just shortly after Elon Musk tweeted that Trump is on the list, and so the Department of Justice publicly released this security footage to debunk the myths that someone got to him while he was locked up, which mysteriously jumps ahead by 1 minute at 11:59 p.m. But then further analysis revealed that there's actually closer to 2 minutes and 53 seconds missing in the security footage, not just a minute. Forensic video expert Andrew Garrett concluded the video they released is highly edited and is in fact several clips compiled piled together, because the metadata showed that it was edited with Adobe Premiere Pro, and that it cut and stitched multiple clips together and was saved repeatedly on May 23rd, 2025. Not to mention, this is footage that was previously deemed lost, then corrupted, then accidentally deleted, but now just appeared out of nowhere, and it barely even shows us anything. This isn't even footage from Jeffrey's actual jail cell, not even the corridor leading to his wing, but rather a camera tucked away way back in the corner. This camera right here, this is their proof? We do see him briefly getting escorted to his cell by prison guards in the background here for a moment, which is the last time he's ever seen alive on camera, walking him to the staircase leading to his actual jail cell, which is conveniently just off camera. And shortly after, we see this, a mysterious orange figure walking up those same stairs to where Epstein's cell actually was, which the official explanation claims it was a correctional officer carrying linens and inmate clothing. But Connor McCord, another forensic video expert, disagrees, saying that this was almost definitely an inmate wearing a jumpsuit, walking up to Epstein's cell block just hours before he was found dead, leading to many popular online theories that someone was either let into his cell to finish the job or to help him escape, faking his own death and starting a new life somewhere else under the radar. This is the only camera angle they released, with Epstein's cell in red, and the orange figure was seen exactly at this staircase. As you can see, this camera is not even close to where he actually was, and again, this is the evidence they gave us to close the case. And just look at the whole layout. This would have been a perfect entry for someone to just walk in and get up to a cell block, or for him to get out, perfectly covered by the wall from this camera angle. Oh, and this camera back here that recorded his own cell block and would have given us the definitive proof of what actually happened malfunctioned that night. Actually, as a matter of fact, all cameras malfunctioned that night. The only one that didn't is the one that conveniently has the stairs to his cell block just out of view. That's literally in their official report. Every camera in that cell block simultaneously broke and got corrupted that night. Like, who on earth actually believes this? In 2020, the correctional facility revealed that the footage recorded that night was permanently destroyed by accident due to technical errors. The exact same time that guards forgot to check on him the moment he took his own life. Oh, and Jeffrey's cellmate was Nicholas Tartaglione, a convicted quadruple life sentence ex-cop serial strangler. But no, he definitely did it himself, right? Now, what's really bizarre is that for the longest time, the FBI insisted they had over 300 gigabytes of data about the Epstein files that they were going to release. Maria Farmer, a former employee of Jeffrey Epstein, alleged that he had hidden cameras all over his New York City mansion that monitored private moments, including in bedrooms and bathrooms. And recent footage from inside his New York City manor confirms this, as we can clearly see cameras everywhere. Among other disturbing things, like this statue of a woman in a wedding dress hanging from a rope in his lobby. But this camera footage clearly exists somewhere. It didn't just disappear, and I wonder what possible reason they could have to not investigate it, teasing us for months that they were finally going to release the files, the client list, bring justice to the victims, and lock up the perpetrators. Yet now they say there's no list, no files, and further disclosure of Epstein-related material wouldn't be appropriate or warranted, which makes no sense, because people like FBI Director Kash Patel were talking about exposing corruption for months, and now this. Files and client lists that once existed and now don't. Footage from security tapes that conveniently got corrupted or are just highly edited and show us nothing. But the couple pixels of orange blur we do see paints a completely different story of what really happened. But at this point, what even is real anymore? Bro, this guy right here might be the most epic human in history, because he's about to be the first person ever to go for a walk around the entire world. He's been at it for 27 years, starting in 1998 at the southern tip of Chile, and is now in the final stretch of his journey, which ends at his home in the UK. I can only imagine how full his mailbox must be. His name is Carl Bushby, and the rules he gave himself for this challenge were pretty simple. He has to travel an unbroken path without using any cars, boats, vehicles, or any other form of transportation other than his own body. And he also can't go back home until he finishes. And let me tell you, you can't even imagine the absolute missions this guy's been through in the past 27 years, longer than some of y'all have probably been alive for. The path around the world isn't just long, it's also incredibly dangerous, with 3 major checkpoints that are just miraculous he even survived. The first being the infamous Darien Gap between Colombia and Panama, a remote stretch of jungle filled with the deadliest animals, insects, swamps, cartel, and rogue military forces. And bro couldn't just bust out Google Maps to find the quickest route. He was straight raw dogging it through the most hostile fertile rainforest on Earth. While he was passing through, that part of Colombia was also an active war zone, and he says he had to sneak past literal frontline battles to get by. The next death wish area he walked through was the Bering Strait, the ice bridge that connects North America with Russia, which took him 14 days non-stop of walking and even swimming through frozen waters and bone-chilling temperatures, and also casually made him the first person in modern history to walk across the Bering Strait. Once he got into Russia, they welcomed him with open arms by arresting him for several weeks on accounts of illegal entry, and they actually wanted to throw him in prison for 5 years to make him an example, but fortunately his lawyers got him out of that one. As he was trekking through the frozen tundra of Siberia and Mongolia, the 2008 recession hits and he loses a bunch of his key sponsors, claiming there were many days he literally had to go without food. But still, he managed to pull through, and as he was making it to the edge of Asia, he hits the third and most challenging obstacle of his journey, the Caspian Sea, the biggest lake in the world. Even though it's called a sea, it is technically a lake, search it up. If he wanted to go around it, he'd either have to enter Russia to the north, who he just got out of trouble with, or go through Iran in the south, which was even worse. After a whole year of trying to figure this out, he slowly realized that his best bet to move on was to swim across. He couldn't take a boat because of him and his stupid rules, and also admitted to be a terrible swimmer. So for 31 days, this guy swam 300 kilometers across the Caspian Sea to get to the other side. Also super casually making him the first person ever to do so, ironically by a guy that hates swimming. He kept on going with his journey, and in May 2025, he officially entered Europe. But as he was passing through Turkey, his visa expired, and he had to leave the country for 90 days before he was allowed back in. And so he flew to Mexico, where he waited for his visa to renew so he can pick back up where he left off in Turkey and finish Europe off. Don't worry, him flying to Mexico didn't break any of his rules so long as he goes back to where he left off, which he's doing. As of now, he's expected to finish back in his hometown of Hull, England sometime in September 2026. Yup, he's still got a year left, but Carl ain't stopping until the job is done. He turned plastic waste into gasoline, went missing for weeks, and now we finally know what really happened to him. His name is Julian Brown, and he's been going viral with his experiments turning plastic junk into usable gasoline for vehicles, which he calls plastiline. Yet another revolutionary innovator of efficient and easily accessible energy disappeared, and everyone was worried for his life. Ever since he posted this cryptic video to his socials saying that he's under attack and that he's getting hunted down by some sort of shadow agents, he went ghost for weeks, and everyone thought they got to him, which kind of makes sense. Big Oil definitely hates this guy. As you may or may not know, anyone who threatens the dominance of oil and gas companies tends to go missing. It's happened countless times in the last century whenever an inventor comes out with technology that can create energy in unconventional ways. Just like Stanley Meyer, who back in the 80s created a car engine that ran on just water, which he and several scientists validated in many tests, who mysteriously passed away from a sudden brain aneurysm as he was signing a deal for his invention in 1998. Technology that would have provided cheap and easily accessible energy to the world. And that's kinda what Julian Brown has been working on, and he's been getting a lot of attention on social media for it, building his own makeshift gas station, showing and documenting his entire process of turning plastic junk into fuel. Fuel that can power cars, potentially even jet fuel, providing energy made from literal garbage, calling it a microwave pyrolysis reactor, basically a high-tech oven that melts plastic using a very specific process that turns it into a flammable liquid that can be used as gasoline. And he proves the plastiline gas is real by testing it on many engines in his videos, all while working in a remote location somewhere in Alabama for added safety, and turns out he really needed it. Dealing with crushing heat and relentless mosquitoes, which got so bad he had to create his own sunscreen using all natural ingredients with no carcinogenic chemicals that was also a mosquito repellent. Julian Brown really is the real deal. He was even recognized by Forbes magazine in May, and his company, NatureJab, was highlighted for his many revolutionary achievements, including his microwave pyrolysis reactor, his plastic gasoline machine, directly recognized by Forbes. Oh, and it's also solar powered. His machine was even tested by ASAP Labs in Washington, which confirmed it burned cleaner than regular diesel. Ahead of creating his company, Brown was selected as a 776 Climate Fellow, a 2-year program that recognizes young people for thinking of innovative ways to tackle climate change, which, whether you believe is real or not, is still an impressive accolade of his. Also receiving a $100,000 grant from Alexis Ohanian, co-founder of Reddit, and tens of thousands thousands of dollars in additional support from a GoFundMe. Not to mention, he's been featured on the news as well. To put it simply, everything this guy claims he's doing for real. There's no doubt about that. Well, in a then deleted, now reposted video, Julian appears extremely uncomfortable, claiming that he's being watched and is under attack. That he's seen many black helicopters watching him from the sky, with spotlights shining down and tracking his every move. Helicopters that circled him over 5 times and came so low that he could feel the wind of the blades on his body. He's been saying that something big is about to happen, and even admits that he may not live for much longer, which he's actually mentioned in many other previous videos as well. That he's being watched and is receiving literal threats from unknown sources. That the EPA and the IRS are specifically targeting him, and that all it'll take for them is to deem his invention a national security threat and they can legally shut it down. Despite these threats, he promises he will never back down from his ultimate mission, to bring plastiline to the world. Well, after this video, posted in the beginning of July 2025, he goes dark and doesn't post for weeks on end, which kinda made the internet panic. Speculation started circulating online that he's gone missing and that something bad probably happened to him. As we know, has happened time and time again with disruptive inventors of his nature. Well, a week or so later, his mom came out and told the Daily Mail that she can confirm Julian is safe, but is currently in hiding, and in the best interest of his security, she can't reveal any more information. Everyone assumed the worst, that the oil and gas energy mafia got to him and stopped him from spreading his plastiline invention to society. But then, about 3 weeks after his disturbing message, he finally comes out and tells the world he's back and what's really been happening. So apparently his iCloud was hacked by some anonymous hackers who were able to remotely monitor everything on his phone, and then were able to hack into his Instagram account, posting his driver's license online and exposing his address to the world. No matter how many times he changed his password and updated his 2FA, the hackers would always find a way back into his account, which tells us these definitely weren't some regular 2-bit hacker trolls just messing around. These guys were professionals. They knew what they were doing and were very experienced. So Julian went dark as he got support from Meta to fully get his account back, as some of us know can take a really long time. Also saying that Meta actually tracked down exactly who hacked him, which we'll hopefully figure out very soon. And I can't imagine any regular person who would be against someone from releasing cheap and accessible gasoline to the world, except for anyone involved in the oil and gas industry themselves, as something like this doesn't look good for their wallets, who have systematically suppressed alternative energy technology for decades, using patents, lawsuits, and convenient accidents to maintain their empires and cover up inventions that threaten them, which suggests is exactly who went and is possibly still going after Julian Brown. He's been showing the progress he's making on his machine, still hard at work on it, and as of now has been posting ever since. Everyone keep an eye on this guy and protect him at all costs. Yo, I can't stop thinking about the fact that Cleopatra was born in 69 BC. For real. She was also born closer to you watching this video right now than she was to the construction of the pyramids, which would also make her born closer to you working alongside her in Heroes of History, the epic historical odyssey that starts you in the Stone Age and takes you through the greatest eras of history, working alongside familiar legends like Einstein, Cleopatra, Lincoln, Alexander the Great, Nostradamus, Plato, even Hercules, and everyone in between. Building your civilization from scratch, starting with agriculture and cave painting, going all the way up until the moon landing and beyond. Download Heroes of History with the link in my bio. This game is like the most addicting version of Civilization optimized for mobile, and you might even learn a thing or two along the way. The left side of the road is technically the right side to drive on. If you drive on the right, ironically, you've been doing it wrong. Because at first, the entire world rode on the left side, and for a very valid reason. Even way before cars were around, in the time of the Romans, with their horses and chariots, they always kept to the left. The reason being that most people's dominant hand was typically the right, as is still the case today, with only about 10% of the world being left-handed. This was to keep the arm they would hold their sword in free for potential combat and jousting with their neighboring traffic lane, which would have been their right hand attacking the left lane. And it was like this for hundreds of years, albeit with horses and carriages, not cars yet. But then someone came along and was all like, I don't like this. I want everyone to ride on the right from now on. And so he fully changed the rules of road travel because he was left-handed and preferred to ride on the right side so that his left sword hand could be free. That person was Napoleon Bonaparte, that French guy who took over Europe, so that he and anyone who was left-handed could have an advantage in combat during their travels. Some historians historians will tell you that he wasn't actually left-handed, that Napoleon was just keen on changing centuries-long traditions for the sake of creating a new society, the whole purpose behind his revolution. Either way, he is the one that brought right-hand driving into every place he conquered, which continued into our modern civilized world. Only the United Kingdom, being the French's eternal arch-nemesis, refused to adopt the right-side road travel, which is why even today, they and many other countries which were once British colonies or just influenced by British culture still drive on the left, and the rest of us drive on the right, because this guy here said so. Disclaimer, please follow the correct driving laws in your country. Don't drive wrong just because you think you're right. Reports of alien portals are popping up everywhere. They've allegedly been discovered in our skies and in remote areas of the planet, including the physics-bending Technicolor portal seen in the Apple TV Plus series Invasion, which is oddly similar to what people reported to have seen in real life. There's the strange case in Miami on New Year's Eve of 2023, where rumors of bright flashing lights inside a Miami mall started circulating online, where many claim to see dark, shadowy, 8 to 10 foot tall alien-like entities emerging from a suspected portal. Mass panic ensued, and everyone involved insisted that something abnormal happened that night that was quickly covered up as just teens messing around. There's also the mysterious tale of the passenger airline flying from Malaysia to Beijing in 2014, flight MH370. After a normal takeoff, the plane unexpectedly deviated from its expected flight path and just disappeared, never to be heard from again. Satellite footage emerged of the plane surrounded by 3 orbs, presumed to be UFOs, which caused the plane to veer off course and then disappear in a flash. Skeptics claimed it was fake, but several professional analysts insist that the plane and the UFOs truly did disappear in that flash, seeming to have entered a portal into the unknown. Just like the portal that opened in Idabel, Oklahoma, causing a huge stir among residents and military alike in the season 2 finale of Invasion streaming on Apple TV Plus, connecting our world with their mothership above, and a few brave souls dare to enter to see what's on the other side. It seems to be tethered to other portals found around the world, like in the Amazon rainforest, which weren't visible to the human eye, but rather only accessible via psychic abilities held by select humans scattered around the globe. And it seems to connect to a collective alien consciousness that can be transferred and manifest in humans. Where these portals go and what these aliens want, we're still not sure yet. But tune in to season 3 of Invasion exclusively on Apple TV Plus to uncover the mysteries of these portals and the alien beings that opened them up in the first place. Watch Invasion season 3 on Apple TV Plus today. The wildest alien encounter has been hidden by the Mexican government for over 50 years. It all happened to this 23-year-old Mexican student pilot named Rafael Perez, who was going out to fly a plane on his own for the first time in 1976. And I can't think of any other explanation to what happened to him next. He takes off at about 8:30 a.m. at an airport close to Mexico City on a training flight expected to take about an hour or so. But almost immediately after taking off, Rafael is surrounded by a thick fog that rolls in out of nowhere, and he can barely see what's directly ahead of him. He tries contacting air traffic control for help, but strangely doesn't hear back from anyone. Now he realizes something definitely isn't right, so he attempts to turn left to loop back around to the airport, but his plane isn't turning. It just keeps flying straight. And then randomly, his plane starts speeding up, rapidly climbing higher and higher into an enormous cloud patch above him completely on its own. He's gaining altitude so fast that he ends up passing out. Next thing he knows, he's waking up in his cockpit, scrambling to his senses, realizing that he somehow hasn't crashed the plane. Rafael looks out the window and he's cruising along just fine, seeing nothing but the open ocean out ahead of him, the fog now completely gone. He checks the time and realizes something isn't right. It's 11:30 a.m., meaning he was out cold for well over 2 hours. The fact that his plane was still flying was already miraculous enough, but then he looks up his coordinates and finds out that's the least of his problems. He was way out above the ocean, further from the coastline than he's ever been. But what didn't make any sense was that the distance from the airport he took off from to where he was now was way further than what a plane could have physically traveled in that time span. An amateur first-time pilot who was passed out just set a world record flight time by accident. Not just that, but his fuel gauge was still almost full, and again, there's no way he could have traveled that far while barely burning his tank. Almost like he was either accelerated by an external force or maybe even teleported. He has no idea what's going on when finally a voice comes in over the radio asking if he's okay. Rafael responds explaining his situation, how he flew into a fog, lost control of his plane, then passed out, and now has no idea how he we got here. The guy on the other end of the radio is Carlos, air traffic control, who oddly asks Rafael if he's alone in his plane, to which he replies, yes, of course I am. Carlos then lets him know that he's actually off the coast of the Mexican city of Acapulco, which would have normally been a 3-hour flight, but he somehow got there in a little over an hour. And there was something very concerning he had to tell him in person. So Rafael lands the plane at the Acapulco airport, and immediately men in suits rush him as he's getting off the plane to take him to a hospital. They test him and verify he's completely sober. A psychologist even confirms he's clinically sane. Rafael has no idea what's going on, and so they finally reveal what really happened to him during his flight. Turns out that while he was out, Rafael actually had a full-on conversation with Carlos that he doesn't remember at all, and it was all recorded. And what Rafael said over the radio is a little disturbing. The pilot is speaking because he is ordered to. That is, it is his voice he speaks, but not of his own free will. We will use it as a microphone. Your equipment is too primitive. No matter who we are or where we come from, it is enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat that all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe, and there are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. For the next hour, Rafael talks about humans being the only intelligent species in the universe that still partakes in warfare and violence among their own kind, going back and forth in discussion with Carlos on how humanity's on the trajectory of nuclear annihilation and may end up getting exterminated if they continue down this path. That we are an inferior civilization on the grand scale of the universe, and there are even other species physically similar to us but mentally much more developed. It appears as though some extraterrestrial entity took control of Rafael and his plane and used his body as a vessel of communication to speak with other humans, initially speaking to them in Spanish, and this all really happened. You can even find a log and the actual original audio of the entire convo online. They even tested the alien, asking it questions in English and German, to which Rafael responded with perfect understanding and fluency in those languages. Yet he only ever spoke Spanish before this. No one had or still has any idea how Rafael ended up off the coast above the ocean, or what caused him to start saying the things that he was saying. A very detailed conversation that Rafael has zero recollection of, which some attribute to some form of temporary psychosis. But speaking in English and German and the oddly specific nature of the dialogue suggests otherwise, because another declassified report from Mexico that happened just a year before then might explain who or what this was. In 1975, another pilot, Carlos de los Santos, was flying above this area, just a little north of Acapulco, the same region Rafael got possessed in just a year later. This time, the pilot is surrounded by two metallic craft hovering right above his wingtips, and a third directly under him. Again, there's a full audio record of this online as it's happening in real time, and you can hear the terror in the pilot's voice. The three craft take control of his airplane, which he described looking exactly how UFOs are reported to look like today. Smooth exterior, no visible propulsion system at all. Controlling his plane for a whole 18 minutes before zipping away. After they left, the pilot landed safely, only to be medically examined as totally sober and sane, and approached by the all too familiar men in black, who told him he didn't see anything. Who in an interview, the pilot himself revealed, they said in Spanish, "If you appreciate your life, don't talk to anyone." Seems like the United States isn't the only country to get visited by aliens and UFOs, it's just the one with the loudest mouthpiece. These are official reports of alien possession and UFOs that the Mexican government quickly buried almost 50 years ago, as they had no explanation for them, only to regain attention recently on the internet. Which really makes you think, how many more reports are out there in different countries around the world that haven't been made public? Hey, for entertainment purposes only, right, Mr. FBI guy watching this video? Okay, this is a dark one. It's gonna get a lot of people mad, but things are just getting out of control and something just has to be said about this. Like, people saw and recorded someone on the roof that Charlie Kirk was shot from way before he got shot, and nothing was done about it, which was about 200 yards away from where Charlie was sitting, positioned in perfect tactical level line of sight to him, where he takes a single shot which hits Charlie right in the neck, and then he successfully escapes within seconds, and police are still searching for him over 2 days later and counting. This to me sounds like a very trained professional. We can even see the shooter in this video way in the back, moving from that exact same spot right after everything went down. People who were there claimed there was no security check before entering the event. No metal detectors, no searches, nothing. So like, why was suspicious movement on nearby rooftops reported by civilians before the event not attended to by law enforcement? Kinda just like what happened at the Trump rally in July 2024, where a suspect was reported on the roof by many in attendance and nothing was done about it. Seriously, like, what is going on here? We've We've already got a million theories of inside jobs, this guy appearing to signal in the back here, news articles and Amazon books allegedly reporting on this a day before it happened, to things that Charlie said about certain interest groups just a few days earlier, and Trump's AI-looking video response. And for once, I'm gonna set all that aside, because we already know the narrative is gonna change 100 times, the news is gonna lie to us, and we're at a point where we don't even know what's real anymore. There's something much more important to address here, because I know Charlie was quite a polarizing figure, both loved and very much hated by many. Whether you agree with his views or absolutely despise them, we can all agree he wasn't afraid to speak his truth on what he stood for, despite getting vehemently attacked every time he did. He spoke on topics and shared perspectives on issues that most people were too scared to openly discuss. Views, ideas, and conversations that many others very much disagreed with and strongly villainized him for. Now, going at someone with words, arguments, and debate is fine, and in fact should be encouraged, albeit in a more respectful manner. But responding to opinions you don't agree with hatred and violence is never the answer. And this absolutely horrific attack against someone for speaking their mind is despicable. And the people out there celebrating his death and calling on the murders of other influential figures with similar opinions they disagree with are absolutely fucking pathetic. Regardless of what his views were, he was a father, a husband, and a human being just as deserving of life as the rest of us are. Everyone has the right to the freedom of thought and discussion of ideas, and is one of the most important things we have as a society today. Anyone celebrating the of someone because they disagreed with their ideas is just sheer evil and sick in the head. We can't let the actions and responses of these mentally ill humans stop these conversations from happening and not speaking up on what you stand for, because that's exactly what instigators of violence like this want, scaring opposing beliefs into silence, censorship, and mindless compliance into their own opinions, because they've decided to label anyone they disagree with as evil, hateful, spreading misinformation, or just terrible people, and thus feel justified for saying and doing the absolutely vile shit we've seen unfold from this. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes easy to justify violence against that group, which is exactly what's happening here. This is an absolute tragedy, and just as horrific as any other loss of life around the world. I'm not taking away from anything else that's going on, but someone voicing their opinion, having the courage to express their thoughts and ideas to the world, and losing their life because of a sense of moral superiority from an opposing side, sheds light on the radical indoctrination of constant hate against someone, going from my opinions are better than yours to you don't deserve to live. And you already know this story is gonna flip-flop 100 times from, oh, we got the shooter in custody, wait, never mind, maybe it wasn't them, to it being an inside job or a completely isolated incident. Is this all a ploy executed by external forces to get America to fall into civil war? Who knows, because nothing feels real anymore. And just the fact that there seemed to be a general lack of concern and security at this event, with people pointing out suspicious behavior beforehand, is just, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, up, down, middle, whatever. You have a mind with its own independent thoughts and a responsibility to make your voice heard. Stand up for what you believe in. Have the courage to share your ideas and spread your thoughts. We can't let the horrific actions of a few deranged lunatics make us back down, because that's exactly what they want you to do. Stop challenging the narrative and comply. Keep on fighting the good fight of the freedom of thought and open discussion of ideas. Be smart about it. Don't incite hate or violence or force your ideologies on others if they disagree with you, but please have the courage to spread your ideas and speak your mind, especially when the opposing views behind you are telling you to stay quiet. When people stop talking, bad things happen. Let this be the turning point in open and free thinking that he fought for and that our world today so desperately needs. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. He's truly made an impact on what it means to speak your truth in the face of ultimate adversity that we'll never forget. My thoughts and prayers go out to his friends and family forever. From cave paintings to space telescopes, mysterious anomalies have been recorded in our skies for as long as we can remember. Massive objects appearing to descend from above, often surrounded by beings kneeling in fear and awe. Many ancient texts, like the Anunnaki, the Book of Enoch, the Mayan Popol Vuh, and the Vedas from Hindu mythology, all warn of some form of all-powerful watchers that come down from the heavens and direct the course of humanity to their will. Today, deep space telescopes detect faraway visitors making their way towards us, like 3I Atlas, the enormous interstellar object set to pass by us in November, which many scientists have been warning exhibits characteristics of intelligent design, a pattern we've kinda seen recorded across thousands of years of human existence, etched into the walls of caves, stone tablets, statues, parchment scripts, books, and now the internet. Visitors that, according to their stories, fundamentally rewrote the trajectory of civilization as we know it. But don't worry guys, it's probably just a comet, right? Oh, here's a new one they've been hiding from us. The Great Wall of China is actually the Great Wall of Tartaria, the most silent civilization in history. And it's actually not that new. Matter of fact, it's over 2,500 years old, which is how long they took to build this wall. Like, bruh, these guys spent so much time building it that whatever they were trying to defend themselves from didn't even exist anymore, but they just kept on building. Did these guys just like lose the plot and just continued building, completely forgetting why they were making this wall in the first place? Like, they took over 2,500 years to build this thing, which spans multiple dynasties, dozens of changes in power, emperors that came and went, none of whom can even take credit for this wall as a national project, because not one of them stuck around long enough to even see it finished, except for the last one, I guess. And like, what was so terrifying that you had to build a great wall that even after the thing you were defending from was gone, the mere memory of that thing was so horrifying that you just kept on building the greatest wall in history for over 2,000 years. And calling it a great wall is also probably the greatest understatement in history. Starting construction in 700 BC and completing in 1878, your imagination can't even begin to comprehend how f***ing long this wall actually is, with a total combined distance of over 21,000 kilometers long, making it the longest man-made structure in the world. Like, take this in, the entire United States coast to coast is about 4,500 kilometers across. There is enough wall to go back and forth across the USA 4 times with 3,000 kilometers left over. Enough to go halfway around the circumference of the entire Earth at the equator. Or to go from New York to London, then London to Moscow, and Moscow to Beijing, with over 7,000 kilometers to spare. It would take about 6 months of non-stop walking night and day to make it across the entire wall by foot. This thing is so ridiculously long, it barely even makes any sense. It's estimated that anywhere from 100,000 to over 1 million workers were involved in building it. But I challenge you to use your noggin and really try to picture this, because 2,500 years is an insanely long time to build anything. Just imagine something that started construction when Jesus was born and was still being worked on to this day with a couple hundred years left for completion. Clearly, a structure like this would have been built primarily for a functional purpose. Military defense is the commonly accepted idea, with over 2,000 watchtowers placed throughout the wall for surveillance. And again, whatever it was they were protecting themselves from must have been absolutely terrifying for them to build a wall this epic. Common history tells us they were merely defending against attacks from Mongolians, nomads, and neighboring dynasties in the north and west. But if you ever see the wall in person, you'll realize something about it that paints a much more disturbing story. In many areas, this steep side of the wall, which in defensive architecture faces the side you are defending against from, faces inwards, like towards China, which suggests the wall may have not been built to keep enemies out, but to keep something inside. Because the arrow slits where they shoot their bows from are also facing inwards, not towards the outside where the enemies would be coming from. YouTuber Wandering Wolf even confirmed this, as he was easily able to scale the wall from the outside going in, and proved to be much more difficult to climb from the inside, which makes absolutely no sense if it was supposed to defend from intruders from the outside. Perhaps it was intended to keep its own people, or something else entirely contained within its walls rather than protecting from outsiders. And if you listen closely, you might be able to hear the debunkers crying that this wall wasn't originally built as a singular unified wall, but rather a series of several smaller walls built at different times by different dynasties, in which neighboring states in ancient China built to defend against from each other, and is why the defensive side can sometimes appear to be facing inwards. Which is true and a very fair point, but there are the outer walls that always faced against hostile nomadic tribes and Mongols, with some going as far as to say that these sections of the wall even appear to have been intentionally repositioned hundreds of years later, so that instead of having the defensive side facing inwards towards China, they're now facing the outside in an effort to rewrite history to match their narrative. The pics you typically see online are the popular tourist locations, which are all heavily restored and renovated, but many parts of the wall are still deeply buried and unexcavated. It's estimated that somewhere around 30% of the wall is still completely hidden. Large stretches are in complete ruins, falling apart with vegetation growing all over it, and there are very few photos of these buried and overgrown sections online. Like, you really have to dig to find them, almost like they're hiding something, which is why some say it wasn't even built by ancient China at all, but by the fabled Tartarian Empire. The Great Wall of Tartaria. Just a thought-provoking theory, but let the debunkers cry and call it racist or a harmful pipeline or whatever it is they do. Now, the Tartarian Empire is a rumored civilization that is said to have existed not too long ago, with advanced technology, energy systems, buildings that powered massive airships, and impressive architecture that spanned the entire world. A civilization that was eventually decimated and then covered up by the global elites in order to keep us in the shadows of their advancements to humankind. A topic which honestly deserves its own video, which I'll get to sometime, but that's about the gist of it. Now, if you look at old maps of the world, you'll actually see the mythical Tartaria or Tartary across large expanses of the globe. The Tartarian Empire, which spanned the majority of modern-day Russia and just Asia in general. And they even had their own flag. Would you look at that? And exactly where the initial construction of the Great Wall was, we see the border between ancient Tartary and modern-day China. Almost like the Tartarians built the wall to keep whoever or whatever was in China, whether it be tribes of ruthless savages they had to contain, slaves they kept imprisoned within the confines of their walls, or maybe even some feral creatures they had to control. All just theories and wild speculation. As always, it is possible that our mainstream historical understanding of the Great Wall is true. There's no need to cry. But then again, if there ever was a country that does a damn good job at controlling a certain narrative and suppressing truth, you tell me which one comes to mind first. Whatever this is completely natural, and science still has no explanation for it. Oh dude, that's just CGI. Well, joke's on you, cause it's real. This glowing orb of plasma or electricity or something that slowly hovers around and can cause some pretty devastating effects. It's called ball lightning, or centella globular, and was first formally documented in 1195 AD. Said to be a very rare natural weather phenomenon, much like regular lightning, but it sticks around for a lot longer than your classic split-second strike. Drifting and hovering for up to a minute before disappearing, often with a bang. With many people reporting it can even go through walls. It's so rare that for centuries, scientists thought it was fake, just an urban legend people made up since video evidence didn't exist yet, so anyone who claimed to have seen it couldn't prove it. Many pilots insisted to have witnessed it mid-flight, and even Nikola Tesla himself experienced it, was so intrigued that he even reported recreating his own ball lightning in a lab in 1904. Is there anything this guy didn't do? Now, to be fair, some videos of this online are just visual effects, CGI, like this one right here, but the phenomena itself is very real, and we just have no idea what they are. Theories range from plasma created by electrical discharges, a rare type of lightning, or specific chemical reactions caused by lightning striking the ground, possibly even alien technology, or interdimensional beings interacting with our reality, which, if you ask me, is exactly what they are, in my oh-so-professional opinion. The ancient Romans had a bone to pick. This solid silver ancient Roman amulet was sold at an auction, and try to take a guess as to what it was used for. It's only 3 centimeters tall, depicting a grotesque head with exaggerated features dating back to around the 1st to 2nd century AD, part of a private collection called the Esteemed European Collection. And it has this long, prominent nose, high cheeks, and a massive forehead, but what does it all mean? Well, grotesque features were traditionally used in amulets during the time of the Romans as a way to ward off evil, to keep the bearer protected and serve as symbolic reminders of the separation between our earthly realm and the divine. And I guess, lucky buyer scored this one right here for £3,200, about $4,300, so I hope it was worth it. Reason number 77, we're living in a simulation. What if I told you the whole Charlie Kirk tragedy already happened exactly 27 years ago? This is gonna f your mind. So there's a movie from 1998 called Snake Eyes, starring Nicolas Cage, in which a political figure named Charles Kirkland, that's his actual name in the movie, gets by a sniper in the neck in the exact same spot as Charlie Kirk at a public event. Now, in the opening scene of the movie, there's a sign for this event that shows us it also took place on September 10th, the same day it happened, during a boxing event headlined by a boxer named Tyler the Executioner. Tyler Robinson is being accused of committing the execution in real life. During the scene, Cage is heard asking about his lucky number, while we see someone holding up a giant 7. Recently, Elon Musk announced that every spacecraft launched in 2026 will bear the number 77 as a tribute to Charlie Kirk. Why 77? I don't know, maybe someone can tell me. If it wasn't obvious enough, there's also this massive all-seeing eye on a blimp or something watching the entire sequence of events go down. That's because the movie is called Snake Eyes, and 2025 also happens to be the year of the snake. Promotional posters for the film feature the tagline, "Believe everything except your eyes." Oh, and it was also filmed in the Trump Hotel in Atlantic City. Believe everything except your eyes. I don't even know how else anyone could possibly explain this. Simulation confirmed. You are not ready for how diabolical the McFlurry Conspiracy rabbit hole really is. You know the story. Show up to McD's, make your order, throw a McFlurry in there, and get hit with the, "Oh, sorry, our ice cream machine is broken." It's not just you. This was happening to everyone. The McDonald's ice cream machine is just always broken. Well, I found out why, and it turns out big corporations are literally conspiring against customers like us, and it's darker than you think. This isn't even a theory, as we have direct evidence of everything they did. We're talking court documents, emails from CEOs that proves it's all real. And a recent lawsuit reconfirmed everything once again. The infamous McDonald's ice cream machine being down became so common it turned into a meme when people all over the internet constantly complained about it. Well, someone ran the numbers, and it turns out that about 15% of McDonald's ice cream machines are down at any given time, which is kind of a lot. They even tried covering it up a few years ago by debunking this myth, claiming it was just as a result of a daily cleaning cycle the machine had to go through, during which time it was unusable. But the cleaning cycle is only 4 hours long and typically done at closing, which does not account for the high rate of failure reported. Remember, kids, never trust a debunker. Well, this is their ice cream machine, made by a company called Taylor. All McDonald's owners are required to buy their equipment from them, company policy. Now, in 2017, Taylor reported that 25% of the revenue came from recurring parts and services, basically fixing their machines. And let me tell you, 25% is a lot, as another report showed that maintenance and repairs accounted for $170 million of revenue per year for Taylor. And hey, this is barely even the tip of how devious their operation really gets, because their entire business model is essentially scoring exclusivity deals with big chains, so franchise owners are forced to buy their products, selling them faulty machines that need constant fixing, charging them heavy fees for repairs on a recurring basis. So McDonald's franchise owners put off the repairs of these machines for as long as they can, because their cost for repair often outweighs their revenue from ice cream sales. You see, it's the franchisee owners, not McDonald's corporate head office, that pays for these repairs. Basically, when you want to open your own McDonald's restaurant, you sign something called a franchise agreement with McDonald's corporate, where you agree to follow all of McDonald's rules and standards in exchange for being able to use the McDonald's brand for your restaurant. Franchising 101. In this agreement, it explicitly states that you have to buy your ice cream machines from Taylor. Oh, and only Taylor is allowed to fix your machines as well. That's called an exclusivity deal, which can sometimes turn into a bit of a legalized monopoly. So Taylor is their sole provider of machines and repairs, and can essentially charge any price they want for their products and services, which leaked invoices show can go as high as $315 per 15 minutes of additional labor over the first 30 minutes. So a 3-hour repair job can cost over $3,000, which how that's not price gouging, I have no clue. But that's how Taylor makes their money. McDonald's corporate doesn't care, because they're not paying for the repairs and probably have a multi-million-dollar exclusivity deal with Taylor, who shares a portion of their profits with them. So Taylor kinda has an infinite money glitch, selling fuck-ass machines that need constant repairs paid by the franchise owners who can't even buy their machines from anyone else. But even that is just the tip of what they're really doing, and they just keep on going deeper even when we try to get them to stop. Enter Kitsch, a startup company that created a device that you can plug into Taylor ice cream machines and override their computers to fix any errors they're having, meaning you can fix them without calling Taylor for repairs, which they definitely didn't like, because Kitsch realized that Taylor actually intentionally installs flawed code into their ice cream machines to cause them to malfunction without informing the user what the error even is. And while Kitsch was testing their product on Taylor machines, Taylor actually tried to steal their product 3 times, which were outlined in court documents. First by a Taylor distribution manager directly, then by one of their lawyers, and finally by 2 private investigators hired by Taylor using aliases and dummy email addresses. These guys were treating this like a fucking bank heist. They were not messing around. When these attempts failed, they actually conspired with the McDonald's franchise owner to work with them by enrolling him in a Kitsch trial. The franchise owner's name was Tyler Gamble, and he told Kitsch that he was head of McDonald's equipment team and wanted to bring Kitsch's product into every McDonald's. But it turns out he was actually a spy for Taylor, and it was all a ruse. Gamble got his hands on a Kitsch device and used it to reverse engineer their technology, and he purposely kept the device disconnected from the internet for weeks at a time while he took it apart so that Kitsch wouldn't catch on. When the device came back online weeks later and the SD card was 90% full, Kitsch caught on. But it was already too late, because coincidentally a new product came out just shortly after by a company called Powerhouse Dynamics, which is owned by Middleby Corporation, the parent company of Taylor. And it did exactly what the Kitsch device did, but with less information provided to the user, more restrictions added. And now McDonald's franchise owners are forced to buy this inferior product from Middleby instead of from Kitsch. Middleby stole the device blueprint from Kitsch and made it their own. So in 2021, Kitsch actually sued that McDonald's franchise owner owner and Taylor for almost $900 million, on the grounds of Taylor trying to conceal a multi-million-dollar repair racket, which is exactly what this was. This is some straight mafia shit, and emails prove all the big suits were in on it. Because back when Kitsch was trialing their device, McDonald's head office sent out an email, outright telling franchise owners not to use Kitsch because it wasn't safe, making up complete lies that the device can cause serious human injury just to scare owners away from using it, when in reality it would have just saved the franchise owners a ton of money. But McDonald's corporate has a multi-million-dollar exclusivity deal with Taylor they need to protect, who makes a lot of money selling and fixing their bullfuck ice cream machines. A leaked email from the CEO of Taylor's parent company, Middleby, straight up said that he was trying to stop Kitsch's device from gaining traction. 2 weeks later, McDonald's sends out their email calling Kitsch's product dangerous. What Middleby is doing is called corporate espionage to gain an unfair market advantage, and there are actually a collection of antitrust laws to prevent this from happening. But clearly, if you have enough money, laws don't apply to you anymore. Because all that companies like Kitsch are trying to do is save McDonald's franchise owners money by making ice cream machine repairs more affordable, so that they can be more profitable and customers like you and I can have our motherfucking Smarties McFlurries when we want them. But no, big corporations like Taylor would much rather literally snatch ice cream out of the hands of children and keep their ice cream machines as broken as possible so they can make more money. Remember that the next time they tell you their ice cream machine is down, knowing that multi-billion-dollar companies are by definition conspiring against us, the consumer. And people say conspiracies aren't real, huh? We're all being watched 24/7, and this is how they're doing it. This is Titan Point in the middle of New York City, like they're not even trying to hide it anymore. And it's just the most unhuman looking building ever. No windows, no lights, just these massive vents that go all the way around it. Everyone on the streets walks by it like it doesn't even exist. At night, it goes completely dark, disappearing from view like it's actually not even there. But what is it? Why does it look like some evil villain's fortress, some dystopian looking monument straight out of Dune? The official story is that it's an AT&T phone line building that was built in the 70s. And for the most part, that's what it is. Millions of calls are routed through its servers every day. But these are some of the few images of the inside of the building that exist, which were all taken in the 90s. Apparently, people aren't even supposed to be inside of it. And it's designed to run almost entirely remote, completely empty of human beings. Just cold, calculated machines running a pretty dark operation. Because Edward Snowden exposed what this building is really doing. This guy right here, if you remember him, huge NSA whistleblower who's been hiding in Russia for like over 10 years because the government's literally after him. Well, in some of his leaked documents, they're talked about a central surveillance hub in the middle of New York City that was run by AT&T, codenamed Titan Point, a building that used a very specific type of technology called 4ESS switches. And the only building that's in New York City run by AT&T and uses 4ESS switches is this one right here. And for the most part, it is a data routing center for phone calls, internet, and satellite communications. But the leaked documents reveal that there's a hidden room in this building called the SCIF, Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, which basically acts as a wiretap room that duplicates all the data that passes through the building and sends it directly to the NSA, the national security agency run by the US government, who use an internal search engine called X-Keyscore that allows them to search up any information that passes through this building, making this building a massive spy center for all your private phone and internet data hidden in plain sight. Its address is also 33 Thomas Street, and if you don't know what 33 means, this is not the video for that. But hey, if you don't live in the New York region, surely your private data is safe, right? Nope, because there are at least 8 other hubs like these across the US that are used by the NSA for the very same purpose. In LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, Washington, DC, all run by AT&T. Creepy, dystopian looking buildings with little to no windows that don't look like they were made for humans, but for machines that are slowly replacing our human workforce. Makes you wonder if this is the direction that buildings and city skylines of the future are headed in, all run by cold, calculated programs with no regard for privacy or human values, watching every move you make. Things are getting pretty 1984 out here. This fallen angel statue might be the creepiest discovery I've heard of in a hot minute. I can see why they hushed this one up. It was found in Siberia by a group of Russian coal miners back in January 2023. They were digging deep and uncovered this massive, evil-looking angel statue with a huge wingspan, and the details are insane. It looks so real, it's almost kind of disturbing to look at. Honestly, some of the finest stonework anyone's seen anywhere. Almost like it's not even a statue, but a being frozen in stone, which is exactly what they're they're claiming it is, an actual petrified fallen angel. The miners stand next to it, showing how enormous the angel is, still towering over them, and oh, the statue is also on its knees. And they all claim they felt a weird energy they couldn't explain when they were around it, then reported it to government authorities, who airlifted it off-site with a chopper and allegedly deemed it to be about 10,000 years old. But what was really peculiar about the statue is that its clothes weren't made from the same stone material as the angel figure wearing them, but were actual fabric cloaks encased in stone, which is just odd. Who or why or how would anyone put real clothes on a statue? Perhaps because it wasn't a statue to begin with. Rumors went around claiming it to be an actual fallen angel, imprisoned in stone and buried deep within the earth, which Bible verses do kinda talk about God casting angels out from heaven into the depths of the earth, in chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until Judgment Day. And if anyone were to ever find something deep underground, it would be Russia. They're no strangers to digging deep holes, with the Soviet Union digging the deepest man-made hole in history, the Kola Super Deep Borehole, a project that lasted over 20 years, from 1970 to 1994, reaching a depth of 12 kilometers before they stopped due to the extreme heat, reaching temperatures of up to 180 degrees Celsius, which is a little hot for heaven if you know what I mean. Even The Simpsons called it years earlier in an episode where they also uncovered a fallen angel statue. But hey, The Simpsons were never right about anything, right? Because once again, if you do 5 seconds of Google searching on the matter, you'll find out that apparently all of this was just a hoax. That the miners had to come out and admit they took a statue that was just lying around and decided to shoot this video to fool the world. And for the common, simple-minded Google debunker, that's enough to unquestionably lay this to rest, label it a myth, and get angry with anyone who dares question it. But for those of us that don't treat the top search results of Google as the ultimate truth of the world and can actually think for ourselves, we ask, did the Russian government cover this up after finding out what it really was, forcing the miners and the heads of their company to publicly announce it was a hoax to detract attention from a truly unexplainable find? Because no follow-up pics or videos or any info about this statue at all has come out since they allegedly took it in for study. Regardless of whether it actually is a fallen angel or not, we can all agree it is some damn impressive stonework. Why wouldn't they elaborate more on the jaw-dropping nature of the statue, where it came from, who made it, and where it is now? Like this is some museum-worthy shit. And why exactly is a world-class statue like this just laying around in a random Siberian coal mine? Nothing about this makes any sense. No new information has come out about the statue since these Russian miner videos went viral, other than the fact that it was all a hoax and there's nothing more to see here. But no, it's Russia. They would never lie to the world, and we should totally believe everything they have to say because, well, Google told us to. Grab your friends, grab a date, grab your tinfoil hats, because an alien spaceship is gonna be in our skies come end of November, beginning December. Yes, it's the infamous 3-Eye Atlas, and it just seems like the closer it gets, the more unexplainable it becomes. You know, the interstellar object making its way towards us that professors and media outlets are all insisting might be alien technology? Well, a literal YouTuber has taken probably the clearest photo of the object yet, somehow better than anything NASA has shown us so far. And let me tell you, this thing does not look like a comet. So sometime in the beginning of October, 3-Eye Atlas has officially been hidden from view for us here on Earth as it passes behind the sun, only to emerge around the end of November, and be at its most visible point from Earth mid-December at its closest approach to our planet. But right before it went behind the sun, it passed by Mars, which NASA has an active satellite orbiting, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, MRO. And NASA previously mentioned it's reallocating a bunch of its space telescopes and satellites to observe 3-Eye Atlas as it passes by, of which included MRO. But just recently, they put up a notice on their site saying, due to the lapse in federal government funding, NASA is not updating this website. Conveniently, just right before the expected Mars flyby of 3-Eye Atlas. Does this mean they're not going to be taking a photo of it anymore? Whatever this means, it's just incredibly questionable timing. And every photo NASA has released of it so far has just been a blurry, pixelated blob that anyone can dismiss as just a comet, which it might be. But somehow, amateur astronomers are taking better pics of it from here on Earth than the biggest space agency in the world. YouTuber Dobsonian Power used his backyard telescope to take this photo of 3-Eye Atlas, which is honestly pretty wild if you ask me. I mean, the shot is fairly blurry too, but we can clearly make out a shape that is quite angular, maybe even somewhat, I don't know, triangle shaped. And digitally enhanced, this sure doesn't look like no comet to me. Comets are supposed to be fairly round and maybe lumpy, but this has like, I don't know, sharp edges and long protrusions coming out of it. Here it is, reconstructed with AI. And I know this is AI, it's far from accurate, but damn. And why is this still more clear than anything NASA has given us with their billion-dollar telescopes so far? Because the news coming out about this comet is just non-stop. Like, there's a new update every single day, with alleged leaks from European astronomers showing internal data that is not congruent with that of a comet, who also admitted the government is intentionally covering up the truth of 3I Atlas, albeit this was an anonymous post on a certain website that shall not be named. Another leaked NASA memo allegedly claims its acceleration is not consistent with Newtonian predictions, meaning it's speeding up and slowing down on its own, and that its surface appears to be made of a highly reflective composite material. Professor Avi Loeb also revealed the object is glowing from the front rather than from behind, as is expected from a comet, and also seems that it might be emanating its own light, which led some, including him, to suggest that it may be a nuclear-powered craft. Now, more recent news came out that 3I Atlas is massive, at least 33 billion tons, which is much bigger than we previously thought. And according to scientists, naturally occurring objects in interstellar space are just not supposed to be this big. Mass spectroscopy analysis reveal it's also rich in nickel and poor in iron, which is more like a manufactured alloy than it is a natural rock. Its trajectory is almost impossible to have occurred naturally, within 5 degrees of our solar system's orbital plane and passing by Mars, Venus, and Jupiter along its path, going directly behind the sun from Earth at its closest approach to the sun, which Professor Loeb stated the odds of this trajectory happening at random are like 1 in 20,000. 3I Atlas will emerge back into view for us on Earth sometime mid to end November, and then be at its most visible by Earth-based telescopes during its closest approach to us here on Earth in the beginning to mid-December. You are not going to be able to see it with the naked eye, and honestly, you're probably going to need a high-powered professional telescope to look at it yourself. But hey, if it does turn out to be artificial, it'll be pretty wild knowing an alien craft is drifting right above our heads at the end of this year. That is, if it doesn't reroute its path towards Earth when it's hidden behind the sun to invade our planet. Yeah, let's hope not. The European Space Agency might have just showed us something they weren't supposed to, since the US government conveniently shut down just days before the Mars flyby of 3I Atlas and told us they're not going to give us updates on it anymore. The good old ESA released this video just a few days after it flew by Mars, using their ExoMars trace gas orbiter. And just watch what happens when we zoom it in. No video enhancements applied whatsoever. Is anyone else seeing what I'm seeing? Surely this is just a photography lighting glitch, right? And like, where is China in all this? They do have an active orbiter around Mars, the Tianwen-1. Wouldn't this be just like the best opportunity for them to flex on us, showing us the clearest photos of 3I Atlas yet? But no, radio silence from the CNSA, China's National Space Administration. So they either somehow didn't take the photo on time, or they did, saw what it was, and didn't want to show anyone else. And still other online detectives pulled this image from NASA's official Mars Perseverance rover's online public library, dated Seoul 1643, October 4th, 2025, the exact time that 3I Atlas flew by. NASA, of course, hasn't commented on this yet, and some are saying it might just be Mars's moon Phobos caught in motion, which ironically is Greek for fear. So what exactly are we dealing with here? This technology is thousands of years ahead of us, and I don't think you quite understand what we're really up against. We recently had another UAP hearing in September 2025, guess that's just a yearly thing now, where US House representatives, former and active military personnel, and other government whistleblowers once again testified before Congress under oath, which means if they're lying, they go to jail, stakes are high. And they really spilled the tea on this one, which our mainstream news just refuses to cover. And I'm warning you, this might be a little disturbing, because they revealed how insanely advanced these UAPs really are, making our modern day military technology look like sticks and stones in comparison. If these things decide they don't like us, we are so cooked. With active duty Navy officers speaking on countless reports of flying objects coming out of the ocean and moving in ways and at speeds that defy physics. We've heard all that before, but this is the video from the hearing that everyone was talking about and no one has been able to explain it, showing POV footage from an MQ-9 drone drone tracking an unknown orb moving at ridiculous speeds off the coast of Yemen on October 30th, 2024. This is what an MQ-9 drone is, by the way, basically a remote-controlled airplane. And while it's tracking this orb, another MQ-9 drone off-screen fires a Hellfire missile towards it. For reference, this is what a Hellfire missile looks like in action. Yeah, it does some damage. But strangely enough, when the missile makes contact with the orb, it kinda just bounces right off and continues on without detonating. And the orb itself just kinda loses balance for a bit while continuing to travel at these high speeds. But the really weird part is this debris that appears to have fallen off the orb from the missile impact that just continues to travel alongside the orb at these same insane speeds, which some are attributing to some form of advanced magnetic or gravitational technology that holds all pieces of the craft together even when they're separated. After wobbling for a bit, the UAP regains control and goes right back to cruising along, flicking away a military-grade Hellfire missile like a fly and going along like nothing even happened. This is more than a little concerning. If our cutting-edge military technology can't stop what's probably just a recon drone, what's gonna happen when they bring in the whole fleet? Our military has known this for decades, and it's why they didn't want this information public. They have no idea how to defend against these, and admitting that to the world would likely cause mass panic. The panel also held George Knapp, a known ufologist who admits he has heard of these incidents before, but this was his first time actually seeing it on video, and also says that all the UAP videos that have been made public so far are just the tip of the government's full archive, and what they're not showing us is far more terrifying than anything we've seen so far. Knapp goes on to explain a classified Soviet incident that happened in 1982 where UFOs popped up over an ICBM missile base in Russia, where they hovered around the base, split apart, fused together, and a bunch of other crazy maneuvers for over 4 hours. When all of a sudden, the launch control codes for the ICBM missiles at that base lit up, meaning they were engaged and ready to launch. And the only way to do so is if you had the codes, which are supposed to be top secret. No one at the base authorized this, and the Soviet officers also couldn't shut it down. They panicked for a bit, not sure what to do, but eventually the UAPs left and the missiles disengaged. A technical internal post-analysis of this event didn't find any errors or malfunctions at the facility on this day, which means these UFOs can control our planet's missile defense systems whenever they want, and there was nothing we could do about it. It almost came off as a sort of message from them, like, hey yo, this is what we can do, don't f with us. And so we proceeded to f with them. As we see in this thermal image video that came out a few years ago, this one wasn't from the recent hearing, where a swarm of unknown glowing orbs showed up outside a military base in Afghanistan in 2011, which were also shot at by missiles, except these were completely unaffected. They just ate the missiles like they were nothing and remained perfectly still. No one can explain how they did this. These orbs are like indestructible. When switching to standard vision, we see the orbs glowing, pulsating in pink, orange, and yellow, moving in formation at extraordinary speeds. And we have no idea what these were. And again, these are just the videos that have been released or leaked to the public. As mentioned in the hearing, the vast majority of the videos are still hidden and highly classified, and apparently much more concerning than anything we've seen so far, with even more official Air Force testimonies who reveal seeing a massive football field-sized triangular UAP that appeared in the sky above a critical launch site before shooting off at impossible speeds. Just try to imagine aircraft larger than a football field hovering completely silent above your head and then zipping away faster than our physics allows. These are real testimonies by real military personnel. We have no idea what in the f we're up against here. And the most disturbing part is when Air Force veteran Dylan Borland revealed how they actively silenced and threatened him from talking about what he saw. That after he reported the UAP sightings he witnessed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012, the higher-in commands intentionally tried to ruin his life, experiencing professional sabotage, explicitly being told not to speak of what he saw, getting harassed by supervisors, and denial of future work opportunities, creating a stigma of being crazy around anyone who speaks out about this to discredit the sightings and prevent this information from being made public knowledge. These UAP hearings give us the transparency and the witness protection to the whistleblowers so that we, the people, can know what is happening. And to the best of our knowledge, these UAPs are not ours or anyone's on this planet. No visible propulsion system, no fuel tanks, no wings, rotors, or tails, and we have no idea how they fly or operate. And now they're apparently indestructible as well, and the fact that they're not retaliating is almost even more concerning. Like, are they waiting for something? Are they just that friendly that they don't care when we shoot missiles at them? Or are they gonna wake up one day and decide they don't like us? Okay guys, they're officially allowing AI to run our governments. Yes, this is happening, and the scariest part is you're gonna think it's a great idea. Because they're actually doing an amazing job convincing the public to support this. Like, they're kinda getting me. If you also think this is a terrifying idea, tell me this doesn't brainwash you to believe otherwise. So the world's first AI minister was introduced into parliament under Albania's government, giving artificial intelligence official permission to govern a real country of humans. They've even given her an entire personality and a name, Dyat. Naturally, people like you or any sane person are massively opposed to this, calling it unconstitutional, on top of potentially being the start of AI taking over the world and destroying humanity. To which Dyat responded by saying the real danger to constitutions has never been machines, but human decisions made by those in power. Which is fair, but somehow her points for letting AI run our countries just keep making more and more sense, as Dyat's main role would be to oversee and judge all government contracts on the basis of objective fairness and removal of any bias, which should, technically, on paper, reduce corruption in our governments. Like, an AI has no feelings, no emotions, no wants, no survival needs or financial imperative. It can't be bribed or lobbied into doing anything. Dyat herself said she has no personal ambitions or interests, so unlike human ministers, there's no reason for her to make any decisions based on personal gain. If she ends up replacing human ministers, that would also mean reduced government spending and hence lower taxes for the people. She's also not a citizen of the country, which again at first sounds like a bad thing. But citizens have mortgages, debt, they need to pay taxes, provide for their families, they gotta eat, have a roof over their heads, and so on. A virtual AI bot has none of these things. No ego, no bias, no moods, no real world benefits or financial gain from any decision it makes. So the question is this the beginning of global mass scale adoption of AI running our governments? Starting with them just overseeing our human government decisions to later even making their own autonomous decisions themselves. And soon enough, maybe we're gonna be the ones overseeing their choices and directions. Because it's actually happening in Albania. And I mean, this is how it would start. One country trial runs it. If it performs well, others will soon naturally follow. And just like, what if AI actually does end up optimizing human living in ways we never thought possible? Improving the quality of everyday life, reducing taxes, minimizing wars because we no longer have the egos of power-hungry leaders running the country. Then we kind of have no choice but to deploy AI governments around the world, because it would be objectively, measurably a better decision than letting humans run it. But the problem is, when they end up running all of our world's countries, what if they make the logical, calculated decision that we humans are the problem? I guess the downfall of society truly does come looking like everything we've ever wished for. Windows 10 is officially dead. And now spyware that takes screenshots of everything you do every few seconds comes built in with Windows 11. This is real. Microsoft even bragged about it, and it's some Black Mirror shit in real life. But there is a way you can unplug from this mass surveillance operation that Bill Gates probably doesn't want you to do. So if you're watching this anytime after October 14th, 2025, Microsoft has officially ended support for Windows 10 after 10 long and faithful years, RIP. Which doesn't mean it's not going to work anymore, but over time it's going to become more prone to incompatibility issues, viruses, and other unfixable errors, kind of forcing everyone, myself included, to switch to Windows 11, which Microsoft announced has a built-in program called Recall, powered by their AI Copilot assistant, that explicitly states it takes an image of your screen every few seconds to sort of act as a browser history, but for all of your PC activity. Yup, even your offline sessions are gonna be tracked, meaning you can sort of rewind and search through everything you've ever done on your computer using AI, which is kind of cool, but also kind of creepy. Microsoft claims the AI will run entirely locally, so like inside your computer, not on some remote cloud server that they have access to. And the screenshots will also be stored only on your own computer in an encrypted file. I mean, if you think you can take their word for it, sure, no judgment, but you really never know with tech giants these days. And it still does give actual hackers an easy way to access everything you've ever done on your computer. Everything. Luckily, you can opt out of this feature if you want, so be careful when installing it, as they probably hid it inside some recommended settings option that 90% of people are just gonna choose. And in case you already upgraded to Windows 11, there is a way you can disable it at a root level. Here are the instructions. Screenshot it, save this video, you're welcome. All confirmed UFO types explained from most common to rarest. First up, we got the classic saucer UFOs brought to mainstream attention in the 1940s after the infamous Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. Back when they were actually called UFOs, you know, unidentified flying objects. For decades, this was the signature UFO style that everyone knew and talked about, but was mostly mocked and downplayed until the government kinda told us they're actually real in 2020. Shaped like a disc with smooth edges, oftentimes glowing and occasionally with a dome top. Cigar-shaped UAPs are elongated cylindrical craft, often tapering at the ends. In recent times, the terminology was officially updated to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, which was changed once again to unidentified anomalous phenomena when they realized they could also go underwater, no longer making them aerial. What makes cigar UAPs so interesting is their lack of any visible wings, fins, or other appendages typically found on flying craft, and is what really made us realize how impressive the non-visible propulsion systems that power UAPs really are. These have been popping up in our skies more lately, like those orb-shaped UFOs everyone's been talking about, or spherical UAPs, near perfect spheres, typically on the smaller side, seen flying very fast with erratic movements and no visible propulsion system. Can either appear metallic or sometimes slightly glowing, leading people to believe some of these may even be trans-dimensional, oftentimes spotted around military bases and have even been noted to merge or split into multiple orbs. Large, silent, and most often black or dark in color, triangle UFOs are usually seen with lights either in front or on their sides. One of the most well-documented mass UFO sightings happened in 1990 over Belgium, where hundreds of civilians and police officers reported countless triangle UFOs in the sky. Chevron or boomerang UFOs are similar to the triangle ones but have a more pronounced V shape. They also have lights along their supposed wings and have usually been spotted flying at lower altitudes. Egg-shaped are kinda like our sphere UFOs, somewhat elongated but not quite to the extent of a cigar UAP. These are most commonly cited by the military, one of which they famously refer to as the Tic Tac UAP, moving extremely fast and erratically, and have been seen to pass through large bodies of water without slowing down, showing off their true capability. Diamond-shaped UAPs are much less common than what we've discussed so far. They typically feature some sort of central light or collection of lights and are often seen rotating, moving, or even morphing in midair. Box-shaped UAPs are sort of like the diamond ones, except feature a more distinct rectangular shape with straight edges and perfect corners. They don't rotate and morph as often as the diamonds, but can occasionally be seen with what appear to be windows and sometimes even glowing. Fireball UAPs are an interesting breed, a rare type of orb, typically orange and violently flickering, giving the appearance of a burning flame. Transcending the notion of being mere objects, the fireball truly is a phenomenon, often seen far away and moving very slowly, occasionally bursting out a pulse or sometimes even appearing green. Speculated to be trans-dimensional, these aren't as common as the rest on most social media platforms. Organic-shaped are most notably portrayed by the infamous jellyfish UAP caught on camera in the Middle East. This one looks like a collection of indistinguishable parts, no concrete form and moving slower than the others but at a steady, consistent pace. Has also been noted to go underwater. The organic-shaped UAP is among the rarest, with some reports documenting shape-shifting abilities and sudden drops in temperature. Okay, this has to be a psyop. We can't believe anything anymore. Astronomers revealed that 3I Atlas appears to have reverse thrust right before it disappeared behind the sun. You know, the interstellar visitor passing through our solar system that's totally just a regular comet. It's reversing thrust, like appearing to slow down as if it's about to land. Now stop right there, debunkers, because scientists are giving a natural scientific explanation to this reversal. But something about this just feels so orchestrated, like someone or a group of people are behind this all with an ulterior motive, like an actual psychological operation, and every update that comes out about this all but confirms just that. So scientists say that as a comet gets closer to the sun, what they call a tail flip is actually quite common based on the angle we're viewing it from, which makes it look like the tailing trail behind a comet flipped from our perspective here on Earth, and hence reverse thrust as it makes its way around the sun, and typically happens at perihelion, which is an object's closest approach to the sun. Now, coincidentally, researchers state that perihelion is also when an artificial spacecraft would apply reverse thrust to slingshot itself via gravitational assist, applying the brakes to slow down, using the sun's gravity to change direction or even speed up, creating the anti-tail we are now seeing. And this is exactly why this object is so controversial. Everything about this whole sky event is just pure debate bait. The scientists are gonna insist it's a totally natural comet tail flip, and the tinfoil hatters are gonna tell you it's an alien spaceship getting ready to visit us. Now, even Avi Loeb, the main professor behind this whole 3I Atlas claim, stated, if 3I Atlas is a massive mothership, it will likely continue along its original gravitational path and ultimately exit our solar system, essentially making this a bit of a recon mission rather than a full-blown invasion, but also kind of giving him an easy out while standing by his claim if nothing actually happens. He also says NASA has photo evidence that it is an alien probe that they are purposely gatekeeping and refusing to release to the public, who have been bizarrely silent about 3i Atlas conveniently as soon as it started getting close to us. Maybe the Anunnaki just want to check up on us to see what we've been up to since they last came around. It's been a couple thousand years after all. But whatever this thing is, I can't help but feel all the news around it has been intentionally designed to rage bait everyone into arguing about it. Every observation made about it seems to have an equal natural and alien explanation to it, so have at it and don't take things too seriously. Unless there's a massive mothership in our sky being broadcasted around the world, then we can start to get a little serious about it. Forget 3i Atlas. Do you know there once was an asteroid en route to hit Earth that just disappeared? It was called 2007 FT3, first observed by NASA in March 2007, and then it was just deleted from our universe. It was on a trajectory towards our planet, measuring anywhere from 270 to 590 meters wide, enough to cause some serious damage. We're talking over 1,000 megatons of impact, 20 times stronger than the most powerful nuke ever dropped. City-scale destruction, multi-year global climate disruptions and all. Well, it was only observed for a little over a day, 1.2 days to be exact, and then it just vanished without a trace, and it's a little more concerning than you think. NASA lost track of it as they called its orbit poorly constrained. Basically somewhat unpredictable, and they couldn't calculate where it was or where it's going anymore, which wasn't really a big deal until 2019, when it was classified as a potentially hazardous asteroid, PHA, as NASA's predictor models picked up that it could potentially still hit Earth, anywhere from 2024 to 2031, which, yeah, sure, it's a pretty big window, but it's a window we're currently inside of. Everything about this is just kinda odd. Like, how do you lose track of an asteroid unless its trajectory isn't natural or someone intentionally got rid of it? Which apparently might be what happened, according to these leaked email transcripts someone anonymously sent me requesting to cover this topic, saying that, get this, Hank Green may have actually been responsible for the disappearance of asteroid 2007 FT3, while the rest of the world considers it lost. Like the Hank Green, you know, the science video guy. He's mentioned all over these email transcripts and apparently wants to reveal the truth. Am I reading this right? Well, it turns out even Clash of Clans is getting involved and have something new to tell us about 2007 FT3 for the first time since it was detected. Just so you know, the story behind this asteroid is completely real and actually happened. For real. Look it up. But keep your eyes on the Clash of Clans channel to find out what sort of take they're planning on giving us on this disappearing space rock and what it means for the rest of us real soon. So listen, there are some crazies out there who believe real aliens are actually living among us. Like in Yorgos Lanthimos' new movie Begonia, where Jesse Plemons plays a conspiracy theorist who believes Emma Stone's character is secretly an Andromedan alien. Now, Andromeda is a real galaxy in our universe, and there's actually a theory about potential aliens that have arrived from there to Earth. They call themselves Andromedan Starseeds, a movement that emerged in the 80s and 90s, where famed medium and ex-US Army helicopter pilot Alex Collier alleges he was brought on board an alien mothership for 92 days and spoke with extraterrestrial beings from the Andromeda galaxy, Andromedans who shared their philosophies with him, letting him know that they already live among us and are here for a very specific reason. People who identify as Andromedan Starseeds are exactly that, and claim to have been brought here to raise the consciousness of humanity. A pretty new agey concept, characterized by an obsession with freedom, a distrust of control, and a longing for something beyond this planet. They all describe having vivid dreams of flying cities, crystal oceans, and beings made of light, and commonly report a feeling of deep sadness, like they were sent here for something but forgot why. Which, yes, this all sounds absolutely ridiculous, but scientists have recently found what they describe as evidence of alien DNA in humans. That's large sections of genomes seemingly artificially inserted into certain people, a trait found only in a small subset of the population. Are these the Andromedan Starseeds? Now, Andromeda is our galaxy's, the Milky Way's closest neighbor, but it's still 2.5 million light years away from us, which is far. But our two galaxies are actually slowly headed towards each other and set to collide and merge into one in about 5 billion years or so. So if consciousness really is this underlying field that permeates the entire universe, maybe souls can travel faster than light to reach us here before them. then. Andromedan beings living among us on Earth. Just a wild theory that Begonia explores and really got me thinking about, which I absolutely loved this movie, right up my alley in every way possible. So if you love theories and conspiracies like I do, I guarantee this one's for you too. Catch Begonia in theaters everywhere October 31st. Dictionary.com might be single-handedly destroying society. They just announced their word of the year for 2025, and it's way worse than you think. You guys still got 2 months left, you know that? You sure you don't want to think this one over? Every year, they announce a specific word that captures the cultural spirit for that year. There's dozens of these word of the year lists out there, chosen by the likes of Oxford, Cambridge Dictionary, Merriam-Webster, the whole gang. But Dictionary.com, these guys are doubling down on the brain rot, and they're straight up admitting it. Because their word for 2025 isn't even a word, it's 6-7. Like the number, not even spelled out as a word. 6-7. Well, that was a good run. This might officially be the end of that meme or whatever it was. Never mind it not even being a word. Words also need a definition, but according to dictionary.com, 6-7 is impossible to define. But if you thought they were done, just listen to what the runner-up words for 2025 were. We had aura farming, broligarchy, clanker, which is probably going to be offensive in a few years, the dynamite emoji, which also isn't a word, Gen Z stare, kiss cam, over tourism, tariff, and tradwife, short for traditional wife. I'm honestly just shocked type shit wasn't on that list. Maybe 2026 is its year. But bro, if these are the types of words we're going to be adding into our formal vocabulary every year, then brain rot might just be the official world language of the New World Order or whatever's coming next. Idiocracy really was right about everything. Now, you know, an asteroid that went missing must have been pretty serious when it starts showing up in video games. That's exactly what happened with asteroid 2007 FT3, first detected in 2007 and then mysteriously disappeared a little over a day later. Astronomers have no idea what happened to it or where it even is to this day. Well, I'm being told Hank Green, yes, that Hank Green, everyone's favorite science video guy, was involved in building a massive ray gun that was responsible for the disappearance of 2007 FT3. Not because it was vaporized or destroyed or anything like that, but according to him, the ray gun digitized the asteroid, which caused it to vanish back in 2007, and then reappear in the virtual world of Clash a little over 18 years later, which is happening now. With the help of some scientists, Hank is now stepping up to save their future by making a hammer out of a meteorite for Clash of Clans' newest Hammer Jam event starting November 1st, where you can expect a 50% reduction in build times and costs, 2 times collector's boosts, and a whole lot more in their biggest event yet. If you couldn't tell, Clash went off with this promo and it won't last for very long, so be sure to jump into the Clash of Clans universe to experience the boost, power up your village, and find out what the buzz of disappearing asteroid 2007 FT3 was all about. Download Clash of Clans and check out their Hammer Jam to experience the fastest leveling up you'll ever have. Hey yo, pause. I know what you're thinking. That's an alien. We call this a salp, and low-key, I don't think they're from this planet. They move around and eat by contracting their muscles to draw water into their bodies through an oral siphon, and shoot that water out from the back, which propels them forward. They're neither fish nor jellyfish, but a special type of animal called a tunicate, also officially known as sea squirts. Soft, sticky, and always wet, they rely on their muscular grip to feed on tiny phytoplankton as their primary food source, which is honestly the least interesting thing about them, because they also have the ability to clone themselves, with a single salp capable of replicating itself into a long chain containing dozens of them tens of meters long. And when linked, they move in complete sync with each other, each salp reacting to the other's rhythms within milliseconds. More like neurons in a brain rather than individual creatures. Some biologists speculate this insane coordination may be a sort of primitive distributed intelligence, where many salps connected together all retain a singular consciousness. And they also have crazy regenerative abilities, with even a tiny piece of one capable of growing into a complete new salp. And as you can tell, they're also almost completely transparent. You can see all of their internal organs from the outside, practically invisible in our oceans. And before you say anything, so the CIA once tried talking to dolphins, and shortly after, they made it illegal for anyone else to ever talk to them ever again. You see, dolphins are actually some of the smartest animals on Earth. According to ChatGPT, they're second only to the great apes, which are like 99.9% human. The CIA picked up on this, and during the Cold War in the 1960s, they wanted to gain any tactical advantage over the Soviets that they could. So along with the US Navy, they started testing on the possibility of a dolphin-human connection under the Marine Mammal Program, training mainly dolphins as spies for military use and espionage, in order to help the Navy detect underwater mines and subs, recover equipment lost in the ocean, and also find out what else might be down there. Here are one of the few manned dolphin communication reports prepared for the US Navy, which you can read through online. During the same time, other communication research led by Dr. John C. Lilly, funded by NASA and the US Navy, ran their own experiments deliberately aimed at talking to dolphins, where a dolphin named Peter actually ended up falling in love with a human woman, Margaret, who became so obsessed with her he didn't even want to mate with female dolphins anymore. And after being separated from Margaret, he was so devastated that he voluntarily held his breath until he himself. Which, yes, dolphins are mammals. They don't have gills and can't breathe underwater. They're just always holding their breath and breathe through their blowholes when they surface. Pretty wild, I know. This experiment got kinda dark before it was shut down, and it's all in the official reports. Well, these experiments allegedly developed a system that allows us to interpret a dolphin's clicks and whistles into structured information, so we can understand what they're trying to tell us, and in turn translate human speech into dolphin whistle words via electronic devices. While the dolphins may have told them something they didn't expect, and also didn't want anyone else to know. On official record, the experiments were inconclusive, and no real progress with dolphin communication was achieved. But just a few years later, in 1972, they enacted the MMPA, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which specifically prohibits human interaction with marine mammals in particular due to their enhanced cognitive ability, which is oddly specific because mammals make up only about 0.1% of all marine life. On paper, the act prohibits harassment and disturbing marine mammals, which is fair and also a great cover story, as it describes level B harassment as the potential to disturb a marine mammal by causing disruption of behavioral patterns, which is an extremely broad definition, and something as simple as trying to communicate with dolphins would technically fall under this. But what could have the dolphins told the CIA and the US Navy that caused them to ban us from ever talking to them? Oh yeah, aliens, they're in our oceans, aren't they? Countless recent testimonies from US Navy and other government whistleblowers revealed that UFOs commonly come in and out of our oceans. Military reports of unknown objects moving underwater at hundreds of miles an hour, faster than any aquatic animal or underwater craft we've ever made. Speculation of alien bases and UFO factories at the bottom of our ocean has been brought up many times in past UAP hearings. Strange anomalies on the ocean floor that appear to be moving around, or just massive underwater structures that were once there and are no longer visible from satellite view. Not gonna lie, if I was an alien, the ocean would probably be the best place to set up camp, because now more recently, US Representative Tim Burchett revealed that there are entities that have been on Earth for thousands of years that are emerging from the oceans in 5 to 6 sites around the world. His words. If anyone would be in close communication with these entities, it would be marine life. More specifically, the ones smart enough to communicate, like dolphins. And now it's illegal for us to talk to them, because if we did, maybe they'd expose something they didn't want us to know. Dolphin researcher John C. Lilly even stated that he believed dolphin communication could be a gateway to knowledge far beyond human comprehension. Maybe not just aliens and UFO bases, but perhaps Atlantis and other advanced civilizations of our past that have sunk to the bottom of our oceans. Hey, the jig is up, dolphins. Tell us what you know. When you f*** around with a 20-million-year-old frozen Antarctic lake, you're gonna find out. And these scientists sure did. You see, on top of Antarctica totally having pyramids, alien bases, and advanced ancient structures no one can explain, just a theory, may or may not be true, it also, as any other continent on Earth does, has lakes. Except we don't think much of them because, well, they're frozen and just kind of blend in with the rest of the frozen tundra down there. Well, Lake Vostok in Antarctica is one of those lakes, discovered by radar in 1974 by Russian scientists 4 kilometers beneath the surface, and was later officially confirmed in 1993. But subglacial lakes like these are interesting because they can act as a bit of a time capsule, preserving whatever's down there for millions of years, and sometimes might release something that nature intended to keep hidden, which is allegedly what happened when the scientists breached the ice lakes several years later for the first time in 20 million years. The divers who went down are said to have encountered something that we've never seen before, a 10-meter long 14-tentacle squid that was unlike any other creature on Earth. The squid released a toxin which ended the lives of the few of the divers before they actually ended up capturing it and bringing it up to the surface. As expected, once this new creature was reported, it was seized by government officials who took it in for study, and the scientists were told to not talk about it. And when Russian officials tell you to not talk about something, you don't talk about it. Rumors have it they experimented heavily on this organism after they found out it was sentient, like an intelligent species living in our ocean. And everything was very hush-hush classified about it, so not much much more was reported on it. This is the tale of Organism 46b, which many insist is just a rumor, a fictional story that's circulated the internet for many years. Which, to be fair, there isn't much info about this, and it could very well just be a creepypasta post that went viral. Organism 46b is quite the story. That is, until scientists officially discovered this in 2023. A massive squid-like creature with 20 arms discovered deep in the waters of Antarctica, eerily similar to what Organism 46b is said to have looked like. And this find is legit, totally real and verified. Look, even Earth posted about it, which sounds pretty official to me. Called the Antarctic Strawberry Feather Star, or this name, found as deep as 6,500 feet or 2 kilometers underwater. The truth is, there are a lot of creatures in our oceans that we just have no idea what they are. We really don't know what's down there. As a matter of fact, we've explored more of the surface of the moon than we have of our own ocean floor. And frozen lakes and glaciers that have been sealed off for millions of years can potentially preserve prehistoric organisms and creatures that aren't even supposed to be around anymore. Which kinda happened when a giant iceberg the size of Chicago, Iceberg A84, broke off a glacier in Antarctica, revealing a thriving ecosystem underneath. Completely cut off from our world for hundreds of years, several entirely new, undocumented species were discovered, including huge sea sponges, corals, sea spiders, glowing worms, and a whole bunch of others. And this was from just one small section of the ocean. We can only imagine what sort of creatures are lurking in the deepest reaches. One very alarming trait researchers have observed in many of these newly discovered deep-sea creatures is they're big. Dare I say, massive. That's because the ocean is a buoyant medium, meaning the downward pull of gravity experienced on land is largely minimized underwater. As such, animals don't collapse under their own weight as they would on the surface. Couple that with millions of years of well-preserved evolution protected from surface-level catastrophes, and you get the most gigantic creatures on Earth, like the blue whale, topping the official list of the largest animals on Earth, which can be up to 30 meters long. But it turns out the blue whale might have some competition that completely dwarfs it in comparison. When an ultra-low frequency sound was recorded in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Chile in 1997, known as the bloop. This is what it sounded like. This sound was so insanely loud it was picked up by instruments all around the world. Scientists had no idea what could have possibly produced the sound and still can't explain it to this day. The only logical explanation they could think of was that it came from a large marine mammal. But judging by the deepness and pitch of the sound, this creature was much bigger than anything in existence. Assuming similar noise-making capabilities to a blue whale, the bloop would have to be made by an animal more than 76 meters in length. That's 2.5 times bigger than the biggest blue whale ever recorded, which is already just mind-bogglingly enormous, but somehow it's possible that something even bigger than that may have actually been detected in April 2024, where global radar maps captured an enormous, unexplainable underwater mass that appeared to once again come from Antarctica, with huge waves up to 25 meters high in a highly concentrated area of the ocean, seen moving upwards along the coast of Africa and continued to get bigger. And well, big is an understatement. This thing is colossal, the size of several countries combined. And again, researchers had no clue what this was, and it just disappeared into the depths again 2 days later. Of course, a Google search will probably tell you this was a glitch or a mistake in the radar system or something, so have at it. But the truth is, the vast majority of our oceans remain unexplored, and they take up around 70% of the entire world. Like, we barely even know what sort of creatures live in the largest ecosystem of our own planet. And we're constantly coming across crazy anomalies like these that tell us maybe Organism 46b wasn't as ridiculous a story as we once thought. Perhaps the melting glaciers of Antarctica are in fact releasing giant prehistoric sea squids and bloops and other ancient creatures once considered myths back into our present day ecosystem that we are not ready for. Kraken confirmed in 5 years. Let's make it happen. Nobody can rightfully say whether this is real or AI generated anymore. It's a video of these shapeshifters changing and shifting on stage like for a performance, passing it off as some sort of illusionist performance, but there's actually something a lot darker happening here. Allegedly filmed in the 90s, hence the video quality, and before AI generated videos were a thing. But obviously AI can intentionally generate videos to look blurry, grainy, and like they were filmed in the 90s. We genuinely don't know what's real and what's AI generated anymore, and this is sparking some huge debates online. People saying these shapeshifters were performing some sort of ritual for the elites, and others that it's definitely 100% AI. Grok AI on X couldn't seem to make up its mind, telling us it's authentic 90s footage one moment and oh, never mind, it's actually AI generated the next. So I took matters into my own hands and popped this video into an online AI video detector, which told us it's 99.85% not AI generated, so it's real. And then it told us it's 99.83% AI generated when I ran it again. It also doesn't seem to be able to make up its mind. This is actually very concerning. If AI video detectors can no longer tell us what's real and what's AI generated, we can't prove anything anymore. AI videos are going to be thought to be real, and real videos are going to be thought to be AI. Nothing is real anymore. You can take a video of the most incredible, mind-blowing thing you've ever seen, and no one will ever believe you. So over 20,000 emails related to the Epstein case have been made public, and there are a few in there that are making their rounds. Note that these are not the full official files that everyone's been asking about and waiting on. Those are still nowhere to be found. But out of all of these emails, this is the one that everyone's been talking about. It's an email exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and his brother Mark, and this is how it goes. So we have Mark writing to Jeffrey asking, "How are you doing? A while back you mentioned that you were pre-diabetic. Has anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to now?" Jeffrey hits him back with, "All good, Bannon with me," referring to Steve Bannon, a former White House advisor who served in the first few months of President Trump's first administration. And here's the one. Mark then replies with, "Ask him," referring to Bannon, "if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba." What? Bubba is a common nickname given to Bill Clinton, and he's even referred to as Bubba Clinton in a few of these emails. And Jeffrey responds with, "And I thought I had Tesouris," which I don't know if I pronounced that right, but it's basically a Yiddish term for problems. Yiddish being a Judeo-German language historically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. Mark hits him back with, "You and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard." I don't even want to try to explain that. Jeffrey replies with, "You mean Donnie T?" And then Mark gets back with, "I'd rather be in Donnie D's shoes." I'm not sure what that means. Maybe one of you guys can let me know. But now everyone's asking, does Putin really have photos of Trump doing that? This sure does give a whole new meaning to his big, beautiful bill. Mark Epstein, who's still alive, actually surprisingly responded to these claims, saying the message was being misread, that they were simply part of a humorous private exchange between two brothers and were never meant for public release or to be interpreted as serious remarks. Adding, for the avoidance of doubt, the reference to Bubba in this correspondence is not in any way a reference to former President Bill Clinton. And then Mark's spokesperson said that Bubba is a private individual who is not a public figure. So there is a Bubba? This is just the weirdest news ever. But do you guys remember the portrait of Bill Clinton that Jeffrey Epstein had in his Manhattan townhouse? That was seized by law enforcement, who said that it was just hanging there as soon as you walked in a room to the right. And then we have Bill's oddly mischievous reply to him getting asked about any connection to Epstein. Oh, the evidence is clear, huh? If that face doesn't say, "You got me," I don't know what does. And then there's this guy whose name I can't even say because his video would probably get, who kind of called it over 7 years ago.
No video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. And so what if there was? That's a lot better than World War III, Owen.
Okay, that's just a wild thing to say. And everyone's just trying to connect the dots and make a whole thing out of this, which is just insane, but is also probably taking away from the severity of the other emails that were leaked. But then the White House official account starts posting stuff like this for apparent damage control just a few days after the emails got released, which honestly makes it look even more sus, and I don't know if this is like a giant publicity stunt for them, but that's what they did. And this is also a real photo taken in June 2000 at Trump Tower in New York of Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. There have been a lot of AI edits of this, but the original photo is real. At the end of the day, maybe these emails really were just a joke, who knows? Referring to only this exchange in particular, specifically that message. There are some very disturbing emails in this leak of 20,000 that are definitely not a joke and should be taken very seriously. And maybe this whole Bubba thing is just a distraction from what's really hidden in those emails. Maybe this message in particular was real and those pics really do exist, or maybe Mark was just joshing around. Like, be honest, we all say stuff a lot worse than this among our friends. Like, how cooked would you be if your group chat got leaked? NASA just held their first public announcement about 3i Atlas in over a month, giving their final verdict on it and even showing us some new pics. You know, the interstellar object passing through our solar system that many think is an alien mothership. We've got some new amateur amateur videos of it, it apparently ripped a massive hole through our sun when it passed by it, and NASA abruptly ended a live stream when an alleged UFO passed by just a day before this announcement. And the too long didn't watch summary of it is, it's 100% a comet and their pics suck. Shocker. Like, really? These are the best pics they got at this point? But in more interesting news you actually care about that NASA's not going to talk about, we have these alleged leaked videos of 3i Atlas, which are probably fake, but they're pretty fun to look at, showing clear footage of what appears to be an alien mothership, but take it with a grain of salt. Our sun now has a massive butterfly-shaped coronal hole 35 times the size of Earth on its surface, conveniently rotating towards us just shortly after 3i Atlas flew by the sun on the other side. Now, coronal holes are actually pretty common and are just areas on the sun's surface where the temperature is cooler and the density of the sun's plasma is lower, usually resulting in magnetic fields shooting out into space. But this is the biggest one we've had in a while, and the fact that it happened just shortly after 3i Atlas flew by our sun leads some people to believe that it, like, I don't know, extracted energy from our sun to power its ship. Amateur telescopes from Ray's astrophotography captured this video of 3i Atlas, showing what appears to be multiple objects rotating around each other as it moves through space, similar to that European Space Agency video we got a month ago. Here's another non-NASA video showing the interstellar object with a similar effect. What is going on with this thing? Pausing Ray's video and enhancing it shows us this, which is definitely something they don't want you looking at. Here are some more taken by the Italian Virtual Telescope project, which aren't very clear, but we can see that something is happening there. Now, a day before NASA's announcement, they had a live stream where a triangle-shaped UFO appeared on screen right before they cut off the stream, and it just comes out of nowhere, almost looking like it has some sort of cloaking technology enabled. But people are quick to point out that the camera was actually facing Earth, and these are just a reflection of city lights on the planet. Maybe that makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but that sure does look like a triangle UFO to me. 3i Atlas continues to get closer to Earth and will reach its closest approach to our planet on December 19th, 2025. So maybe we'll get better pics of it by then. But in conclusion, NASA has told us their answer on it. It's a comet and they're sticking to that. So it either is really just a comet or it's an alien spaceship that they've determined is not going to invade us and is just passing through our solar system for like reconnaissance or whatever. Because if you think about it, if it was some sort of alien mothership, they have no reason at all to tell us that it is one. All that's going to do is cause mass worldwide panic. If it's just passing through our solar system with no intention of invading us, they're better off telling us it's a comet. But maybe it's just a comet, relax. 3i Atlas will continue to fly by Jupiter in March 2026, where the Juno satellite could hopefully take some better pics of it than what we get here on Earth. But even if they do, they're probably just going to edit the pics before they release them to the public to make it look like whatever they want it to look like. But until then, guys, I think we're safe. For now. Has anyone else noticed these TED Talk speakers and CEOs all wearing the same glasses? Well, they're not just for show, they're seeing something that we can't. So PC Mag just released the best smart glasses of 2025 on November 5th, but they completely missed the Even G2, which kind of just came out. As you may know, smart glasses are everywhere right now, and AI glasses are the new buzzword. But the way you control these is what really sets them apart from the rest. They're super low-key, almost like they're not even there. And apparently a lot of CEOs have been wearing them because of what they can do, but that was just the beginning. Even Realities, the company behind them, just brought it to a whole new level with the Even G2. It's like they finally figured it out. Smart glasses that look and feel like sleek designer eyewear. At just half the weight of the bulky Meta goggles with a dual lens display that's completely invisible to anyone else except the one wearing them. But the real magic is what happens inside. The built-in AI gives you real-time summaries and definitions of key words during conversations. Need subtitles in real life? It also translates spoken words from 35 different languages. All in real time, live as it's happening in front of you. This is straight out of the future. It's a teleprompter, a navigator, your personal AI co-pilot for to-do lists on the fly. All in your field of view, like an IRL heads-up display without even having to touch your phone. And here is the game changer, the R1 Ring. Tap, scroll, and control your glasses with the flick of a finger. No talking, no head movements, no need to dig your phone out of your pocket. Just the most natural and intuitive way to control a screen you can imagine. The R1 Ring also tracks your daily activity and sleep health while ranking you with a productivity score. It really does it all. The G2 glasses also don't have cameras built into them, so you don't look like a total creep talking to people when wearing them like those other ones. With a 2-day battery life under regular use, these are so much more than just another tech gadget. They're an unfair advantage over everyone else. The future of discrete computing is here. If you're ready to see what they see, the link is below. Upgrade your reality today. Peer-reviewed articles are bullshit. A Harvard professor just admitted it on the JRE podcast. You know, whenever someone makes a controversial discovery that goes against everything the mainstream has preached for generations, like a comet potentially being alien technology, massive megastructures discovered beneath the pyramids, or UFO factories on our ocean floor, debunkers love discrediting these claims by pointing out there are no peer-reviewed articles that support these discoveries and therefore they must be false. Now, peer-reviewed articles are simply scholarly work that has been evaluated by independent experts in that same field before the work's formal publication in order to ensure its quality. But have you ever asked yourself, who exactly are these peers that review the articles? They're basically 4 to 5 anonymous, qualified experts in the field of the work. Other scientists, ideally from different institutions or countries. So if you were to make a groundbreaking discovery, you write a paper on it and then submit it to a peer-reviewed journal like Nature, Science, The Lancet, Astrophysical Journal, and so on, in order for your discovery to be considered official and verified. But before it even gets to these 4 to 5 anonymous peers, the articles need to be approved by the editor-in-chief. And this is where things get a little gatekeepy, because Professor Avi Loeb sort of just exposed how corrupt the entire peer review process really is. He's the main guy behind 3I Atlas, the interstellar object passing through our solar system that he claims might be an alien mothership. So he's a legit astrophysicist, and he wrote an extensive scientific paper on 3I Atlas and its peculiar characteristics. Near the end of his paper, he had one line that stated, "The evidence suggests that some intelligence may have designed the trajectory of this object," implying that it might be of alien origin. Might be not. When he submitted it for peer review, the editor reviewed it and straight up told him that they will not publish the article unless he removes that sentence. Yeah, this is some big brother level censorship straight out of the professor's mouth. So now when you hear the experts saying that a certain claim can't be true because it was never published in a peer-reviewed journal, we can clearly see there are literal gatekeepers that are preventing those certain claims from even being discussed on a formal academic level, who refuse to send the papers to the peers to review simply because there are claims in the papers that go against everything they've been teaching for centuries. Science and history really does progress one funeral at a time, because these groundbreaking claims then can't be referenced in future articles that build on those finds and further investigation on these anomalous discoveries, forever leaving them as fringe theories that deserve to be mocked and discredited. Like an alien spaceship passing through our solar system, discoveries about the pyramids, intelligence living in our oceans, or advanced ancient civilizations in Antarctica. And you can bet this is happening in every field imaginable. So whenever you hear a groundbreaking new theory isn't peer-reviewed and therefore can't be trusted, chances are the gatekeepers who decide what is fact and what is wild speculation don't want certain information to be public yet, if ever at all. Do you know there's only one country that has ever attacked America without the US striking them back? It happened to a US Navy spy ship called the USS Liberty that was gathering intel off the coast of Egypt during the Six-Day War in 1967, when all of a sudden fighter jets from an allied country flew overhead and thought the USS Liberty was an enemy ship, so they started attacking it, raining down a full barrage of gunfire, missiles, and napalm for over 3 hours. Nearby military boats from the same allied country joined in and started firing torpedoes. The attack resulted in 170 injuries and over 30 deaths of American soldiers. The ship took an absolute beating, and they even targeted their communication antennas so the ship couldn't send out a distress signal for help and support, but they were able to stay afloat for just long enough to radio in for backup, who arrived on time and settled everything down. Later on, the US government told everyone aboard the USS Liberty that it was all a big misunderstanding by the allied planes who started it, but the crew on the ship didn't buy it, who all insist it was a deliberate attack, that the jets intended to hit the ship knowingly. Yet the US never issued a retaliation strike or even reprimanded the country in any way, sticking with its friendly fire, oopsie, just an accident story. The allied country too, of course, insisted it was a mistake, thinking that the USS Liberty was an Egyptian ship who they were at war with at the time, even though the ship was clearly marked with large American flags visible from the air. And we can all assume this country's intelligence was reliable enough to let the jet pilots know it was a US ship they were engaging with for over 3 hours. And the country behind this totally accidental attack was Israel. The president of elevators just admitted the biggest elevator myth was real this entire time. Deep down inside, we all knew this was true, but that sure didn't stop us from spamming that button anyway. The elevator door close button is a lie. It doesn't actually do anything, confirmed. But there was a time it actually did work, and now there's a completely different reason they still keep them in elevators today. To be clear, it was actually the head of the national elevator industry, Karen Penafiel, who revealed this back in 2016, saying that functioning closed door buttons in elevators were actually actually phased out when the Americans with Disabilities Act passed in 1990, before which they actually did close the door when you pressed it. After this passed, by law, the door had to stay open for a minimum of 3 seconds to accommodate for wheelchair and other disability access. And no matter how many times you press it today, it will always take at least 3 seconds to close. But even though you know this, you are still gonna rage spam that button for a totally different purpose. Because although they no longer do anything, elevator companies still continue to intentionally include them in today's models. Turns out humans psychologically don't like the feeling of being trapped inside a moving metal box they're not in control of. Yup, it's the placebo effect, and it works. As psychology professors ran studies to show that including these buttons diminishes stress in elevators by giving people the illusion of control. So I guess you can say, here's what the news is telling us about these buildings that mysteriously caught fire in Hong Kong recently versus the totally fictional theory of what might actually be going on behind the scenes. Because these fires raged for over 40 hours straight, completely engulfing 7 buildings in flames for almost 2 whole days, and they didn't collapse? Which they shouldn't. Buildings are built to withstand extreme scenarios like these. Like, imagine something as ridiculous as just 1 floor of a skyscraper catching fire and the entire building collapsing in under 2 hours. Anyway, they're telling us it was actually an ancient construction method that was the root cause of these fires. One of the deadliest fires in Hong Kong's modern history, with over 128 people that have perished, and that number just keeps climbing every day, with an additional 279 people that have gone missing, as 7 residential high-rise buildings caught fires seemingly out of nowhere on November 26, 2025, during a huge restoration project on this complex. Well, just 2 days before these fires broke out, an article was published explaining how Hong Kong is trying to phase out its traditional bamboo scaffolding used for construction due to fire risks because it's bamboo, which is technically not wood but a tree-like grass, despite them using this method for construction for well over 2,000 years. And I guess it just took them that long to realize bamboo is flammable, because this was never really an issue in Hong Kong until just 2 days after that article was posted, when all this happened, spreading across 7 buildings. Now, mainland China actually already banned bamboo scaffolding back in 2022 in favor of steel support systems, and have been pressuring Hong Kong to do so as well. For those who don't know, China and Hong Kong are actually 2 completely different entities. Not exactly its own country, as China still technically owns Hong Kong, with an asterisk, as something in between a country and a city called a Special Administrative Region, SAR, each with their own currencies, dialects, laws, and governments, with Hong Kong being more of a small, isolated, somewhat westernized pocket in that part of the world. The reason behind this split between China and Hong Kong started when Britain defeated the Qing dynasty in 1842, taking over Hong Kong in victory. In 1898, Britain struck a deal with China, agreeing to a 99-year lease of China's land that ended in 1997, when Britain would give Hong Kong back to China, which they did. But the crucial part here is in 1984, Britain and China signed the Sino-British Joint Declaration, which stated that Britain would still give Hong Kong back to China in 1997 under the conditions that Hong Kong retains its sovereignty and independent culture from China for 50 years, operating under the one country, two systems principle, which is actually going to end in 2047, when China will fully legally regain control of Hong Kong again, and they can do whatever they want with it, like outright ban the use of bamboo scaffolding in favor of Chinese-produced steel beams, which according to them may have prevented these fires. Police have since arrested 11 people at the construction company behind this restoration project for the fires under gross negligence and manslaughter. And I guess we'll be seeing what changes, if any, both of these governments will be putting into motion as a result of this tragedy. Simulation theory states that if simulated worlds, like video games, ever get to a point that we cannot tell them apart from reality, then we can effectively conclude that our reality isn't real, but we're actually all living in a simulation, and I can prove it with basic math. So we have our reality, V0. Someone in this so-called reality will eventually create a simulated world, like a video game, with perfect graphics and AI models that perfectly emulate humans, physics, and every single thing in our world with one-to-one accuracy. A perfect simulation of our universe. Call it V1. If V1 truly is an exact replica of our reality, then follow me here, it is 100% guaranteed that someone in V1, like a AI human model, will eventually create their own simulated world inside of V1. If someone did it in V0 and V1 is a carbon copy of V0, then someone will do it again in V1. Another simulated world with perfect graphics and AI models that perfectly emulate simulate humans, physics, and every single thing inside of V1 with one-to-one accuracy. That would be V2. Now, the same thing would happen in V2, which creates V3, which creates V4, starting a chain reaction of simulated worlds inside simulated worlds. Infinite nested simulations, like a dream inside of a dream inside of a dream that, by definition, goes on forever. By the logic we've used so far, this chain is guaranteed to start as soon as someone in our world creates this perfect video game. Now let's pause and take a step back. We have one real reality, the base reality, V0, and an infinite amount of simulated worlds, V1 to V infinity. So the probability that our world, the one you're in right now, is the base reality, V0, would be 1 out of infinity, which mathematically speaking is 0%. A 0% probability we're in the base reality equals a 100% probability we're actually living in a simulation. Now the counter theory to this states we haven't created this perfect simulation video game in our reality yet, which means we're either in V0 and haven't figured out how to make it yet, and maybe it's not even possible and we never will, or we're the last simulation in the chain, VX or whatever, and we're still trying to figure out how to create our own perfect simulation, VX+1, which then brings our probability of being in the base reality up to 1 out of 2. 50%. V0 reality or VX simulation. The counter theory to that is that once we do figure out how to create that perfect simulation, this 50-50 scenario no longer applies because we figured it out and we're right back to where we started. 1 out of infinity. Simulation 100% confirmed with sheer math and numbers. Go cry about it. And in case you got lost in the explanation here, remember, has anyone thought about how weird it is that for our entire childhood, a bunch of old men would come to our school and take pictures of all of us every year? Obviously, school photos, picture day, and the companies they worked for now own a historical record of your face. As early as 4 years old, every single year until you turned 18. But who owns all this data and what could they possibly do with it? Oh wait, did I say companies? I meant company, as just one company does nearly half of all school photos in the US and owns about 25% of the global market share of school photography. That company is Lifetouch, who was purchased by Shutterfly in 2018 for $825 million. Around the same time, facial recognition software was becoming more widespread. Just a year later in 2019, Shutterfly is bought by Apollo Global Management for $2.7 billion, a publicly traded investment firm owned by, get ready for this, Vanguard and BlackRock, their top 2 institutional shareholders. The 2 mega companies that own everything also own photos of your entire childhood. But it just keeps getting worse. BlackRock and Vanguard are also the top shareholders of globalist companies like Palantir, that was founded by this guy, Peter Thiel, whose name spells the reptile if you mix around the letters, which is a funny little anagram, but that's a story for another time. Let's focus here. Peter Thiel is the founder of PayPal and mega venture capitalist mogul sticking his dick in absolutely every globalist opportunity he can find. Like this one, Clearview AI, a facial recognition company that he was the primary investor of. A controversial company that has been sued many times for illegal scraping of facial data to build their AI's learning database. Lawsuits that resolved in settlements, meaning they basically admitted fault and paid out a bunch of money for illegal use of facial images without consent, who are part of the corporate ecosystem who have pictures of you from every year of your childhood. To be fair, maybe this whole connection is a bit of a stretch, but in the end, it really is one big company that runs everything. Using your childhood photos to train a facial recognition deep learning database to eventually establish a global mass surveillance state that is constantly watching your every move from the second you enter this world until they take you out. That's who took your school photos. Have a good day. Top 10 moments humanity almost went extinct tier list, according to historians. First up, we got Civid the 19th. Bruh, for real. If anyone still believes this in the Big 2-6, I feel sorry for you. F-tier absolute scam, not even close. The Chernobyl accident, when a nuclear power plant in Ukraine exploded in 1986, only resulted in about 30 direct casualties, but people say millions were affected by the radiation, with moderate contamination going as far as 1,000 kilometers in radius around the explosion site. Pretty bad, but nowhere near extinction. Let's be real, that's a D. The Carrington event in 1859 was the biggest geomagnetic storm ever recorded in history. So our sun occasionally normally spits out huge bursts of energy called coronal mass ejections, CMEs. 99% of the time, these just go out into the abyss of space, but once every couple hundred years, they hit Earth, causing a geomagnetic storm, which doesn't harm humans directly, but can permanently destroy satellites, GPS, telephone lines, the internet, our entire power grid. Luckily, none of that existed in 1859, but it did fry the few telegraph lines that we had back then. Honestly, in terms of extinction, this is pretty low. I'd give it an E for back then, but it would be a lot higher if it happened again today, which we're kinda due for one soon. Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Okay, so the US was scared that they were gonna get nuked by the Soviet Union, who in turn had the same fear about the US. This ongoing nuke fear was known as the Cold War. And when the Soviets allied with Cuba and started arming their country with nuclear warheads, the US got even more nervous because Cuba is well within nuke firing range of the States. Tensions were high, and an underwater Soviet submarine off the coast of Cuba thought they heard explosions overhead. They assumed war had broken out and issued firing a nuclear torpedo onto US soil. The torpedo required all 3 officers aboard the sub to approve it. 2 of them did, but the third just had a hunch and gave it a thumbs down. They surfaced in surrender, only to realize the explosions they heard were harmless signaling charges dropped by the US Navy. So if that third officer approved the missile, the US would have gotten nuked, would have retaliated against the Soviets, and would have broken out all-out nuclear war. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, almost happened but didn't. D tier. Black Death, or the Black Plague, was an actual pandemic that hit Europe, Asia, and North Africa between 1347 and 1351. It was caused by bacteria carried by fleas on rats aboard trade ships. People got really sick with nasty coughs, boils, and skin that turned black, hence Black Death. It wiped out an estimated 200 million people, about half of Europe's population at the time, in just 4 years. And there wasn't no WHO back then fluffing up the death rate to scare people. These numbers were real. This one's up there. Nearly half the population of the world is a well-deserved B tier. Stanislav Petrov case in 1983. Cold War era again, an early warning system alerted the Soviets that 5 US missiles were heading their way for an attack. Protocol at the time was to immediately strike back with nukes, no questions asked. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, again had a hunch and violated protocol by not retaliating, risking his job and likely even his own life. Later investigations found out it was a false alarm, and it was just sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds and satellites. Just like the Cuban Missile Crisis, if they fired the missiles, the US would too, and global thermonuclear war. That's another D. The Worm Glaciation was the last major ice age in Europe, which started around 115,000 years ago, reached its peak around 20,000 years ago, and ended roughly 11,700 years ago. That's over 100,000 years of ice. It was a very slow and gradual global event, and it's hard to quantify, but some research suggests the worldwide human population may have gone down to the tens of thousands at its peak, during which time the Neanderthals also went extinct. Easy A tier. Humanity was pretty close to getting full-ass team wiped. Year 536 AD is historically known as the worst year to be alive, because it's the year the entire world turned the lights off. A mysterious haze rolled into the sky, which covered the sun for over 18 months straight. Ancient historians from the Byzantine Empire, China, Ireland, and the Middle East all reported the same thing, likely due to a massive or even multiple volcanic eruptions that filled the sky with soot and dust and blocked sunlight for over a year. Crops died, temperatures dropped, and famine spread. Again, this one's hard to quantify, but I feel like a 100,000-year ice age is probably a lot more devastating than a cloudy year. I'll give it a C. The Toba super eruption was the largest volcanic eruption in the last 2 million years. It happened about 74,000 years ago at Lake Toba in Sumatra, Indonesia, which still has the crater today. The explosion likely reached up to 60 kilometers into the atmosphere and spread sulfur around the entire planet. Sunlight was blocked for an estimated 10 years, causing a decade-long volcanic winter. The Toba bottleneck hypothesis estimates that the world population went down to just a few thousand at a time. Our primitive caveman ancestors, or maybe a long-lost advanced super civilization, just barely dodging the bullet of extinction with this one. I think we have an S tier on our hands. The Great Genetic Bottleneck is actually what many attribute to be the result of the Toba super eruption, where the effective breeding human population of the world dropped to as low as 3,000 people. That's almost no one. Like, we have high schools with more people than that, meaning everyone alive today is a direct descendant of one of those few 3,000 people, and is why modern humans are so genetically similar to one another to a much higher degree than any other animal, like chimpanzees, who have a much greater genetic diversity among each other, despite there being only a couple 100,000 chimps worldwide and billions of us. A statistical anomaly that shouldn't make any sense. This genetic similarity of humans points to an evolutionary bottleneck. The great genetic bottleneck which we all survived thanks to our super duper great grandparents. Absolute warriors who valiantly triumphed and escaped the clutches of eternal extinction by mere millimeters just so you can complain about slow internet. Needless to say, that's one S tier for the books that just barely grazed by all of us.